Hi everyone. Welcome to Sunday stream. Hold on, let me make sure I'm on. Let's make sure I got my notifications. Everything is going. And I see somebody in the chat. Hey sis. Hey Shauna. Happy Sunday to you too. Hope you're having a beautiful Sunday. On this long weekend. Well, long weekend's over now. I know for some of y'all. Hell, my vacation's over now. It feels like the weekend went by so fast. Like, okay, it's working. All right, good. Okay, yes, Mike is going too. Yeah, it feels like hold up. I can hear my voice. Oh Lord. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I feel like this weekend went by so fast, y'all. I blinked and it was done. So I hope everyone had a great long weekend. If you had a long weekend, if you didn't, then I hope a long weekend is coming for you very, very soon. Mayame, how are you, sis? Welcome back. Welcome back. Some girl, hey, sis. Welcome. I'm coming in early. I promised yesterday I was going to come in early because, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. And I don't want to stay too late today because it's Sunday. It's a long weekend. And like I said before, I'm going to try my best to come in early on Sundays when I can. So that way we don't stay too long and too late. Yep, I'm very early. I'm going to start being early on Sundays. Saturdays, I can't promise, but Sundays I can because, yeah, I know a lot of us got to work the next day. And also, yeah, I think Sunday night you need time to decompress and kind of get ready for the work day. At least I know I do. So, and also I want to spend some time editing tonight because I really want to post the next part of the Beyonce Jay-Z case study tomorrow. That's my goal. So I have to end early. Trying to be organized with time organization. CFT, hey sis, welcome. Miami, you said was just replaying yesterday's live. Yeah, yesterday's live was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. I do have to. I gotta gather somebody together later. Somebody had left a comment, not in the live stream, but on the like post live stream when I was talking about anti-black racism, and one of the stories. Someone said it was fake, which is not a problem. I don't care when people correct me. But the way that person came at me, yeah, we going to get you all the way together later when I get to that part. Because, yeah, some people need to learn some type of internet etiquette. Make sure that, you can't just come at me any type of way. Because y'all already know how I am. But anyways, we're going to talk a little bit more about it later. Because, yeah, I really realized that there are some topics where there's a lot of I've noticed that whenever I talk about anti-blackness, and this is not the first time. Last time I talked about anti-blackness in France, I got this one crazy ass comment from some crazy person calling me all types of weird I forgot, some monster stuff or whatever. I don't know, it's some demonic shit. And I cuss her ass out. So yeah, I notice whenever we talk about anti-blackness, there's always comments. There's always going to be one comment. And I realize that it is a very sensitive topic for people who are not black. And maybe for people who are black, I don't know who they are because, digital. We're going to talk about digital blackface in a minute. So, yeah, but I'm just got to do a PSA. This channel is extremely black. I am a black woman. I have lived my life as a black woman. I have black family members. I am a black person through and through. Do not let my husband fool you. This is a black woman right here. So there is never going to be a day in this life where I will not be black. And yes, I can have an open mind as far as seeing things from different perspectives. But at the end of the day, this is a black channel. So I got to make that very clear. So if you are non-black, and even if you are black, you have to also understand that my perspective is going to be from the perspective of somebody who is black and who has lived as a black woman in North America. That is in the United States and in Canada. And my parents are from Haiti, which is a black ass country. So let's get that straight, okay? There's no cape in here. We don't do cooning and buffooning here. We don't do none of that over here. So I have to make that extremely clear because I think because I'm married to a Korean man, people think that I'm going to have a different perspective. If I'm talking about anti-Asian hate, and it's going to be all the way 100. If Asian people are racist, they're racist. That includes anybody. Like at the end of the day, I married one man. I didn't marry his entire race. Is his race racist? Absolutely. As a collective, they are. I'm not going to sit here and deny that. Get out of here. And I don't like that because people come up in here like, yeah, now I know. Happy Sunday, y'all. Happy Sunday. I know. But I'm getting on a tangent here because I'm getting hot just thinking about it. Just because, again, I have to put a disclaimer here. I'm not one of those women who married outside of my race and is going to denigrate my race. That has never have been part of my story. That will never be part of my story. That man knew he married a black woman the day he married her. Me. I am said black woman. So we don't do that over here. We're not going to clean up stuff just because I'm talking about Asian people. We're not going to clean up anything because I'm talking about French people. We're not going to clean up anything because I'm talking about white Canadians, white Americans. There's never going to be a day where I'm going to cape for somebody. It's not going to happen. And if I'm going to cape for somebody, it's going to be for me. That's it. That's all. And also for people like, black women, black solidarity. I'm all about that. So all of that to say, when you come on this channel and you see that I am a black woman married to a Korean man, do not misunderstand that this woman is very black. So there's never going to be a day and time where I'm going to excuse racism, colorism. I'm going to excuse any type of homophobia, transphobia. We don't do that over here. Okay? We are also not ableist. We're not going to be making fun of anybody or doing whatever or caping for things that don't make sense. I'm not going to ever perpetuate any type of stigma or racism, especially against my own people. Get out of here. Red flag. It's never going to happen. Okay? So I'm glad I made that disclaimer. Now, we're not going to get to that topic until a little later on because I want to discuss other things first. But I had to make that very clear. Okay? Because I know some people going to come in here. And it also happened when I was talking about that Japanese demon that had unalived his ex-girlfriend. Every time I talk about some type of Asian or white type of racism, there's always somebody coming in the comments acting a fool. And if you disagree, that's okay. You can disagree all you want to, but don't ever come on my channel talking nonsense. And I'm not talking about the person who commented yesterday. I'm talking in general. Because I will gather you all the way together. We keep it very respectful here. Okay? Nah, I had to get that out the way because people be forgetting who I am. That's it. I got to always remind them all the time. All right, let's read some comments. I love y'all, though. Continuing. By the way, your J&B case study is fire. I'm learning so much about her. She isn't the musical genius that we all thought she is. It's super interesting. Thank you, CFT. And I will say this, that I feel bad. I'm going to tell y'all why. I really feel bad doing this case study on Beyonce. Because I personally think, my opinion after doing this entire case study is that she is basically a product of her environment. That's it. I think, and this is my suspicion, is that do I think that she's an evil person? No, absolutely not. I actually think that she didn't start out that way, and she's very sweet. Like, when I see her interviews and when I see her demeanor and when I see her the way that she approaches things, I actually think that she's quite level-headed. I will also say that, do I think that she's like, she could be shady and catty? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, everybody can be nice and everybody can have some part, don't they call it shadow work? You have a good part of yourself and you have a bad part. I mean, that's every human being. However, do I think that she's intentionally sabotaging people? Absolutely not. I believe that it's her husband behind all of that. I'm telling y'all, just based off of what I've seen, the next part is going to be the same thing. Y'all gonna see it happen. I believe that she always has people in her ear. She is similar to Lizard. God, I didn't want to call her Lizard. Wizard Liz. We talked about her yesterday. People are behind her. She's not thinking for herself. And she's thinking because of what other people say. Beyonce is that type of person too. And it all ties down to perfectionism. That's all. When people are afraid to make mistakes, and when people are afraid to naturally be themselves, then they are going to always follow what everyone says. So notice how she's always following either what her dad says, her husband says, or what her supporters say and the fandom say. She's never going to follow her own way. And unfortunately, that's just how she was brought up. She was raised that way. And if you listen to her song, the song Listen, you will hear this is really her. You don't know how I'm feeling. I'm more than what you made of me. What'd you say? I'm more than what you made of me. something the voice you gave to me. Everything was somebody gave to her. And I believe that song was a true to life song. And she reminds me of Diana Ross, obviously, because, you know, she did the whole movie of Dreamgirls. But all of that to say is that, yeah, that case study, even I learned a lot about Beyonce, too, that I didn't know. And I really don't, like, even the next part that I'm going to do, I had to put a lot of disclaimers in there because I felt bad even doing that. But at the same time, when you're with a husband who doesn't care about you as a human, that's my opinion. I don't think that he cares about her in the way that she cares about him. And when you're around people who just see you as an object or as a product, then this is what happens is your voice gets drowned out and other people's perception of you, they get raised higher. And unfortunately, you know, this is what causes all of the, you know, the distractions and the back and forth about, you know, her level of genius and, you know, copying people and doing all that stuff. So anyways, that is very layered, y'all. It's a very layered case study. And I'm actually glad that I did it. I ain't gonna lie. I almost didn't do it because I remember when somebody brought up Beyonce and Jay-Z, I was like, why should I do them? I was just like, whatever. I didn't really care about it. But then y'all voted for it. So I was like, okay, let's do Beyonce and Jay-Z. And then boom, here we are months later, y'all. So we still got a lot of parts to go, but yeah, it's very good. I'm learning. To be honest with you, this case study actually changed my mind about her, but not in a negative way. I actually feel a lot for her, and I can see the humanness in her now just by doing this case study. And I hope that you guys have also come to that conclusion too, that she's a flawed human. And unfortunately, sometimes when you get yourself entangled with people who are not necessarily the best people to be around, this is what happens. They taint your legacy. So, yep. Lunar Mark Studios. Hey, how are you? Welcome. Allie, how are you, sis? And by the way, if I say how are you, sis, to some people and not to some people, it's only because I don't know if some people are sisters or bros or fam. I don't know. I got to figure out how to do it because I want to address everybody the way that they need to be addressed, right? So yeah. Continuing, Mocha Island, hey sis. Sophie, hey sis. It's A Nicole, hey sis. Whoa. Hold up. Hold on. Wait a minute. You said, who even think about Beyonce as a music genius? She is a great performer. I agree. But some people do, y'all. Y'all gonna see the next part. People were comparing her to Michael Jackson, but guess what? Her husband was the one who started all of that. I'm telling y'all, he's her op, y'all. He's her op. Every time people have to get into the Beyonce and Michael Jackson comparison, or Beyonce and Janet Jackson, he's behind all of it, y'all. He's the problem. Is he the whole entire problem? No, but he's a major part of it. Lord. Okay, we'll get into that. But anyways, we'll publish the next part. Y'all will see it. Y'all see what I'm talking about. CFT, you said, Romy, some of us on your channel have been with you from your early days as a YouTuber. We know how you roll. I'm glad you know, sis. You were one of the OGs. You see, y'all know, but some new people, they don't know. And so I gotta always remind people, I'm like, y'all, I used to get drugged all the time, y'all. people were upset because I wasn't showing like the great, like, you know, the coupley, like lovey-dovey stuff of our marriage. I was showing all the raw stuff. We were showing arguments. We were showing like my lack of domestic skills. We were showing all of that. So I was like, look, if I'm gonna keep it on, we can keep it all the way, honey. I'm not gonna fake nothing for no internet. Get out of here. Because people know me in real life. And my family, let me tell you something. This is the thing people don't know, is that my family, they watch my channel. My mom, even just today's Father's Day, shout out to the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to the real dads, not the sperm donors. Real fathers out there who actually emotionally connect with their children, who actually were there for their children, who support their children. We talking about them. Happy Father's Day to y'all out there. I just called my dad for Father's Day not too long ago, like maybe 30 minutes ago or something. And then my mom was like, oh, I didn't catch your live stream yesterday. She was like, I thought I was looking out for it, but I didn't see it. And I was like, oh, I'm about to go live today. So she's probably in here right now. My mama and my daddy be in my live streams. My siblings they pop in. My cousins, one of my cousins was on my live stream yesterday. So all of that to say, if I didn't keep it real on live, I promise you, they be in the comments being like, no, you didn't. That's not you. Why you faking it? My family is extremely real. They will expose me to everybody. They do not care. So all of that to say, like, I have to keep it 100 regardless of whether I wanted to or not. I can't be faking nothing on the internet because some people know me in real life and they will expose me. I promise you that. They are not going to mince it. So, yeah. Mary, hey, sis. How are you? Amina, how are you, sis? You said the live stream came a bit early. Yes. So, I guess I can make an announcement. From now on, going forward, I know I don't put a specific time of my live streams. I know. I should post it, y'all. I'm just not. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a real YouTuber like that. But from now on, going forward, starting today, I will come on around this time. So way earlier. Why? So we could get the rest of the Sunday, and also so we could finish earlier on Sundays. I think Sundays are better to decompress and get ready for the work week. So yeah, that's why. So yes, from now on it'll be earlier, and then also for some people to catch a live stream, so it won't be in the middle of the night or something like that, because I feel bad about that too. So CFT, you said my favorite segments from your YouTube channel was your dating experiences in Korea. My favorite is the Teeth story. Still dying from laughter about that dude. Girl, Teeth. For y'all who do not know, yeah, did I keep that video up? I think I did. If I didn't, I'll put it right back over there, because I wasn't trying to mess with the algorithm from my old videos. Teeth was the guy that, y'all gotta watch it, y'all. Teeth was something special. But one thing I'll say is he was very nice, but he just didn't like constructive criticism, and people. Don't make me remember, y'all. Teeth was teething. I still have the pictures, y'all. I still got the pictures on my where them pictures at? I still got them on my Google Photos. If I really go deep in the, he was very nice. He was a gentleman. I'll give him that. He was very much a gentleman, but it just was never gonna work out. I'm so sorry. That's when I realized how shallow I was. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I really didn't spark myself as a shallow person. And I'm really not. To be honest with you, my husband doesn't have perfect teeth, but at least it's clean, and it's, he takes care of it. You don't have to have straight teeth. I'm definitely not a discriminatory person, but I did realize at that point that yeah, and even I have gaps and stuff, but I still maintain my teeth. That's one thing. You can't just be walking around with your teeth like that. It was just extremely it was over the line. It was over the line, y'all. Over the line. And I realized, like, after that experience, well, I mean, I met Dom right after, but I ain't gonna lie, whenever I saw a guy with his mouth closed, actually that was the time where I stopped going. I think he was the last person I had dated on a dating app. That actually was true, because I met him on was it OkCupid? One of them. I met him on OkCupid. After I met Teeth, I closed down all them dating apps. I was like, oh hell no, I'm not doing this ever again. And then I just I chilled, but I was still on language exchange apps. So that's how I met Dom, was on Hello Talk. So I said, I'm not dating no more. He was the last person I was like, I'm never dating again. And then I shut all the dating apps down. But it was during COVID, so I was still talking to people on language exchange. So I had met up with some girls. I had met up with some guys, like just on some friend type vibes. And then that's how I met Dom, through language exchange. So there's that. But yeah, hell nah. He had his, and the thing is, he photo fished me. I don't know if that's a word. He picture fished me, teeth fished. That's what we gonna call it, teeth fished. Because his mouth was closed in his profile picture, and he was looking kind of okay. But then when I met him, and then he was way smaller, so what he did is he made himself, he put his face all in the camera, so he looked a little bit bigger. And when I met him, I thought that he was very small, which is not a problem, but yeah, he was just a little small. But the teeth was really what did it. It wasn't his height, or I don't care about short, or because I'm short. But it was his teeth that did it for me. Because I was like, look, the thing is, I would have, I know I'm going on a different rant here, but I just want to make it very clear. I would have pursued it because he was asking me if I was interested, if he was willing to fix his teeth. That was the stipulation. And he was like, oh, you're discriminating. Oh, what's wrong with my teeth? You Americans care about teeth too much in China. And when he started bringing that stuff up, I said, no, hell no, I'm not. Because I was thinking about the future children. If we ever had kids, yeah, you got to think about those things. I said, if I ever have kids, I don't want to have to force them to go to the dentist. This should be like, I can't force you to do something that's hygienic. Yo, that's crazy. He was making all these type of excuses. So I said, nope, it's never going to work out. I'm so sorry. Because if you can't even take care of your teeth, like, okay, let's say your teeth are not that great. And then somebody approaches you, is like, hey, like, you know, you seem like a nice person. No problem. But you have to do something about your teeth. Was that too much? Was I too much? Because somebody was in the comments and they were like, oh, what if somebody talked about that, about your weight? And I said, well, then that's their prerogative. And I would have known that, no, then it's not going to work out because I'm not losing weight for nobody. I'm going to lose weight for myself, though. But then for teeth, I don't know. Maybe I am. Maybe I am like those guys. Maybe. You know what? I had to take accountability for that. You know what? Maybe this is my time of reckoning. I do have to take accountability for that. That was out of the line. I was a little too honest. I feel bad about that. Okay, I sincerely apologize to Teeth for the time. Teeth, if you're ever watching this, I'm very sorry for being shallow. And I'm very sorry for saying what I said out loud. And it was kind of mean. And then I did a story time about it, which was really mean on top of that. I'm still going to keep that story time, though, because it was a key. But in hindsight and in retrospect, yes, that was not nice. And I should have been a little bit more gentler in my delivery. But remember, I'm not trying to make excuses. I was unmedicated at the time, and unmedicated Romy had no chill. So she was, and I was not, I just didn't have patience either. So I was, just like very ruthless. But yeah, I could have delivered it a little better, because now that I think about it, yeah, if a man said, hey, like, could you lose weight? That would make me feel some type of way. But not that I wouldn't want to lose weight for myself, but I just don't want to lose weight for your ass. But then at the same time, like, losing weight and being healthy, that's a whole nother topic too. Losing weight and being healthy is different from, like, what type of weight we talking about. You see? So no, actually, I don't think it's a problem to say that his teeth was messed up. Now that I think about it, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm having an inner monologue with myself. I don't think it was a problem for the simple fact that I didn't ask him to get straight teeth. I didn't ask him to get braces. I just said to fix his molars, to the rotten teeth. He had rotten teeth, y'all. I'm not even joking. Like, his teeth were black. Like, on this side, it was like all black. So I was just telling him to extract them and to get them fixed. I did not say get braces. I did not say, oh, you gotta have a smile like Denzel or something like that. I just said, like, you just need to get that fixed. So technically, I wasn't in the wrong, y'all. Okay, case closed. So I apologize for saying it like I said it, but yeah, he needed to get dental work, y'all. Root canals and all. All right, continuing. I know, I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm you see, you bringing up old stuff. I had to defend myself there. I never publicly defended myself on that one. Okay, continuing. Miami, you said thanks, because normally by the time you start, it's like 9 or 10 here. Yeah, exactly. And I have to keep in mind, I know a lot of you guys are in other countries. So I was like, you know what? Sundays, like Saturdays, I do have to still keep the same time, only because it's Saturday. Saturday's kind of little helter-skelter, but Sundays I can definitely come earlier. Yeah, Sophie, the guy with the rotten teeth. Yo, the teeth were rotten. They were rotten, y'all. Rotten. Like I'm talking, like, he needed to get them extracted. Like, I was actually worried for his health, because y'all know teeth are like, your dental care is very important, and it can affect your heart health, your brain. I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm not even joking. I was very concerned for him, and I told him that. I was like, hey, like, this is something that's very serious. It's not like I told him it's not cosmetic. It's actually, like, health wise. Like, yeah, you got to do something about that. I felt like he needed a root canal, my personal opinion. I don't think I saw that one when I was a member, unfortunately, and in my membership a month or two early. No, it's okay, sis. And hey, Marie, how are you, sis? Yeah, I was, I'm still trying to figure out what to do with the membership, y'all. So I don't mind if you guys, you guys unfollow the membership because hell, I still don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm gonna figure it out in the next 2 weeks though, because I'm almost done with Diana in Korea. Koala, how are you? You said not teeth fish. I can't with you. Comparing two straight teeth is crazy though to those guys, not you. Yeah, guys, men, you cannot mess with their teeth and their hair. They're very sensitive about their hairline, y'all. I never knew how sensitive men were about their hair until recently, because I'm not trying to put people's business out there or whatever, but I know somebody who went to Turkey to get a hair transplant. No, in real life. And I didn't realize that it was so sensitive for men. Like, they don't like balding, y'all. Yeah, they don't like balding at all. So, yeah, I gotta be extra sensitive about that, because I realized, yeah, I was in the wrong for saying it how I said it. I wasn't wrong for how I felt, but I should have probably delivered it in a better way. I will admit that. Losing weight and dental hygiene is different, Marie James. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. And I think losing weight, like, to be honest with you, weight loss, I think when men think about weight loss, it's never for the health of the woman, to be quite honest with you. It's more of an aesthetic thing. So it's not for health reasons. I can say that for a fact. It is not for health reasons for sure. Most of the time, it's for them to have a certain image that is unrealistic, because they watch a lot of porn and all that other stuff, right? So their perception of women is based off of an unrealistic expectation, to be quite honest with you. And when you look back on women's bodies, like way back in the day, they were thicker. Women had hips, obviously, right? You need hips and all that stuff, right? And not saying if you're naturally skinny that you need that, but what I'm saying is that every body type should be celebrated as long as it's a healthy body type for that person. That's what I'll say. And stature matters too. So you could be, I've seen people who are 160 pounds, because some people think that 160 pounds is quote unquote fat, but they actually have a lot of muscle, right? So we don't even take muscle mass into consideration. Anyway, it's a whole nother topic, y'all. But yeah, it's very, very different. Mary, you said same here. He even had missing teeth, and one was holding on for dear life. But he would only pay to see the chiropractor. The only doctor he would see, red flag. Yeah, what is up with people not taking care of their teeth? Like I said, my teeth are not perfect. Like, I've been trying to get my, is that overbite or underbite? I think it's underbite. I've been trying to fix my gaps for the longest. They keep telling me to get veneers, and I'm like, the reason I haven't gotten my gaps fixed is because nobody wants to do braces on me for some reason. Because they said, like, oh, like, it's better to just get veneers. Every dentist that I visit keeps telling me veneers. I don't know why. And I think it's because the bottom of my teeth are straight, and the gaps are just here at the top, right? So it's a minor fix. But I don't want veneers. So that's the reason I haven't gotten them fixed. Now, are my teeth unhealthy? Hell no. I brush them every day. There is not a cavity inside. I've never had a cavity in my life. I take care of them, even if they're not straight and even if they're not aesthetically pleasing to some people. That's not the point, though. The point is just to maintain your teeth health, because it's going to make a difference, especially when you get older. As you get older, you need more dental care. That's a fact. Teeth are expensive as hell. It's $2,000 per tooth. That's true, but not if you have insurance. And that man, let me tell y'all something. He owned houses. He owned a whole house. He owned like a multiplex. He had a good job. He ain't had no reason to have his teeth looking like that. And that's why I judged him even more, because I'm like, hell, how you gonna be able to have all these houses and you ain't get your teeth fixed? That don't make no damn sense. I'm sorry. But dental care, you're right. It is very expensive. So that's why you got to use your job insurance for that. That's what I do. I get free cleanings and free, through my job, my job's employment insurance, I should say. I get free cleaning. I get free everything, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. I have really good dental care. Very good dental care. I'm blessed for that. And also in Canada, I'm pretty sure it's like that in some other countries too. In Canada, if you're lower income, they offer free dental care too. So that's how important dental care is. What a cheapskate. Marie, you said for some reason a lot of people fear the dentist. I don't get it. Also, I personally say no to veneers. It's too much shaving they do on real teeth. Exactly. That's why I don't want it. There's nothing wrong with my teeth, y'all. Nothing at all. Nothing wrong with my teeth and the health of my teeth. It's just it's an aesthetic thing. So then I was like, you know what? Like, do I need to close my gap? No, actually, I really don't. And I don't want to do it through veneers. I wanted to do it through Invisalign, actually. But they be blocking the sis. They're like, oh, you got to see an orthodontist, all this. I'm like, ain't you the dentist? I know there's a difference. But supposedly my bridge is like, my jaw is a little out. And just, whatever. I was just like, look, y'all just clean my teeth then. That's it. That's all I ask of you. All right, y'all. I think it's time to start today's topics. Because how long we been here? 30 minutes. Yeah, that's enough time for the intro. Okay, let's get it, y'all. And I found a way to get the comments on the screen again, so we're gonna test it out. Let me see if I could get the browser though. Why is it not? I don't know why my browser's not showing up on the screen. Give me a second, y'all. Hold up. I don't know why it's right here, but it's not showing up. Okay, we'll have to figure out how I can get the comments on the screen. But I know that I can probably get your individual comments on the screen. Let me try it again. Like, for example, yeah, you see? I got yours right here. So I see yours, Sophie. Oh, okay, that's how it is. Okay, I think I understand now what happened. Okay, I gotta make it larger like this. There we go. Let me see if I could stretch out your comment. I still gotta figure this out, y'all. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the size of what I did. Give me a second, y'all. Let me figure this out. And then we'll start. You guys said Vanessa Paradis has a gap and it's her signature. Yes, wasn't she the one that was with Johnny Depp? Yes, that's his baby mama. I believe so. The French actress. I believe that's his I don't want to say his, well, that is his baby mama. I ain't gonna lie. I know Vanessa. Yep, she does. Yeah, and it's very beautiful. Madonna has a gap too. I don't know if Madonna closed her gap. You know who has a very nice gap? Michael Strahan, the football player. I love his gap. His gap is so cute. So yeah, I don't mind it. Like, I really don't mind it. I know so many people who have gap teeth. I think it's just an insecurity. When I was young, they used to call me gappy and stuff. I didn't like that. Kids were so awful to me. I remember this one time in middle school, this boy said that my tongue looked like it was in jail. Because my gap was a little wider. Because, you know, when you have your baby teeth come out and then your other teeth, like, and then they were really big, right? And then they finally formed into their own. I just have a lot of trauma. They used to call me gappy. So I think that's why I am the way I am when it comes to teeth. Yeah, kids are so cruel. But you know what? I'm not going to let my childhood insecurity follow me into adulthood and get me to do a procedure that is, it's not worth it to me. I don't want to get my teeth messed up by a veneer by a dentist and put veneers in my teeth, even if it's certified, right? So I don't really need it. Hold on, y'all. I'm just give me 1 second. I'm just trying to see how I can widen the comments, and then we are going to move on to the stories. And to be honest with you, I love the health of my teeth. Like, all the dentists always compliment that I take care of my teeth, which is great. So yeah, I really don't have a reason to do that, to be quite honest with you. So it was just an insecurity. How are you, sis? How are you, Deja Rue? Opinionated with a side of shade. Hey, how are you? You said, hey, Romy, I love your show. Thank you so much. Allie, you said on America's Next Top Model, they made fun of gaps in a girl's teeth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They be making fun. You know who it was? Danielle. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all the pictures, but hold on, let me just make sure I could do the comments. It was Danielle. I remember. Did it come up? Hold on a second, y'all. I think I got it to come up. Yay, it did. Okay, yay. Okay, I finally got the comments up. Okay, we did it, Joe. We did it. I could get the comments up. I'm so excited. Okay, I finally got it, y'all. Okay, so now when I stream, the comments will be up, y'all. The comments will be up. I love it. Yeah, they called her Snaggletooth, y'all. I remember. Hold on, let me put the comments here. I remember. I'm going to pull this up here. I sure do remember. And her gap was beautiful. She had no reason to to close her gap. It was just Tyra being I really didn't like what they did to that girl. It was Danielle. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all who she was on Top Model in case you guys don't know who Danielle is. Let me fix this because now I have to make this wider. Hold on. This is gonna be in the back. I'm supposed to have another thing up here, but that's okay. I'll put the comments up here as I'm streaming. So you know what? Let me put my face up here. I think that might be better. No. Sorry, y'all. I gotta fix this. I gotta make sure that I fix this properly. But anyways, yeah, it was Danielle. I remember her. And she regrets it. She said that she regrets closing her gap. She said that in the documentary. You know what? We'll just leave the black space there. I ain't got time for this right now. We just wanted to do this right now. I'll figure out what to put here. But at least, yeah, I'm just so excited that the comments are coming up, y'all. It's a beautiful sight. Okay, so now, how do I remove it? Actually, I was supposed to do 15 seconds. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna have to, give me 1 second. Let me do the seconds here of when it appears. Auto hide after 10 seconds. Maybe, no. Yeah, 10 seconds because that'll probably take me as much time to read. Okay, here we go. All right, after 10 seconds, it'll disappear. Okay, all right, let me pop up another comment now really quickly to test, and then we're gonna take this show. We're gonna start the show is what I'm trying to say. Hold up. Where did it go? Damn it. Okay, here it is. No, that was last night's. No, not this one. Why I got so many damn screens open? Red flag to me. What? Now I'm confusing my damn self. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm confusing myself. Where's my pop out chat? Chrome, where are you? Okay, here we go. This is the one. Okay, I got it. Okay. On the brighter side, hey sis, welcome. Hey y'all, happy Father's Day to those who celebrate. Yes, happy Father's Day. To all the daddies out there, the real ones, not the fugazi ones. Yes, y'all are much appreciated. The real daddies out there. I hope you guys have fun with your fathers. Koala, you said she closed hers and gave another girl a gap, just ruining teeth for no reason. Tyra was diabolical. Y'all know she's suing Top Model now. She's suing Top Model. Hold up, let's get to Tyra Banks. She's suing, Netflix. Let's talk about it real quick. She's suing Netflix because of the documentary. She alleges defamation. Red flag. How you gonna allege defamation? You were in the documentary, sis. You see, this is what happens with these Sagittarius, some of them. The December ones, something's wrong with y'all. Because all my November Sagittarius friends, they are cool as hell. Love them. They're the most, best people ever. But y'all December ones, what is going on with y'all? What happens? Is Mercury in retrograde or something? How are you gonna sue them for defamation in your face? Your mug was all up in there. Is this not you? Is this not you, Tyra? You were there. Look, who is this? Hold on, let's go right back. We don't even need to watch this whole thing. Who is this?
I knew I went.
Who is this? How you... Red flag. How you gonna sue them for defamation? You were right up in there. Come on now. You know what it is? She's embarrassed that, she has to actually be held accountable for once. Good night, Tyra. We're not even going to talk about her ass. All right, let's continue. Let's move on to our first story. What am I saying? Hold on. How did I get hold on. Give me a second, y'all. I put 10 seconds. Why is it not? Give me a second, y'all. Let me redo it. Why is it not going after 10 seconds? Maybe I should do it 5 seconds. So let's do that. Maybe 10 seconds might be too long. So we'll do 5 seconds. 5. And then, okay, I forgot to put the comma. Is that what it was? Okay, we'll do 5 seconds. Okay. Did I not save it? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's do that. All right, perfect. Let's start now. First topic. Okay, I was talking about Carmelo Anthony. I think I put him first, right? Let's get into serious topics first. Oh Lord. And then we're gonna get into all the rest of the topics. So Carmelo Anthony, y'all. Let's talk about him because this is an important case. I'm not gonna get into too much detail about it. When I say detail, it's not gonna be a how can I say this? This is a teenager we're talking about here. That's number one. Number two, I also want to make sure, and I want to preface this by saying, hold on, before we start, I want to preface this by saying that I believe that these two young boys, young teenagers, Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, they were still teenagers at the end of the day, and I have seen a lot of discourse online, and that's the reason why I was very hesitant to cover his story. The reason why is because it has turned into something that is really, it's turned into an ugly situation. It's always been ugly, but now it's even uglier online. And one thing I will say about the Carmelo Anthony situation is, one, it is it's very sad. The whole time that I saw the situation from the beginning, I was just like, this is just tragic. It's just tragic. It's tragic. And I truly believe, this is my opinion, that adults were wrong in this whole entire situation. Their parents failed them on both sides. Both sides. And when you see how this case has culminated, it was basically built off of, a lot of tension between the races, and that's rightfully so. They're in Texas. We just celebrated Juneteenth last weekend, just a day or two ago. Juneteenth was what, Friday? Yesterday was Saturday. Today is Sunday. And they released the entire footage of the entire altercation on Juneteenth, which was red flag. They waited until Juneteenth to release it. That's number one. Number two, there was always tension between white and black, and you're in the South. So obviously there's a lot of historical tension, a lot of racial tension. We already know, right? We already know the historical context behind it. And when this whole situation happened, it was automatically white versus black. Automatically. Even though, in my opinion, it was a teenager versus another teenager. But for the history that has been had in the United States, you can't blame people for looking at the racial aspects of it, because there will always be a racial aspect or racial element to it. And the sad part about it is that you have two teenagers who were basically being used as kind of I guess they were being used, both of them, to be quite honest with you, by these grown-ass adults, pitting them against each other and making it, as, in my opinion, making the situation the way that it is now. And so now that we have this young black teenager that is going to jail for 35 years, this should be a wake-up call not only to everyone, but also it shows that, one, we don't get treated equally in the judicial system. That's a fact. All across the board. And number two, that parents need to do better for their children. And I'm talking about on both sides. I'm not just talking about Carmelo's parents. I'm talking about Austin's parents. So this is why yesterday, when the whole Wizard Liz situation happened, and I specifically said that, yes, it seems as if Wizard Liz is doing what she can do. That's the best option she could do for herself. That's what she said. I disagreed with it because I said that parents, once you decide to have a child, you need to be responsible. You need to be held accountable. You need to be responsible. And should his parents be held accountable for his actions? No. But what I'm trying to say is that I can tell, and this is my opinion, because I know, again, this is a very controversial case. I can tell that they did not do what they were supposed to do as parents. And when I say did not do, I'm talking about prepare their child to be a young black boy in this racist ass country. They didn't do that. Austin's parents did not raise their son to be a white man in a diverse country. There we go. So now you have generations and parents teaching kids, teaching kids, teaching kids. And when we have this type of situation happen, when the adults' voices are louder than the children's voices, this is what happens. And so now he's locked up in jail. One is 6 feet under. And there's still this racial divide going on about this case. And it's very unfortunate because both sides lose at the end of the day. Both sides. So now I had to preface it by saying this because I know that, again, the video we're about to watch is going to be controversial. I can already tell just by the title. Chrissy, shout out to her. I've reviewed a lot of her content, so I'm going to see what she has to say about it. The uncomfortable truth about Karmelo Anthony outrage and why black women should stand down. So we're going to listen to it. And I'm going to add my little 2 cents here and there. And I also want to say that Karmelo's parents, they were well off. They're not the face of poverty like most people like to think of black people. They were in a middle class neighborhood. They were in suburbia. And by all accounts, it looks like he was raised in maybe a white environment. That's what it sounds like. Maybe a little trinklet of black people here and there, but he was ill prepared. Let's just put it that way. And we got to talk about it. We going to talk about it, y'all. We going to talk about it because we saw this play out in the Jackie Aina situation with Patrick Ta. And also when I did the story on Sunday Love, and I was like, what's going on with the people in California? The black kids in California, the black people from California. You know what I mean? So then now we have Texas. And this is way more, I would say this is worse in this kind of situation because it's in the South. And not only that, but I believe Galveston, Texas was one of the cities where the slaves were told 2 years after emancipation that they were free. So it's not lost on me that this situation is happening in Texas as we speak. So let's get into it. I'm going to stop yapping. I just had to preface it because I got to make sure that I give as much context as I can before starting this story. Now, hold on. It says your comment is still on the screen. So I'm going to go read a few comments before we start because maybe y'all are giving me more information. You said, Sophie, you said Anthony's father is racist, saying Carmelin is a watermelon felon. Yes, we're going to get into that, sis. That's why I said both parents failed them. Both parents failed them. So we're going to get into that. I have the video here. I'm going to show all of that. All of that is going to be shown. Not Anthony, the white boy dad. Yeah. You talking about Metcalf, sorry. Austin Metcalf's father called him watermelon felon. And again, he's being propped up by MAGA. So again, this is the agenda of y'all already know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to listen. If you hear me talking like this, that means I'm trying to watch what I say. I gotta watch my words. But what I will say though is definitely there's an agenda being pushed. We already saw that. And number two, it's all the adults. All the adults in the situation failed these kids. And I feel so bad because this should have never happened. Both of these young boys should have been able to go home. That after a track meet. There's no reason why this should have happened. This was very much preventable. But again, when you have parents that are having children and they're not preparing them for the world out there. And also if you have a racist parent and you have parents who are putting their kids in these racist environments and these kids have to fend for themselves, you're failing them. We got to be honest about that. You're not preparing them. You're not helping them at all. And then you're putting them in these environments where they're literally like being hunted every day. And then you expect them to know how to be emotionally intelligent in that environment. Doesn't make sense, does it? So we have to talk about this. This is very much a big situation. And it's just it's a symptom of and exposing a lot of the, I don't want to say delusion, but lack of awareness of who you are and where you are. I'm just going to leave it at that. Karmelo was not equipped to be living in that environment. He didn't have the tools. I could already tell. And he wasn't taught the tools either. I could already tell. And then Austin, he was a product of his environment too. So there we go. The girl from the crash, she killed a black boy too. What girl from the crash? You gotta let me know. Starlight, Dr. Candice Matthews, I think that's her name, is helping the Karmelo case. I absolutely love her as an activist. She is? Okay, we're gonna get into her. I'm gonna look her up. And they also, we're gonna get into the lawyer of it all. Oh my God, there's just so much going on with that case. Oh, the teenager. Okay, I see what you wrote. Like the teenage killer Sharilla, something, her parents or something too. Was that the girl who was with that ex-boyfriend? Was that the one recently? I think I saw her body cam footage. I'll have to show that next week because I think I heard about her. Eddie is a big denominator in this. Okay, we're gonna get into it. Who's Eddie? Who's Eddie? Is Eddie no, Eddie's not the lawyer, is he? Is Eddie the lawyer? Okay, we're going to find out. I'm going to get into all of this. All right, let's start, y'all. We're going to start right now.
I'm going to give my unpopular opinion on the response to the Karmelo Anthony verdict as well as the Rick Chow verdict. And before we get into it, I do exclusive content for Neptunian members and patrons. So if you're interested in watching, the links to
wait, hold on.
Also, if you enjoy my content, be sure to like this video, share.
Wait, give me a second. I think I know what I'm going to do. Give me a second. Sorry, y'all. I'm just being myself right now. And this is annoying me. So, hold on. Why can't I move this? Oh, that's why. This needs to be moved. I'm going to move this and then make myself smaller here. So that way I can see the comments at the same time. Okay, this is helping me now. Okay, here we go. All right, and then let me just make myself a little bit smaller. Here we go, so I can be right here, and then I'll put this here. Okay, wait, now I'm too small. Hold on a second, y'all. We'll just have to do it for now because it was irritating me. Okay, here we go. All right, let's play.
And subscribe. So as most of you have probably heard, Karmelo Anthony was recently sentenced to 35 years in prison for unaliving Austin Metcalf, another student at his school. And Rick Chow was recently found not guilty in the unaliving of a black male teenager. And I'm not here to talk about the trials and whether or not they got fair sentencing. I more so want to talk about black women.
Wait, one more thing. Hold on. Here we go. It's supposed to be like this. Sorry, y'all. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
To these situations, I see quite a bit of black women protesting. There's a viral clip of a black woman yelling, talking about how she has 5 sons.
Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys.
I mean, but it's not okay. One thing I will say though is I understand the sentiment of like, okay, black women stand down, but you have to understand she has a son. So I can't tell a mom how to feel when she sees her sons, you know, being possible targets, and especially if they're in the Texas area. So I can't fault her for wanting to ride for her kids, and she's seeing him in her sons, seeing Karmelo like her son. So I can't fault the moms for going out there and protesting. I will say that. So I just had to preface that. I
don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin.
35 years. He got 35 years. He got 35 years.
And if he was white, he would have got nothing.
They're not lying. If he was white, I actually do believe that he would get a lesser sentence. That's a fact. He probably would have been acquitted. So they're not lying about what they're saying. Now, the only thing I will say, though, is that, Okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't care no more. We just gonna say keep it 100. What I will say though is that this is what I was talking about when I said their parents are setting them up for failure. You live in a racist society. The society is not going to view you as a young boy. They're going to view you as a man. The fact that they charge a 17-year-old as an adult already lets you know. The fact that his trial was so quick. When I saw how quick that trial was, I was like, hold up. They were ready to throw the book at him. So again, this begs my question, is he was not prepared for this. Him and that little the young guy, Sean Garthright or whatever his name is, in the whole Julio Fulio case. I think I showed it a few weeks ago, where he literally looked shocked when the judge gave him or handed him the guilty verdict. And I'm like, do you not know that you are a black man? Even though you're light skinned, you are seen as a black man. Remember, the one drop rule still exists for them in America, especially in the South, in Florida, Texas. This is not a crime that you can get away with these kind of things. Not only that, but you also have to take into consideration that Karmelo, I would say Karmelo was, again, how can I say this? Karmelo was surrounded by others. I think he forgot too. And that's the thing. You want to raise your kid to not see color, but unfortunately color comes into the equation in all of these cases. And I agree with them. If it was a young white boy who had done this to a young black boy, I promise it wouldn't be 35 years. It wouldn't have been. But we already know that. Like, we already know this. This is like common knowledge. So then, again, why the shock? This is not a shocking thing. And another thing, that's what I forgot to say. Self-defense. You, as a young black man, even if it was self-defense, they will never see you as a victim. I showed it yesterday where they even saw a pet as a victim versus a 1-year-old baby. When I showed the comments in the poor golden doodle, the beautiful golden doodle that got pew-pewed yesterday or last week, and I showed it yesterday, the comments were so distraught. I saw RIP everywhere. But yet, when a 1-year-old baby was unalived and pew-pewed by a cop, those comments were blaming the mother. I didn't see no RIPs, maybe one. And even then, that wasn't even an RIP. It was like, why did the mom do this? It's your fault, your son, blah, blah, blah. A pet versus a baby. When they both should be getting this, like, to be honest with you, both should be outraged. There should be outrage for both. And yet, you have a 17-year-old boy who really thought that self-defense was going to clear him in Texas, being black. You don't get the same treatment. You will never get the same treatment. And I think that we need, as a society, to remind our young brothers and sisters. He touched him. He did this. It doesn't matter to them. It will never. They own the system. They could rig it whenever they want to. And then it's game over. That's the point. Continuing on. Let's continue watching this, y'all. I'll read a few comments after. What said I claim? Who said that? What set? What set we talking about? I'm not part of no gang. What we talking about here? Red flag. I don't know what set you talking about. But welcome.
It would have never been It would have never been no hand group.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion here.
Just like Karmelo was doing. I'm glad you just said that. That's what Karmelo was doing. Protecting his motherfucking son. Where y'all white people at? If you love Austin, you would be here. To cast it out. Listen, come on, man. Cast it. Give me a hug because all that pain. Because racism goes on every better stand with Austin. Because if he falls, if he falls even deeper into hell, because y'all want to keep sacrificing that baby, I promise you, I'm going to wake you all. And I'm going to make y'all respect. And I'm going to make you clean. You better cast your weight. Cast it. Because baby want to cast it, but she don't know what I'm talking about. Cast your shit. Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! Free Karmelo! What's his name?
Okay, one thing I have to say is that this is, like I said, it's a symptom. I, again, cannot blame them for their reaction because this is all tension that's been culminating for a long time. After many years, centuries of injustice, a Carmelo Anthony, a Trayvon Martin, a Tamir Rice, they're all going to be rolled up into one, even though the cases are very different, right? The reason for that is because you can sense the pain. Even the one who was casting out the demons of the racism and all that. When you look at it from that standpoint, this is why things exploded the way they did. Because we can never look at, we should be at the time of 2026. But to be fair, it hasn't even been that long since civil liberties and civil rights came into act. That was in the 60s, 70s. So it hasn't been that long. And in 2026, ideally, you should be looking at a case of just two teenagers getting into it. But unfortunately, race is always going to be involved because this hasn't been resolved. And I don't think it will ever be. This is all pain. It's not just Carmelo Anthony. What you're seeing here is not just Carmelo Anthony. I have to make that very clear. And it's the same thing with the Rick Chow situation. People are trying to just see it as an individual case, when in actuality, it's a culmination. It's never isolated. It is always going to be years and centuries of pain that you are seeing right here on the screen. So even though they're doing it and saying free Carmelo, it's not just free Carmelo. It's going to be free this person who had an injustice done to them. Free that person who also had an injustice done to them. Free all the young black men who have been unjustly arrested and who have gone through racism and who have had unequal access to justice. This is what this is. So I got to make that very clear. You're not just looking at people saying free Carmelo. No, it's not just free Carmelo. This is free all of them people. Free everybody. They're thinking about everybody when they're saying this. So I cannot fault them for having this kind of reaction. And unfortunately, I have to side with them and say that, yes, it is very true. Y'all remember that little rich boy, the rich young deviant demon that had he raped a girl behind a dumpster, and they set him free because they said that, he had a lot of life to live and I'm sure he learned from his mistakes. The one who unalived the people at the church, Dylan Roof, that deviant, demonic ass, subhuman piece of shit of a boy or whatever the hell he is, man. They gave him a hamburger before they took him to jail. This is what you're dealing with right here, where they see young white men as boys, but they see your young black boys as men. And unfortunately, like I said, we're going to continue. This is just the way it is. Unfortunately, you got to train your kids. If you have a young black son, if you have a young biracial son, hell, they're going to see them the same way. So there's no tokenism here in America and in Canada. If you have a young indigenous son, if you have a young Latino son, yeah, y'all, some of y'all act like y'all not, but they group you up in there too. You better start teaching your sons, because they're not going to get the same penalty as a Brad, because Brad will be able to serve his time and go on to become a senator or the president of the United States. Your son is going to hopefully be able to get out of jail if he's lucky. But nobody wants to talk about that. And then you move your kids into these neighborhoods and into these places, and you don't prepare them. There's nothing wrong with moving your kid to have better access to life, even though personally speaking, just because it's all white doesn't mean that it has better education or better anything. You could find that anywhere, to be quite honest with you. But for the sake of the argument that some people say, oh, it's for safety and all that stuff. Okay, I get it. As a parent, you want to do the best for your kid. But don't put them there and set them there and prepare them and act like they're going to just figure it out. They're not. They need guidance.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? What do we want? Justice! What do we want?
I'm seeing Black women content creators crying online because they're covering the case and they're apparently being harassed by racist white people. And while I understand why Black women with Black sons or Black male family members are invested in these cases, you protesting and hollering at the police isn't going to do anything but potentially get you unalived or locked up. And I also caution Black women against showing your faces online and defending these Black men and boys and attaching yourselves to their cases, because that's only going to put a bigger target on your backs and threaten your livelihood, because you have no protection, ladies. Black men have not created a system to counter the one you're bucking up against. You yelling at the cops and dragging white people online is not going to change your position in the system of white supremacy. The only thing that's going to change that is Black men building infrastructure, creating a protection force for their community that's actually effective, and a counter system for their community to go up against the current system and ensure that the children in it are protected by the system of white supremacy or from any other threats that may be posed by outside communities.
I'll add something further to it, and I agree with her on that. Also, the violence for within our community itself, that's also something that needs to be talked about. Violence against women, it's all connected, y'all. It's all connected. All connected. And right now we're talking about this case, so I'm going to keep it on this case. But to be honest with you, there needs to be accountability all across the board. All across the board.
You as a woman bucking up against white law enforcement every time there's an injustice against a Black man or a Black boy, that is not going to change anything, ladies. If that was a solution and that actually worked, y'all wouldn't still be complaining about the same racism and unfairness against Black people and Black men and boys in 2026. Black women, you cannot fix this. Not on your own. It's primarily up to Black men. And if you ain't talking about that in this conversation, you ain't really talking about nothing, and I can't take you seriously. And I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of pushback for this, but it has to be said. The truth of the matter is that Black women are once again making themselves the sacrifice for a group of men and boys that would never have their back in the same way, especially when it comes to this Karmelo Anthony case. If Karmelo was a 17-year-old Black girl who unalived one of her white female classmates in self-defense, Black men in particular would not be infantilizing her or referring to her as a baby.
She ain't lying. She's not lying. She's not lying.
Or a kid, the way that the Black community is doing with Karmelo. Karmelo is being infantilized by the Black community when we see time and time again that 17-year-old, 18-year-old Black girls rarely get the same courtesy by both genders in the Black community. If y'all remember a while back when a Black girl by the name of Marnice DeClue beat up a white girl by the name of Kaylee Gain after she was bullying her, I recall Black men online empathizing with the white girl. I don't recall any of the prominent Black men who are now speaking on Karmelo coming to Marnice's defense or highlighting the racism in that situation. And I know it wasn't the same exact scenario, but Black men rarely ever come to a Black girl or woman's defense.
She's right. And that's why I said that there has to be accountability on all sides, because if we're going to talk about and this is all across the board, if we're going to talk about the protecting the youth. We're talking about the youth here. Protecting the youth from outside forces and racism from external forces. We also have to teach the youth how to respect women, especially the young men. How to respect women, how to treat women, how to see women as, as what they're supposed to be seen as humans. They don't treat Black women as human beings. We come right down to the same point. Right back to the same point. When you don't see, they humanize, the reason they're infantilizing Karmelo, I'm talking about Black men, is because they see him as a young Black man. They can empathize with him. They see him as a human. Unfortunately, not all, but many black men, I gotta be honest, in our community, they do not see us as human beings. They see us as property. So whenever, especially when it comes to against a woman of another race, and they don't see us as equal, they don't see women the same. They see white women as better. So this is why when you have a situation of a young black girl getting bullied by a young white girl, even though they are, the stature is different, which I understand, but at the same time, that young white girl was being a menace. And so the black girl's reaction was justified. I got to be honest. Even though I would say, and I would tell her that you got to, handle your situations in another way, especially when you're dealing with this type of demon. I can't say that it's not her, that it's her fault and all these things, right? Because she was basically reacting. Like, eventually you get tired of it, right? However, notice that they didn't even defend her. And she's right about that. I can't even fault her for saying that. Chrissy is absolutely right about that. Because I have not seen that online, I'll be honest. But then again, online is not a reflection of the real world. But even in real life, it's your fault. What did you do? Same thing with that young woman who had the baby. The baby that was unalived at Walmart, Cohen. Everyone blamed her, even though she was the passenger in a car. Red flag. Passenger. She had no control over what the driver was doing. She was a passenger. And her baby was unalived. Nobody focused on that. They focused on her as a mother and her as a young black woman. And how dare you? It's your fault. Again, they cannot see the humanness in you, so that's why they never see you as a victim. That's it. That's all.
Coming to Marnice's defense, or highlighting the racism in that situation. And I know it wasn't the same exact scenario, but black men rarely ever come to a black girl or a woman's defense when we become targets of racism and white supremacy for defending ourselves against non-black people. Even when the Asians go viral for fighting black women in their hair supply stores, black men typically side with the Asians. And they get online and talk about how ghetto and ratchet black women are and how they need to stop wearing weave and supporting the Asians, this, that, and the third. When Breonna Taylor was unalived by the police, I recall black men calling her a trap queen and a thug lover and pretty much blaming her for her own unaliving. Meanwhile, a black man can be a serial criminal, and if he gets unalived by the cops, black men in the entire black community completely overlook his criminality and focus solely on racism, white supremacy, and how that played a factor in the situation. And I also noticed that nobody in the black community says anything when these men are in relationships with non-black women or non-black girls. But when black women are unalived, the race of men that they dated when they were alive matters.
Yep. Y'all saw it with Ashley, I forgot her last name, y'all. The beautiful sis that got unalived in Tanzania. We saw it with Lauren Smith Fields. We also see it all the time. And yeah, that's what you get for being a divester. That's what you get for, dating outside your race. Da 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 da. And it's y'all. Oh Lord, I don't even know what to say, y'all. It's disturbing as hell. Disturbing as hell. And when you really think about it fundamentally, like I said, they don't see you as a human, and also they are socialized and raised to not see you as a human. Because again, it goes back to how boys are raised, how young black boys are raised versus how young black girls are raised. We are always raised as second-class citizens against our brothers. And so, not always, I don't want to say always, because some parents have done a good job of reversing that. But I know I was. My brothers would be here, we would be here. From my mama, not my daddy. That's the crazy part. Red flag. Yeah, I hope my mama's watching this too. So yeah, there again, this is all conditioning, social conditioning. It all starts at home. So when your parents raise you in a way, like let's say you have brothers, right? You have a boy and a girl. Let's just say a family has a young boy and a young girl. What you are seeing them do here on social media and in the real world is just a reflection of the parenting that they received. Mother never holding the son accountable, coddling the son, and then no matter what he does, he's still a little boy. But you are supposed to grow up very fast. You are supposed to be the woman of the house, even as a little girl. And if something happens, it's your fault as a woman. You take the blame. But our sons will never take, no, it's not them. We can never see them as criminals. We can never see them as like whatever it is, whatever crime they did. We're never going to hold them accountable. They're just innocent victims all the time, right? So then now when you see that playing out in real life, we can't like, this is expected. It's expected to be like that because that's how they were raised by their mamas. To be coddled and to see women as objects and to see women as subservient. And even within a household, your mother will do that. So, of course, they're going to grow up and take up for the men and not for the women because they watch their mothers do it to their sisters. It's your fault you're fast. It's your fault you got raped. It's your fault that you dressed. Oh, maybe if you weren't like this, he wouldn't have touched you like that. Maybe if you didn't do this, then he wouldn't do that to you. There we go.
And if they weren't unalived and they just did something wrong, if their partner is not black, that matters. If Karmelo were a black girl and she had all these photos online of her and her non-black boyfriend, they would have gone viral by now. And that would have been a topic of conversation in the black community. Black people will be talking about it. All the hoteps, all the pro-blacks will be frothing at the mouth, labeling her a coon that loved to be around white people and white zaddy, and that's what got her unalived. And no, it would not matter how young or old she was. It would not matter if she was a teenager or not. Black men would absolutely be talking about her boyfriend being non-black. But I noticed in the Karmelo situation, that isn't being brought up. And the same thing happened with George Floyd. It didn't matter that his partner was white or one of his partners was a white woman. So ladies, in these situations, I think it's very important for you to ask yourselves, if this were a black woman or a black girl, would black men be going hard for you the way many of you are going hard for them? Would the black men involved in the situation be defending a black woman or girl in the same situation? Would George Floyd have defended you as a black woman? Would Karmelo Anthony defend a black girl in his same situation? I highly doubt it. And I don't care what anyone says, that matters. And black women and girls do not have to cape for black men or boys who would never cape for them. I don't care if you have sons or not. If they're not your biological children or your family members, you're not obligated to defend them. Burn the cape. And I also keep seeing black people say, oh, well, this is why you need to teach your black children to stay away from white people. As if black children can't also be harmed by other black children. Black people, and especially black men and boys, unalive each other every day. And I'm always seeing viral videos of black children fighting in the streets.
That is very true. It is very true. However, what I will say though is that there's another element to it that we have to discuss, and that's when you send your kids to whatever neighborhood you want to send your kids. And that's why I said it's okay if you want to put your kid in a better environment. But at the same time, you have to set them up regardless. And unfortunately, it goes back to not having the proper infrastructure. So then you have a lot of families who do need to move out of certain neighborhoods in order to go to other neighborhoods thinking that they're going to be better for their kids, when in actuality, it's actually worse. So that's a bigger problem that we need to talk about. But do I think that you should, do I think that moving your kids to a white or black neighborhood will have the same outcome? No, I do not. I actually believe that you have to prepare your kids in either way, because as a black person in this world, especially if you're a black woman, but as a black person in this world, you're going to receive everything on all sides, whether it's from your own or outside, unfortunately, until things change. That's just the way it is, right? So would Karmelo have had the same outcome if he was in a black neighborhood? We don't know. We don't know. But putting him in this kind of neighborhood also is not conducive without teaching him the tools, or teaching somebody like him. I'm using him as an example, but in my opinion, to be honest with you, it's worse, because then, look at him, 35 years. 35 years. I can almost guarantee you, if he had done it to another black boy, it would have been less time. I gotta be honest. My opinion. And I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm saying that look at how the difference in justice is. And 35 years is a lot, y'all. That's a lot, especially for a teenager. And do I think, again, we're going to get into that case. I'm going to let her finish. But do I think that he had a motive to do it? I don't know. But what I will say, though, is that did he have a valid fear? Yes, he did. When he said that he was surrounded and he was scared, I actually believe him on that. And we're going to talk about that. Let's continue. And I'll read a few comments after this one.
Off each other. And how about you just teach your black children how to strategically defend themselves in ways that fit the situation? It's probably not the best idea to pull out a knife at a fist fight. You can't go around slicing people in the heart every time they bully you or try to fight you. Fight with your hands. If somebody pushes you or threatens you with their hands, you fight back with your hands. And if you lose, oh well, take the L. At least there's a...
Yeah, but Chrissy, you see, this is where I disagree with you, sis. I kind of disagree with you on this one, because you can't tell somebody that, especially a teenager, one, his frontal lobe's not developed. So there's that. And then number two, you don't know what he has dealt with in the past by people who look like Austin. Remember, he's in a majority white town. We don't know what N-words have been thrown at him. We don't know what his environment was like. We don't know what this little boy, young man, has been through. A young boy. He's actually a boy. We don't know. That's the thing, we don't know. And also, when you see a reaction like this, like, to everyone, it looks so simple, like, oh, all he did was show up, and then the guy said don't touch me, and then he touched him, and then he stabbed him. This was disproportionate. He probably wasn't even seeing Austin in front of him. He was seeing somebody else. He was seeing all of the people who bullied him or did whatever to him, and he's getting get back. How come people can understand it from the perspective of when a young white individual, a young white boy, goes into a school and annihilates everybody because he was bullied, and oh my God, people treated him so badly, and he just had to go and have revenge and get revenge. When Eminem was doing all his manifestos against his baby mama, I didn't hear nobody. I mean, there were a few people who were opposed it, but majority of the people from his community, they were saying that, oh, he grew up in a bad, troubled childhood. He had a mom who was living in a trailer park. You can sympathize with that. But yet you can't sympathize for a young black boy who grew up in a neighborhood like he did, and who grew up surrounded by people like he did. We don't know. And that's why I want to make very clear that this case is not just a one and done. I can automatically see he is a troubled young boy. Troubled. And also, we don't know what his parents were teaching him, but I can almost guarantee you, I don't think they were teaching him how to defend himself. And so why did he need to feel the need to bring a knife to protect himself? Why did he feel the need to do whatever, this, that, and the third? How come nobody's getting to the bottom of that? And this is where I think that, we need to have more conversations about that. Why was it necessary for him to have this weapon on him? Why is nobody talking about that? Why was it necessary for that young black brother, the young black boy in the Rick Chow situation? I got to remember his name. I'm so sorry, y'all. It's at the top of my head. But why was it necessary for him to carry a pew-pew? Why is nobody talking about that? Why? This one was in a majority white neighborhood. The other one was in a majority black neighborhood. Similar, different outcomes, but still. And also, he's trying to defend himself. We don't know if Austin would have had something. So he literally was acting as if Austin would have had something for him. Why would he do that? That's what I'm saying. Like, we got to talk about these things. And maybe y'all gonna know, maybe you guys know in the comments, but for me, it's like, these are the questions I need answered, but I don't see anybody answering that. Why did he have it? Did he say why he had it?
A better chance that you'll walk away with your freedom and you'll have the rest of your life ahead of you. And
you don't know that, though, because what if Austin had pulled something out? This is the thing. We're when you are used to being in the jungle. When I say jungle, I'm not talking about all black neighborhoods or nothing like that. I'm talking about you're used to being in a certain environment. If you're used to being on flight or fight mode, he's from Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. If you're raised to always defend yourself, you're raised to always see people as the enemy, then this is what's going to happen. He didn't see a young white boy coming to him. He saw an aggressor. And I can vouch for that, because when you live in a neighborhood where you see majority of people do not look like you, the black experience is different. And I wish people would really understand that. I went from like I said, I've lived in diverse areas. This is the whitest city I've ever lived in. I've never lived in an all-white city in my life. This is the whitest city I've ever lived in my life. And even I had to adjust because I was like, whoa, I don't know if you being passive aggressive with me. I don't know if, you always have to question everything. At first, I thought people were being fake. I was like, why are you being so nice to me? I was caught off guard. I'm not going to lie to y'all. It was really weird. I was like, wait, this reminds me of like some type of like Stepford Wives, like, when people laughing and smiling. Thankfully, people here are very friendly. But I always have in the back of my mind that maybe I might meet the person who might not be so friendly. And I gotta, I gotta do what I gotta do. As a black person, you always have to have that in your mind. You can never get too comfortable. So at the end of the day, I can't fault him because that's the environment he came from. And I will say, one thing I will say though, is I wish the parents would have done a better job in teaching him. That I can say right away. But at the same time, you have to prepare your kids for this because look at this. And then Chrissy's saying, yeah, you can't fight a fist. Like, yeah, that's basic fundamental. It's true. You cannot have use of force that's more than what the other person has. But as we know, look at the George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin situation. Trayvon didn't do nothing. He was just trying to get away. And then, boom. So it's a bigger problem. So it's a very nuanced conversation. I gotta be honest. Very nuanced conversation. And unfortunately, like I said, he was ill-equipped to deal with this on his own. And I really wish they would have called somebody over, y'all. This was just so preventable. So very preventable.
And also pick and choose your battles. Sometimes it's best to just walk away instead of trying to prove that you're a badass and you're about that life. Sometimes taking an L literally means avoiding death or jail time. So
it could be that, but then we don't know what he would have done too. His daddy's a racist, y'all. We don't know if he would have beat him to a we don't know. We don't know. These are, again, two teenagers, unfortunately, ill-equipped for life. And there was just way too much ego, too much emotions, and way too much of attention here. And also, like, it's just, yeah, it's very sad, y'all.
So it's like when I hear these conversations and I hear black people's solutions, it's like y'all are not giving them very good advice. And it's no wonder why they end up in these kind of situations. And while I do agree that black people should be mindful about the people they surround themselves with and the environments they go in and the schools they send their children to, an all black environment doesn't automatically mean a safer environment.
No, but at least you know the devil you're dealing with. That's it. Hell, I know Haitians like the back of my hand. If I'm in an all-Haitian environment, I already know the devil I'm dealing with. But place me and pluck me somewhere else where I don't know the people, I have to be extra vigilant. That's just a fact. I don't know them. I don't know what they can do to me. So I always have to be on guard. I can never be resting easy. And same thing with this situation right here. He was uneasy for a reason. Why is nobody talking about that?
Or a place that's completely free from bullying, especially when it comes to black girls and women. My biggest bullies as a black woman and when I was a black girl have been other black people, both in real life and online. And I've been in all black environments as well as all white environments. In my personal experience, I'm usually the most comfortable in a multicultural environment where there's a variety of races or a little bit of everything. And I talked about this on my channel before, but I went to a very multicultural school growing up and it benefited me a lot. But I just think in general that if you move strategically as a black person in America, you're not going to find yourself in a lot of conflict or altercations with people no matter what race.
I disagree with this. I'm so sorry, Chrissy. I don't know where you grew up, sis, but I disagree with this. Why don't you go ask Philando Castile? He grew up in Minnesota. Didn't he grow up in a very diverse Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken? Minneapolis, sorry. Very diverse area. And look what happened to him. He was complying and he still got unalived. He was trying to walk away and still got unalived. This happens every day. There's no there's no straight cut answer to it, to be quite honest with you. And living in a multicultural environment, look at what happened with the Rick Child situation. Come on, man. Red flag. I gotta give a red flag for that. POC doesn't matter. They have the same colonizing mindset. Come on now. We gotta do a little bit better with that. Just a little bit better. Do I agree that there needs to be strategy? Absolutely. Do I agree parents need to talk to their children? 100%. You need to know what lines then you're entering. But at the same time, I can't act like, oh, if he's in a multicultural, if he walks away. No! It could be the same outcome. So many men have walked away and still ended up dead. So many women have walked away and still ended up dead. Come on now. Let's be for real. Doesn't matter. When you have that kind of colonizing mindset, when you see people as less than human, you're going to have the same result regardless of where you are. But at least, like I said, there's a devil you know and a devil you don't know. I'd rather deal with the devil I know than I don't know. That's it. That's all.
Race you're around, what environment you're in. And I'm not saying that things can't happen once in a blue moon, but to tell Black people, and especially Black women and girls, to only be around Black people to avoid racism or to avoid getting bullied, that's extreme in my opinion, and it's bad advice. Especially when Black people, and especially Black men and boys, are some of the biggest bullies of Black women and girls. No, your best bet as a Black woman or a Black girl, especially as an unambiguous dark-skinned Black woman or a Black girl, is to judge people on an individual basis, regardless of race, move strategically, and live your best life. Do not let the interactions between Black men and white men, or Black boys and white boys, or the consequences resulting from their stupid decisions in those interactions scare you out of seeing the world.
That I agree with. I agree with that point. Yes, judge people on an individual basis. That's how I live my life. 100%. Because not all skin folk are kinfolk. We learned that with the Jackie Ina situation. And not all Black people will have your back. And also, not all white people are allies. And not all POC are allies. That's 100% factual.
And making individual friends and allies in other communities. That is not the solution here. And when you think about it, regardless of what happens to Black men and boys, they as a collective, they're not going to stop dealing with non-Black people either, whether it's to level up or get jobs or date or whatever. So why should you stay away from them as a Black woman or girl? Black men and boys are still going to go to that white man for a job just like you are. They still need him for that. They're still going to go to that Asian-owned liquor store and gas station too. And again, until they band together and create more of their own stores to replace them and create other establishments that their communities can go to instead of having to rely on other groups of people, I can't take none of what they're saying seriously. And don't tell me they can't do it because white people won't let them. There are enough millionaire Black men and high earning Black men in the entertainment industry, in the sports.
Yeah, no. After doing the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study, I have to respectfully disagree with you, sis. I love you though, but I gotta disagree with you. Y'all know I keep it 100. That's not a solution either now that I think about it. And I'll tell you, it took me a while to really figure it out because I was trying to figure out, I might need to do a case study. I know I keep promising case studies. Yesterday, somebody asked me about Anderson .Paak. I done forgot about his ass. I gotta do more case studies. I'm gonna try to do them concurrently once I finish the Diana and Korea one. I really want to do a case study on this because we're gonna talk about it in the Beyonce and Jay-Z case study. Michael Jackson, he bought Sony ATV. That has the publishing of the Beatles. It had the publishing of the Beatles. It had the publishing of all these other artists, including Jay-Z and Beyonce. We'll get into that tomorrow when I drop the case study. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm praying I can do it by tomorrow. But it's not as easy as you think it is, sis. They have monopolized it too. No matter where you go as a Black person, woman or man, you can only get so far up at the top before you're done. And even if you wanted to do something for your community, there are aspects of it that you can't do. And I don't want to say it as like a fear-mongering thing. I'm just saying that this is just the reality of the world we live in. A lot of them, especially entertainers, yeah, some of them are not kinfolk, some of them are buffooning out there. But I will say, though, that, the ones who do want to do better and the ones who have tried to do better, it gets co-opted. I got to be honest. And then you're left with the riffraff. So when we look at collectively, even African countries, even like countries in the Caribbean, there's a lot of corruption. And it's both by people who look like us and people who don't. People are getting bought out. People are being put in puppet governments. Your leaders are being chosen for you. You think you're voting for them? Yeah, no. And then the ones who do want to do better, how many examples do we need? We need to do a case study on that. That might have to, that's going to be members only for show, or some hidden thing. But if you look at all the people who tried to change and who tried to, revolutionize how things are done, they don't last long. That's for a reason. It's by design. So when you see your neighborhoods in a way and you're trying to figure out why the billionaires are not putting their money in there, ask yourself, one, do they have an incentive? Most likely not. Two, how much money can they give? Because most of them are broke. They also are living paycheck to paycheck and in debt. A lot of them are, y'all. That's why they keep doing all of these tours and all of, they're owned by other people. They don't own their shit. They don't. They're puppets just like us. They're just not 9 to 5. That's it. They don't own it. They don't own the companies. And even if they wanted to make a change, I'm pretty sure that it wouldn't take long before it reverted and some other situation happened. And again, I'm not trying to say that it can't happen. I believe that one day it will. Individually, we have to do more, personally speaking. But you can't expect a billionaire to save you. They're not there. First of all, the fact that they're a billionaire already lets you know what time it is. So there's that. So I actually disagree wholeheartedly with this. They're not thinking like you. And then they've escaped poverty. So in their minds, they're in the upper echelon. So they don't have to worry about your broke ass anymore anyways. Why do they care about you? They don't need to care about you. They only care about their family. As they should, to be quite honest with you. So they're not thinking about community minded. They don't care about you, like your community. Most of the people who buy their concert tickets are probably living middle class, lower income. They don't care how much money you had to save to buy their concert tickets. You could tell by the way the music that they're sending, right? Except I'll give Michael Jackson credit. I listened to a lot of his music just recently for the case study as well, and I was like, damn, he had a lot of really good songs about just like the state of the world and changing things, and he talked a lot about different social issues. But most of the time, unfortunately, those kind of artists, they're not here anymore. They no longer exist. Now you got the ones who's gonna make you think about doing other things. Let's just put it that way.
Industry to create a Black Wall Street, at least in every major city. They could at least do that. They just don't want to. They would rather complain online day in and day out about how they're being treated under the system of white supremacy and protest and riot.
They cannot. Like I said. Just anyways, I don't want to get into it too much. Michael Jackson tried. He tried to buy the biggest publishing. His goal was to make it easier for Black artists to own their music, own their work, all that stuff. Prince is another example. He tried. We have so many artists out there. I think James Brown also tried. I think there was another artist. Was it Tina Turner? I don't remember who did. A lot of people have tried, y'all. A lot of people. A lot of people have tried to change countries, have tried to change things, have tried to change the system, and they are no longer here to tell their story, and it's not because they naturally died. Capitalism needs people underneath its feet in order to survive. And unfortunately, we are the weakest link to the world.
Riot in the street and continuously complain about the white man and other non-Black men while simultaneously putting their women on a pedestal. And this is why I will continue to say that it's stupid for Black women to get online and get out in the streets and protest for them. That is not a solution, and it does not benefit Black women in any way. It's not going to help your situation or your position or your standing in this country. It's a waste of time. And again, you're sacrificing yourself and your livelihood primarily for a group of men who would never do it for you. So once again, I'm here to remind y'all to burn the cape. And please send this to any other black woman or girl that you see mammying right now for Karmelo or any other black man or boy. But yeah, that's all I have on this for now. Let me know what you...
I disagree with Karmelo. He's a young boy, y'all. He's a young boy. He's not an able-bodied man. He's not even 25. Like, yeah, I knew this one was going to be very controversial. I had a feeling. All right, I'm going to read some comments, y'all. Oh, Lord, we're going to read some more comments, and then I'm going to get into another video about the watermelon felon racist remarks that his daddy made. We're going to get into that. Oh, Lord, let's read some comments. Oh, Lord, I know y'all cooking in there, y'all. Oh, boy. All right, the Blueberry. Hey, sis, you said the common friends that pretended not to know. Oh, that guy. Yes, let's get into it. Okay, that guy. Wasn't he the cousin of the girl he's dating? I think I read somewhere. Sorry, y'all. The lighting is kind of off here. More like not to be his friend. Yeah, you can't trust people like that. I have a theory about those people. I'm talking about people who... POCs that are forced to live in all white communities or majority white communities. I have theories about them, y'all. It seems like he felt welcomed in the tent because Eddie was there. Yes. And you see, this is... we're going to talk about it next. Okay, let's get into it. I'm going to read a few comments and we'll get into that. I'm going to talk about that because this happens quite often. So again, like, while I understand some of Chrissy's points and viewpoints, I understand that, but mind you, Eddie's a person of color. I believe he's Hispanic, if I'm not mistaken. And Karmelo's black. Austin's white. His twin is white. And I believe they were all in the tent. Okay, so my version of what I've seen online and what I've heard about this case is that he was, like you said, sis, invited to the tent. And then Austin told him to move. And then he felt some type of way. There was a quick little exchange of words. And then Karmelo told him not to touch him again. He did. And then he poked him. So notice how in the middle of all this, there's a person of color. And then Chrissy's trying to tell you that it's better to live in a multicultural environment. And I think not. Yes, is it better for you in as far as you get to know other races and cultures? Yes. But even those environments can't be trusted. It's anywhere you go, y'all. We are literally in the Hunger Games. You're living in the Hunger Games. That's literally where you are living. Literally. So it's like and this is the thing, he probably felt comfortable, like you said. And then we have to think about it from the perspective of this is not a man. This is a teenager. How many stupid things have we done as teenagers and we regret? Teenagers, that's their name. Their middle name is emotions, hormones, emotional. He's still a teenager. And unfortunately, he was very misinformed about who his friends are. Again, that's another thing that I have to say. The parents are to blame here. I gotta be honest. You have to teach your kids that not everybody is your friend. Not everybody's gonna have your best interests at heart. And so now we got a POC in the middle of all of this. Made him feel comfortable to sit in the tent. And then now he recanted everything. Ain't that crazy? Miss Kayla, you say red flag. Red flags all over. Devonda, hey sis, how are you? Cece, hey. Hey sis. Osmos, hey sis. Brock Turner, thank you, Lunmar Studios 1048. Thank you, sis. I forgot his name, that demon. Is he out? He's still out, if I'm not mistaken. They hid that boy. Devonda, you say, yep, justice system is never in our favor. Never. Even if he was innocent, y'all, even if, let's say all of this happened and Karmelo was not the aggressor. He wasn't actually the aggressor, to be quite honest with you. But let's say he didn't even do anything. Let's say he really was defending himself. Let's say Austin was trying to poke him. I promise you he would still get time. Just off of the strength of him being a black man. A young black boy. Sorry, I keep saying man. Black boy. We're never going to be treated equally, y'all. Never. Even in the workplace, you see it. Come on now. Come on now. It's bias. Unconscious bias. Covert, overt, whatever you want to call it. You got to operate. Once you start realizing and once you start to accept the fact that you're black, life becomes so much easier. I promise. Once my parents warned us. But then once I got into the real world, I started working and I started realizing that I'm not getting treated the same as other people. I started to really be like, okay, I'm going to embrace my blackness. Because no matter what I do, they still not going to like me anyways. So at the end of the day, I'm going to be who I am. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, here's the door. I don't give a damn. And I have to put myself in a situation where, again, I do agree with her strategy. You got to learn how to play the game. I've said this time and time again. You cannot afford to not play the game as a black person in the Western world. It just will not help you. Even as a black person somewhere else, but I can't speak for other countries. I have never lived in other countries apart from the Western world in Korea. But when I was in Korea, best believe I operated like a black woman. I sure did. I didn't expect them to like me. I didn't expect them to treat me any type of way. I didn't expect no expectations. I just knew how I was going to act accordingly. I just knew how I was going to react. Because I never put it above somebody to treat me like I'm nothing. And they didn't, to be quite honest with you. I had a really great time in Asia or in Korea. But I put in my mind that I'm still a black person. And I'm not going to get the same treatment as this person. So I'm not going to put myself in a situation where, again, where it's going to be against me and another person. And of course they're going to choose that person over me. They're going to believe that person over me. That's just always what I put in my mind. I know it sucks, but that's just the reality of life. Just the reality of life. Continuing. Mocha, you said, I'm still trying to figure out where to raise my future kids in America. And that's you know what? I'm happy you said that. This is very important, y'all. Whether you have black kids, like 2 black parents, or whether you have biracial children, it will still be the same. Will still be the same. How many young biracial boys have been called the N-word before they're even in kindergarten? This is a problem. It doesn't matter. Like whether your son looks like Karmelo or whether your son looks like that boy we played on Love Island with the light eyes. Maybe a little different outcome, but still, they still get harassed. They still get the same treatment. Still. So Margaret Rodriguez, you said, but isn't that a bad optics decision? I understand this sentiment too, but picking battles should be considered, I think. No, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, picking battles, yes. And knowing when to defend yourself, yes, I agree with that. Wholeheartedly, I do. However, I will also say that the reason I said it doesn't matter is because you also can be trying to walk away and somebody's gonna follow you. How many times has that happened? Y'all, I don't know if you guys saw the video of the woman in Zara in Seattle, and they thought she stole something. It was a young black woman, and there were 3 white women at the counter. She left, and they literally chased her. They chased her across the mall and started to grab her bags, grab her stuff. She walked away. There are so many situations where you walk away and you're still getting harassed. So what do you do in that situation, right? So it's like little things like this. Yes, like I understand what you're saying where it's like, yes, picking battles should be considered 100%. Walk away. That's the first option I would say. Yes, try to walk away as much as you can. But then what if they don't walk away and they follow you? What do you do? Look at what happened with Trayvon. Trayvon walked away, y'all. He left. And yet he's still not here with us. So we also have to have those conversations where walking away is not a foolproof solution to you having your life at the end of the day. We got to be honest. It's the same thing with women. We got to put it, okay, let's look at it from this perspective. When we tell women, walk away, leave him alone. Let's say the woman finally leaves him. She has the courage to finally say, you know what? I'm done. I'm going to leave this demon alone. I don't want to be around him anymore. And then what happens? He follows her. Red flag. We don't teach them What happens if they don't leave you alone? That's the problem. What happens when they keep following you? What happens when they keep harassing you and throwing stones at you? What happens when you try to get in your car and they put their car right in front of you? What do? And even if you defend yourself, you may not come out of it. And we have to prepare ourselves for that. I gotta be honest. And unfortunately for Karmelo, I can see that he really thought that he was gonna get away with this. And I knew from the beginning, I was like, they're gonna throw the book at that little boy. They're gonna throw the book at him. As soon as they said they can charge him as an adult, I was like, oh yeah, it's done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Yeah, I'm gonna see the comment section. Post the comment section so you can see them. I have to click on them individually to see them. That's the hard part about this software here. I might have to use another software where it's automatic. Hey sis, hey Rosa, how are you? You said you watched this video by Chrissy. I watched. Yeah, it's my first time watching it. Oh Lord, long time no see. I know. Hey, welcome back. Dark Blade, you said Karmelo was not jumped. He wasn't jumped, but he felt they surrounded him. He wasn't jumped. I didn't say he was jumped. Did I say he was jumped? I said they surrounded him. Who was around him? Who was around him? Even if he wasn't jumped, again, like, this is what the internet does when you try to explain a situation and try to see all aspects of it. I'm not defending his actions because he didn't have to stab that boy. I'll say that right now. But I can understand why he felt the way he felt in order to do that. We don't know. That's the thing. When we try to put into perspective the experiences of a young black boy in a majority white school, people suddenly have amnesia. Even if he wasn't jumped, he felt threatened enough to use the knife. Why? And why was that his reaction in the first place? Why? We have to ask ourselves that question. And fundamentally speaking, it's very disturbing that he would even resort to that. That lets me know something is off here. Something is very well off. That he had to bring a knife to a track meet. How is that even possible? Starlight, you said the way the justice system disproportionately imprisons blacks versus whites for the same crimes reminds me of the same ways they used to use crack versus cocaine possession to incarcerate. 100%. I have a book right here, y'all. I'm gonna read it. Hold on a second. Let me go grab the book. Just give me 1 second. It's right there. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. I don't want y'all to see my pants. Here. I'm going to read this, actually. I read a little bit of it, but I need to read the rest of it. And it goes into detail. Hold on, I'm coming right back. I believe that reading is going to... Here, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. I've had this book for a while, and I think it's time to finish it. I have a lot of books, y'all. Right here. And this talks about this. This talks about everything. Continuing. You said, everyone, please be respectful of others' opinions and perspectives, and also wrote me. Yes, because I'm not afraid to block people on this. Because I know it's a sensitive case. I know. I understand that. And that's okay if you have a difference of opinion. But what you're not going to do is come in here and try to gaslight us into saying that it's not real. What the I guess the tension in this case is. The crime bill in the 90s. Yep. Dark Blade, you said the woman who lost her baby is her fault for using her baby as a human shield. And this is what's going to happen when you say something like this and you get blocked. Where are we at? Hold on. How can I block this person? We going to block your ass. You're not going to blame a woman. You're not going to blame a baby for getting killed by multiple police officers at that were chasing her for a bag of Pampers. Red flag. What you're not going to do is do that. And we're going to block you, Dark Blade. No, you know what? Before we block you, let me check this person's profile. Because, no, I'm tired of these people. We're going to get to the bottom. Hold up. You know what? Let's put comments up. Thank you, sis. Hold on. Give me a break, y'all. Because I knew this This is why I was avoiding doing this topic until the verdict was reached, because I knew it was going to be a lot of tension. And I'm the type of person, like, I want to wait until everything is resolved before I talk about it, especially a sensitive situation like this. Trust and believe me. Yeah, don't fight with people like this in the comments, y'all. This person's gonna get cussed out and blocked in just a minute. Hold on, we're gonna it's your time to shine. We're gonna find you, because we gotta see who these people are, y'all. We're gonna start exposing people. Give me a second. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the live stream. Happy Sunday. Oh, I was ready. I got I took my rest. We had a nice vacation. Now it's time to be back on it. I'm back on my time. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all. Let me add a second browser. Let's expose this person before I block them, because I need to remember the screen name. Last time I didn't do it and I regretted it, and I said next time we have a troll like this, we gonna make sure that we expose them, because there's no justification for the shooting of a 1-year-old baby. I don't care what the woman did. No justification at all. But of course, when it comes to a black woman, it doesn't matter. Hold on, where that person at? Well, we said she just tried to say we can't hold him accountable. His frontal lobe wasn't developed. I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said that we should be more sympathetic because his frontal lobe wasn't developed. But of course, you're going to try to justify what you're saying. So let's find out who this person is. Hold on. What's your username? Because I can find you. I hope you know that. Hold on. What's Dark Blade 0M3N? Hold up, we about to find your ass. Don't play with me. At Dark Blade 0M3M. Is that you? Wait, hold on. No, that's not him. Hold on. I gotta get the screen name properly. Let's go. Hold up. Let's read the comments again. Give me a second, y'all. I gotta remember the screen. You know what? I'm just gonna take a picture on my phone. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. I did not say that. I said that we have to be sympathetic because we do not know. And also, he's a teenager. Red flag. You're talking about a teenager. Just like Austin was a teenager, so was Karmelo. But of course, we know who we dealing with here. Who's this devil? Who is this devil right here? Hold up. Let's get you see, even my puppy is barking. Yeah, keep barking. Come here, Mimi. Come bark at his ass. Hold on. Where's the comments? Here we go. Where is that person? Dark Blade. Hold on. I'm going to take a picture so I can remember this. Okay. Sorry, y'all. We're going to look it up. Mimi, come here and bark at him here. Not over there. Come here, Mimi. Come bark. Bark at these people. Dark Blade 0M. Oh, I put 3M. That's why. Where you at? Where are you? We're going to try to find your username. Hold on. Where are these people? Damn, we got to find this person, y'all. Maybe I could find them if I go on YouTube. Give me a second. Let me not put at. Maybe I'll find them this way. Hold up. It's still loading. We're going to find you. I'll make it my mission to find you. Is it a 0 or a O? Might be a O. Oh, here you are. Yep. Here we go, y'all. Who is this? Let's look at this, y'all. This person is a gamer. I upload whenever I feel like it. You even have a Discord? Wow. Interesting. Huh. This is your Discord? You didn't even keep it open. You got 2 people online. This is very sad. Work on your damn YouTube channel. Red flag instead of coming up here harassing people. Why don't you go work on your YouTube channel? And I'm going to keep my dog barking right now. Come here, Mimi. Come bark here. Come here. Come here, Mimi. Hold on. Let me go grab her. She'll bark at your ass. You got how many subscribers and you sitting up here talking and yik-yakking? 18. Work on your craft. You spending way too much time online and not getting on your job. Come here. Come here, baby. Mimi, stop it. Come here. You got to bark here. Come bark here. Come bark here. Don't bark at the other dogs. They ain't do nothing. Bark at this one right here. Ruff, ruff. Ruff, ruff. Go ahead. Ruff, ruff. Let's go. Ruff, ruff. Hold on, Mimi. Go bark. Ruff, ruff. Go bark. Bark, bark. You don't want to bark? Oh, now she want to act brand new in front of folks. Okay, here's Mimi. Don't bark right here. Here you go. How many videos you got? Look at this, y'all. Look at this. The kid's mama got a mic. This is you right here?
Who are you?
Yeah, bark. Let's go. This your content? See, I'm talking about real stuff right here, and you want to sit here playing games and doing video games. This is you right here. Where's your popular video? 210 views. You need to go work on your channel. Instead of trolling people, work on your craft. Work on your channel. Get your channel up, and then you could come here and talk yik yak. And even then, I still cuss your ass out. But yeah, you want to sit here and do this? Yeah, don't try me. I'll do it to everybody. Come on here. What else you got going on? What else you got going on? See, this is it. You don't even show your face. You're a coward. Continuing. Now we gonna block his ass because I wanted to expose his ass. Here you go. Here you go. Where is he? Now we're gonna block. I wanted to expose your ass before I block you. Don't try me ever again in your life. Red flag. Get out my damn channel. Remove. Hide user from this channel. Goodbye. Anybody else? Who's next? Come next. Come to the front. I started earlier today because I have time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do this. Poppy, who said, in these photos, I hate that they made him look like a grown man in the media. Exactly. Exactly. We got to keep it 100, y'all. It wasn't a fair trial. And when I say fair, I'm not saying that obviously he killed somebody. So for me personally speaking, yes, you committed a crime. You need to do time. But I will say that I agree with the people who said that it would be a different situation had he been another Hugh. And I got to be honest. We got to keep it 100 based on patterns. Read the book because I actually read, research. You don't get the same treatment, period. Okay? Maybe he didn't want to look weak, the blueberry. That may very well be so. We don't know. I need to know why he was carrying that in the first place. That's what I need to know. Yep, a lot of these non-black kids, especially high school students, be going online saying that he had a racist phase and not caring about how their phases affects people within proximity to them. Bingo. Bingo, sis. I wish I could like this 100 times, 1,000,000 times. Let me get this demon off my damn screen. Get out my damn face with your lame ass. Okay, sorry, y'all. Let me see who else want to try me. Don't play with me today. I got a lot of time. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna put some comments up here. Cola, you said we're not gonna show people how people grieve over their babies, especially when cameras, media in their face. I agree. I agree with you, sis. Devonda, you said they would be victim blaming the black women for their own death. Exactly. That's what happened to Ashley. So I got to keep it real. That does happen. It happened to Ashley. She did not deserve to die. No matter, I don't care if she was doing whatever. No one deserves to die like that. Like, that's craziness to me. And yeah, you have rapists and child molesters out here doing whatever they do, and nobody says anything. But then once you have, young black women getting unalived, and it could be not just young black women, any black woman getting unalived, there's no sympathy. Again, they don't see you as a human being. Mocha, you said end these. Oh yeah, I read this one. Okay, continuing. Starlight, the truth is you never know how you or anyone's going to react in any situation until you're actually in it, even with all the knowledge and preparation, especially in situations where you're forced. I agree with that. I agree with that, sis. There's no way to know. You don't know what the person has. You don't know who you're dealing with. And again, if he's in that situation and he thinks that he needs to bring a knife, why does he have one? That I'm still perplexed about that. Because I don't go around carrying weapons unless I know that I'm going to encounter some trouble. Why do we need to? That's what I'm saying. And these young boys are doing this. And this is a problem, y'all. This is a big problem. I think this is what needs to be answered to me. That's the answer I need the most. Why did he feel the need to do that? It's a problem. It wasn't stand your ground either. I don't know why people keep saying that. It wasn't stand your ground, but Let's put it in this perspective. He obviously carried the knife in the first place for a reason. Protection. Nobody carries a weapon just to carry a weapon to be cool, to be quite honest with you. Most of the time, people carry weapons for protection. Or they're going to do something with the weapon. We got to be honest. How many of you carry weapons all over with you? When you go to the grocery store, do you carry a weapon with you? No, because most likely you're just going to go in and out, go get groceries, come out. When you go to wherever you go, when you go to work, do you carry a pocket knife with you? No. Why would you? Unless you trying to do something to your manager or something like that. But you're going to work. You don't expect to encounter trouble. Why would you bring a weapon to a track meet? What trouble were you encountering? That's a problem. Why? Nobody brings weapons where they feel comfortable. Why do you need to bring a weapon anywhere? But you know where I would bring a weapon, though? I'll be honest with y'all. I bring weapons when I go to the forest. Because I have a puppy. And I know that in the forest, because we live in cougar country here, that's what we call it, cougar country, is we have a province here, or my island, it's full of cougars and bears and wildlife. So whenever we go to a forest or we go to the woods, well, we don't go to the woods, but if we go to like any grassy area or any area where there's a lot of cougars, or the signs or the potential could be to meet a dangerous dog or cougar, I carry a knife with me. Yeah, a small one. I carry a blade in case something comes out and I have to defend my puppy. I know that this is a safe city. But if I go to another location where there's a lot of addicts, I'm extra vigilant and I carry something with me. Hell yeah, because I don't know who's going to come run up behind me. If I travel to another province, I'm going to carry something with me because I don't know this place. So I got to be prepared. What was he preparing himself for? Why is nobody answering that question? And then people want to sit here and say, oh, this and that. Oh, he did this. He wasn't the aggressive. Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, he felt some type of way being there in the first place. And that doesn't excuse what he did to Austin. But it gives us an idea of his mindset. That's my point. He was going he carried it because he thought he was going to encounter something. So was this school known to do that? What did they have a reputation? Goodness. But the thing is, it's never excusable. People can sympathize with why someone does something, but that doesn't excuse the action. Thank you. And that's a tragedy of most things. Thank you, sis. You understand. Neo Madi, Austin wasn't trying to fight him. They were just trying to get him to leave. Yeah. That was the story. That's actually true. That's what they said. So again, hindsight is 20/20, and perception is everything. And somebody said in the car, was it Devonda? I think it was you, sis. In the heat of the moment, Karmelo's not going to know that. He's not going to understand that. Because tension is palpable. Energy is different, right? So when we're looking at it in videos, it looks very simple. But when you're in the environment, you don't know the facial expressions, you don't know the words that were said, and you don't know the threatening manner. And then not only that, and again, I'm not excusing what he did. What I'm trying to say is that when you look at it from that perspective, you could understand that this case was actually very extremely, it wasn't as simple as people made it seem. I really wish he hadn't stabbed him, though. I think that was the wrong move. Nobody should be stabbed over trying to move somebody. But when you're thinking about it from a perspective of this kid, who are you to tell me to move? Who are you? Who are you? Defensiveness. Second, why are you touching me? Defensiveness. Third, he carried a knife. We already knew he carried it. Fourth, ego. Like I said, the ego comes up too. It's like, who the hell are you? Why are you telling me that? I could sit wherever I damn well please. This ain't your tent. This is not for you. This is a problem. So, again, not excusing him for his actions. But I sympathize because he's still a young kid. And these are things that should be guided. We've all done things like, and when I say we've all done, not we haven't poked people. I hope not. But when it comes to emotional regulation, these are things that need to be taught by your caretakers. And that's why I said that his parents failed him. Because the first response should have been to get an adult. But again, is this bravado. And so that's why I'm trying to say, like, I can understand it from that perspective because he wasn't taught. So then now, unfortunately, the first mistake that he's made that's been this big, it got him 35 years in prison. Red flag. And when I said his frontal lobe wasn't developed, I mean it in the sense of, like, he's not thinking about the consequences of what he's doing. That's an adult mindset. I'm not going to go and fight somebody just because they took my parking spot. I'm not going to chase somebody because they flipped me off on the road. It's not worth it. I have too much to lose. He's not thinking about that, though. He's a kid still. Since when did we consider 17-year-old adults? They can't even buy liquor. They can't even buy cigarettes. And yet somehow we have deemed a 17-year-old as an adult and his actions are adult. How? But then we had another one, Brock Turner. How old was that demon? How old was this man, this little boy? How old was he? Hold on. How old was he? How old was this little demon? He was 19. He was older. And again, murder is not the same as rape. Absolutely not. But what I'm trying to say is they see him as a little boy. And Karmelo's 2 years younger than this one. Again, not saying that he didn't deserve a sentence. I'm not saying that he didn't deserve consequences. I'm not saying that he didn't deserve to go to jail. I'm just saying that the way that it was carried out was not just, in my opinion. Any legal person can tell you that. First of all, the trial was too fast. He wasn't treated in the same way. We got to be honest about that. No matter what you think and what verdict you think that he should get, he wasn't treated in the right way that other people get treated. That's a fact. That's it. That's all. Continuing. Oh, Lord. Let's read more comments. Wait. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Cece, you said I thought the white bit just pushed him. Are you saying the white he had No, Karmelo had the weapon, not the white boy. Not Austin, sorry. Karmelo had the weapon. Neo Madi, you said I'm sure he felt attacked, but he should go to... Yep, exactly what I just said. He should have gone to the coach or called the police. There's ways to handle these things. I agree. He should have gone to a coach. He should have. But again, guidance, y'all. Guidance. Lack of guidance, lack of knowing what to do in those situations, being very ill prepared. That's it. That's all. The kid in SC is Cyrus, and there's pictures of the Metcalfs having rifles plus posts using racial slurs. Maria, of course. And that's the thing. We don't know in what tone that Austin said, get away from this. And that's why I'm saying it's way more, it's different when you're in the situation than when you're out of it. It's very different. And like I said, to a grown woman like me, I could handle it better. I'll be like, man, I'm not even going to deal with this person. Bye, whatever. But for a 17-year-old, that's different. That's like life or death, or like, proving yourself or proving your manhood. Like, there's just so many elements to it. And I don't know why people can't see that. Like, this is not, oh, he did something bad, just throw him in jail, lock the key away. And this is the reason why Canada, I got to be honest, this is where I got to big up Canada here. We have restorative justice. We do. And this is the reason why we have the justice system we do. Yes. Is it perfect? No, absolutely not. But what I will say is that we have a justice system here where you are you commit a crime as a kid or as a juvenile, who knows where you'll be in 10, 20 years, right? And I'm not saying that's the case for everybody. But this was definitely a heat of the moment type of situation. He poked him and he ran away. Like, this to me seemed like a mental, like there was some emotional problem here. He probably always had it. But unfortunately, this is not only the worst mistake that he could have ever made, but this cost him his life and cost somebody else his life. And again, it was something that was so easily fixable. This was fixable, y'all. This didn't have to happen, unfortunately. And it's very sad. We can't compare the two cases. It's completely different. Are you talking about the Brock Turner one? I'm not sure. I heard he pushed Karmelo, but still a knife in this case was excessive. 100%. But you can say that as an adult, but not a kid. Not a kid. Not a kid. Even if he felt threatened, I don't think the evidence was there. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, to a teenager, I've seen teenagers do some stupid things. Hell, I was a stupid teenager too. Not that stupid, but I was still stupid. And everything seems way more than what it is. When you were a teenager, you already know it feels like the end of the world. I remember when I used to get in arguments and I used to get upset and everything felt like, oh my God, the world was going to end. And everything was more heightened than it really is. As an adult, you can see that. But as a teenager, remember, we're dealing with a teenager. A teenager. This is a teenager doing teenage things. And it's sad because this should have never happened. Period. He pushed him because Karmelo was telling him to touch him. Yeah, again, bravado, ego. They probably just thought it was going to be a funny viral moment and that's it. It's possible too. Situational awareness, yep. But he poked him in the heart. That's highly excessive. Yes, it is 100% is. And that's why I'm trying to figure out, like I said, he's troubled. This is a troubled young man. Very extremely troubled. How did he know where to poke him and why to poke him? I don't know. And they said they don't know each other, but it's very strange to me. Like, this whole case is weird for the simple fact that they didn't even know each other. They didn't even know each other, y'all. They had never met each other before. So it seems very personal. And this is why I said that I believe that some situations had happened before. And Austin was just the, he was, you know how sometimes you, like, your reaction is, it exceeds the situation, right? And that's because Austin represented somebody else. I can promise you that. I don't think he would, I promise you, I don't think, like, it just sounds way too personal to me. You know, stabbing him in the heart is going to kill him. And yet he did it. Why? And also, what did Austin do that was so bad that he did that? And even if Austin didn't do anything, I still feel like it's a representation or it was representative of something else that happened. This young man, I'm telling you, he's troubled. He probably has trauma or something. I don't know what happened to him. But they didn't ask those questions. Maybe that's for his social worker to figure out. I hope they give him a damn social worker or a psychologist or something. Because it's kind of like, you know, it's the equivalent of when you get into a relationship or something and your ex is manifest into that new person, or you blame your ex for everything the ex did or something like that. I know it's not equal, but it's like, I'm just trying to find a similarity here. You can tell that he was deeply troubled, y'all. Something's off with him. Ladies, how do you all stay aware and not hyperventilate? It's not an easy balance sometimes. Shaw, you said that and you're right, sis. You're right. You're right. That's actually a really good question. That's a great question. I personally, in my experience, is that I do breathing techniques, box breathing. Here, I have it right here, y'all. I don't play when I say I be writing stuff down. Hold on, I don't know if you guys could see. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of box breathing. If you can't see it, when I get into a situation where I start to panic or I start to feel like a little uneasy, I listen to my intuition first and foremost. So I know, like, okay, something's off here, right? Because whenever I start to feel off, I know something's off. And even if it's just me being paranoid, I'd rather be paranoid and, you know, kind of have a situational awareness than kind of let things go, right? As soon as I'm paranoid, I stick with my intuition. I do not go against my intuition because my intuition is always right. It just may not be right in the same way that I thought, but something's off here, right? So usually I do box breathing, which is, hold on, I'm going to show y'all right now. This is actually a really good question. So I was taught in CBT therapy to do box breathing. So how you do it is that you breathe in. So hold on a second. You breathe in. So it's 4 counts, 2 hold, and 6 exhale. Do they show you that? I know everything is so different, but let me do box breathing. 4, 2, 6. Here we go. This is the one I learned. But there's different types, right? So what you do is you count. So you do something like, girl, I don't know why they got so many different ones here. But anyways, yeah, it's 4, you sit on a chair, you stand, you lie, whatever you do. And what you do is you do 4 counts, 2 hold, exhale. So you do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you hold 2 seconds and then you exhale 6. So usually I do that. So I do, and then, so that helps me a lot. It helps me to calm down. I do it actually when I get stressed at work, or if I find any situation where I get stressed. And I also do it like while I'm working out and stuff like that. No, actually I don't do that while I'm working out, but I do like kind of like labored breathing, just to help my body kind of prepare its mind, like prepare my mind not to give up and just to keep going. But if I'm in an awkward situation, definitely the 4, 2, 6, 100%. That helps me calm down a lot. And it helps me to think a little bit better and to have a clearer mindset. Because when you're panicking, your body naturally, like me, my heart, I have anxiety, right? So I was diagnosed with anxiety disorder, and along with my ADHD, which is hand in hand. And so what has helped me with my anxiety is just breathing techniques. That's it. Just breathe in, breathe out. Calm yourself first, and then start to really think about what you're doing, and start to like, you know, have a plan to, like, you know, you don't know. So for example, like the other day there was a guy behind me and I didn't feel comfortable. And so I naturally was like, okay, I don't know what it is about this situation that's making me uncomfortable, but I'm very extremely uncomfortable. I was about to approach my apartment building and go in, but if I knew that if I went in, I don't know this person, so they might follow me, right? And it's just naturally, as a woman, you think about those things, right? So what I ended up doing was that I was breathing while I was doing it, but I slowly went, I was about to go up to the you know, what do you say, you use your fob to get in, swipe my fob, and then I just turned around while I was breathing. I just turned around, and then I acted like I had to go grab something, like, you know, I just looked around, whatever, acted like I was lost or something, and then I went all the way around. And yeah, that was it. It was something very minor like that. I had another situation where I was somewhere else, and there was another, at the hotel. So recently we went on a trip, and we were at a hotel, and I went back downstairs because Dom was watching Mimi, and he was taking a shower. So I went back downstairs to go grab something. And then when I went back to go to the, I went in the lobby, and there was a man who was just there, and I was supposed to get in the elevator with him, right? So I got in. I was like, whatever. But then I felt uneasy when the door closed. I was like, shit, I shouldn't have gotten in the elevator. Damn. So I had that moment, right? And I was like, ugh. I started to panic a little bit, but I was like, no, just breathe in, breathe out. I acted real cool, real calm. And then I pressed the wrong floor. I just pressed another floor. He pressed his floor. And then I was like, thank God his floor was like before mine. So he got off, and I said, oh, have a good night, whatever. And then that was it. And then I ended up going to that floor and then went back to my floor. But it's little things like that, right? So it just sometimes, like, you know, people call it irrational, but I just chalk it up as your intuition just kind of telling you something's off. So instead of hyperventilating, just breathe. Do box breathing. I promise you, like, it will help a lot, because then you're kind of like training your mind to kind of calm down. And then in that way, you can kind of feel a little better about like your mindset at the time, and then you can clear your brain a little bit to kind of know which direction you're going to head in. That has worked for me, I'll be honest. So hopefully it works for you guys. Continuing. Hold on, what are comments at? My bad, y'all. I just think this is a really important topic. That's why I'm reading a lot of comments here. Wait, where was I at? Hold up. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, Margaret, you said, does the fact that Austin's dad said the racist stuff after he was put on gag order by the court after trying to make peace with Karmelo family matters? Genuine question. Yeah, it does matter. I always feel like this. I'll be completely honest with y'all. I don't think of people in racist terms, even if somebody did something bad to me. I just don't think of that. Like, so in my mind, whenever somebody starts to spew racist rhetoric, that means to me that you were always a racist and you just were faking it for me, because there's no reason that I could think of that I would call somebody a slur or say something negative about somebody or say something about their facial features or say something about them as a human being just because of the color of their skin or who they are as an ethnicity. Like, that has never come to my mind. Like, if somebody does something wrong to me and they are of Indian descent or Asian descent or whatever, like South Asian or white or whatever, I never think of the most racist thing to say to them. Like, that doesn't cross my mind. So to me, it's just, oh, that person's a stupid idiot. That's it. But I never say, oh, that fucking blah, blah, blah is the blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know why people have that mindset, but this is only the mindset to me of a racist. That's it. So for me, that lets me know that you were always on that type of time. So you was being fake. That's it. That's all. And yes, there's definitely, to me, there was a motive with that. We're going to get to him soon. I'm going to read a few comments and we're going to get to the watermelon felon situation. If this was 2 black kids, y'all wouldn't even be talking about it. 2 black kids, would we even be talking about it? I don't think that's very true. It depends on if it was high profile or not, because I know a situation of, we talk about 2 black people all the time. When was the last story, especially when it comes to DV? I've talked a lot about different situations that have happened. I'm trying to think of any situations that we talked about 2 young black kids. Usually I don't talk about teenagers, to be quite honest with you. So you're not going to see that on my channel, that I will admit. But yeah, if it's high profile enough, I'll talk about it, whether it was 2 black kids or 2 white kids or a young woman and a man. I talk about everything on this channel. So I have to say that when you're saying if it was 2 young black kids, we'll be talking about it, I think we would. No, we would. Because people talk about gang violence all the time. And people talk about different communities of crimes that happen. It's just not put in the mainstream media. So we also have to be honest about that. There have been so many times where I just talked. Wait, hold up. No. Okay, I talked about Julio Fulio and what's his name? Sean Gothright. These were black kids, y'all. Hold up. I talked about them a few weeks ago. Briefly, but I still did talk about that situation. Here. They're not black? Are these people not black? Here. I talked about his case. Julio Fulio is not white. I talked about them a few weeks ago. And I talked about how they treated him. They talked about him like he was chattel. Hold on. Here, this is the gentleman they murdered. It was a rapper. And I even talked about Pooh Shiesty. Is Pooh Shiesty not black? I literally did a whole case, a live stream on Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Man. Did I not? Is he not black? This not black. This not black. I did talk about it. Now that I remember, I was like, yeah, because I do so many live streams, y'all. I don't even remember what I talk about. I sure do talk about, I talk about black on black crime. I talk about Asian on black crime. I talk about black on Asian. I talk about everything. So I don't know if you're talking to me directly, but not me, not I. I discuss everything. I discuss, for me, race, everything, like whoever it is. It doesn't matter to me. It's discussed. Whether you're white, black, Asian, whatever, purple, green, alien. I even talked about aliens before, Martians or conspiracy theories. I talk about everything. Yeah. So some people may not talk about it, but I do. I sure do. I talk about a lot of different cases here. So yeah, we gotta, yeah, not me. So I just want to make that very clear. I don't know if you meant mainstream media, but I talk about everything here. We talk about several issues. A lot of issues. Matter of fact, didn't we talk about the whole there was a whole table circle. Remember the young black men here. These are all black men too. I've talked about a lot of these cases. Hold on. Where was the one with Clifton Powell? Y'all remember that guy? Who, Lord. It was Clifton Powell and the here, this was a live stream I did. This one right here, the round table. These are not all black men?
So the one thing that
I covered this. I did a whole live stream on this situation. It was all black men on the table. I rest my case. Yeah. So maybe, I don't know if you're talking to me directly, but maybe you need to click on more live streams. I know they're long, but I talk about everything. But maybe you're clicking on the ones where I don't talk about them. But we sure did cover that. We're equal opportunity here. We cover everybody. Nobody's exempt. No one. I drag everybody. Everybody. Continuing. Perfect example. The young man was unalived on the BART station in Oakland, California, who was unalived by BART police years ago. He literally had both hands up and was still shot to. Yeah, this was the movie Michael B. Jordan did. Was it what was it called again? The movie Michael B. Jordan did. It was this is a perfect one. What was the name? It was I know Michael B. Jordan was in the movie. Forgive me, y'all. I forgot the name of the movie. It was Fruitvale Station or something like that. Yeah, Fruitvale Station. That's what it was called. Yes. And it was based on this story. Yep. It was based on him. Yep. It was based on, what was the name of that young man? Oscar Grant. Yep. Oscar Grant. Yep. This case, let me tell y'all something. This case was so sad. Not only this one, but there was also another case where I remember it was a Haitian immigrant. I'll never forget him. They sodomized that brother. It was I forgot his name. Haitian immigrant NYPD. Yeah, my dad used to make us watch a lot of stuff, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it was Luima. It was it was something Luima. I forgot his name. Yeah, they sodomized him. It was disgusting, y'all. So, yeah, this is why I touch all topics. Abner Luima. It was him. I remember. It was disgusting. And he was sodomized and tortured, y'all, by NYPD. There's so many situations of this, y'all. I guess it's just gross. And other cases that, I could talk about, because I watch a lot of true crime stuff. So if y'all want to talk about stuff, we could talk about stuff. I think I mentioned on a live stream that I watch a lot about the Chicago situation and what was going on with a lot of the gangs and a lot of the gangs in the West and also the East. And I watch a lot of stuff, y'all. I dabble in everything. So yeah, I just want to make it very clear that this channel is very much equal opportunity. We don't just cover high profile white on black cases. I cover everything. So I just got to make that very, very clear. Because I talk about it all. We're going to expose it all. Uncle Nestor, the owner, is going through it, and I think she's basically is about to lose the business. I think MJ is too complicated of an example. Kind of, I believe so. But still, I think his situation, though, it highlights that no matter if you're trying to build something, that there's always going to be somebody out there who's going to railroad it. And especially if you're in a system where you are not the majority, and not only that, but your interests are not put above other people. So we got to talk about that. That's why I use that as an example. Yep, Jay-Z and his Target mess, people are mad about it, as they should be, but I can also understand the perspective of a billionaire, because he doesn't give a damn. So he doesn't care about the small people. I don't know why people think billionaires are supposed to care about us. Like, I still don't get it. They never have shown that they do. So why do we expect them to care about us? It's kind of weird to me that people have that expectation. It's very strange. We expect billionaires to do something for us. Since when have they? Since when? They don't even pay taxes like us. They don't even eat the same food we do. And they've never ever cared about us. Royals have never cared about us. Ever. Even back on the continent. Uh-oh, am I going to... If they did, I wouldn't be here. In this side of the... I would have been all the way up wherever my family's from. We would have still been over there chilling. If they really cared about us, if our tribes and all these, people who had money really cared about us, then my ancestors wouldn't be here. Oh, we're not going to talk about that. It's always been rich versus poor. Always. There's never been a time in the world where the wealthy have ever taken care of the poor without exploitation. If you could tell me a time, please let me know. Because as far as my recollection goes, there's never been a time. But maybe y'all could let me know. Okay, I'll read a few more comments and then we got to move on. Romy, NY police sodomized him with toilet plunger. Yep, I remember that one. It was a disgusting story, y'all. It was so disturbing, and my dad made me watch it. Oh, yeah, he made us all. When I tell y'all my dad, my pops, one thing I'll say about him is that he had me watching political stuff that you probably shouldn't have kids watching. But he never shied away from showing us the real. He showed us the whole Rodney King situation. My dad, because you remember, like, this happened while I was there. So it's like all of these situations happened. The riots in LA, everything happened while I was a kid. So I was maybe like, hold on, 1990. When did that happen? Let's go into it. Rodney King. When was that? That was 91, I think. Yeah, 91. So we had just moved to the US in 1990. I was 1991, 86, 7, 8, 9, 90. I was 5 years old when that happened. 5. And I remember Different World did an episode about it, which I watched, right? I was 5 years old when that happened. My dad had the news on. He had the news on. He had all that stuff on. And when the Abner situation happened, that was in 97. I was 12 years old. And my dad had the news on. He did not 9/11. The news was on. Matter of fact, in class, I still remember. It was 10th grade, sophomore year. We walked in math class. And then our teacher had the TV on. We saw the second plane hit the tower. We're like, oh. I was 15, 16 years old. Columbine happened when I was in middle school. I remember they shut our school down because we were so scared. It was on TV while we were in school, y'all. I was like middle school at that time. I think I was in 7th grade. Wait, when did that happen? 1999. I was 13. They had that right there on the TV. We watched them kids with the hands up, running, everything. They had us watch it. They did not shield us from none of that. So it was like, I think that's probably what's missing today, to be quite honest with you, is the reality of the world. Like, as far as I grew up, I don't know about other folks, but my parents never shied away from giving us the real. They told us what it was. They told us what was up from the time we were able to speak. You are different. You better carry yourself accordingly, because at the end of the day, you're still an N-word to other people. No matter what you do, they still gonna treat you differently because of the color of your skin. That's it. That's all. So, it's just, my mom used to have conversations. She used to cuss people out in front of us. I see my mama used to, y'all think I got a mouth on me. Ooh, you have not met my mother. My mother's mouth is lethal. That's where I get it from. Ooh, Lord, she used to cuss people out in front of us. I used to be so embarrassed because I was like, oh my God, here she goes, yo. Here she goes. If she felt like somebody was doing something about, she called them racist in front of their faces. My mom was on, she was that parent that you didn't want to come. Because my dad, at least he was calm. He was level-headed. He was very, like, much more like, okay, let's talk about it. My mom would come up Rowdy Piper. She did not play. One time my teacher, and mind you, I was in the wrong. Even I had to say, Mom, I was wrong. Because she cussed that teacher out clean. She cussed that teacher out. She's like, you racist. You think you better. Like, she went in on that teacher. And I said, Mom, I had to admit, I said, I think I was wrong. And she still was riled up. She did not play, y'all. So it's like, I grew up around that. I remember she used to cuss people out. She used to cuss people out all the time. Like, honestly, we couldn't bring my mama nowhere. Even at graduation stuff, like, man, like, it's like she's just knucking and bucking all the time. We always had to calm her down. My mom was a little extra. She's very sweet. Don't get me wrong. My mom is super sweet. Everybody who meets her is like, she's so nice. Don't piss her off, though. Do not cut her in line. Do not piss her off. She will go like 0 to 100, like in front of your face, in our faces too. And we're like, oh my God, just standing there awkwardly. like that's what I grew up around. So that's what I'm saying. All of that to say, like, you just gotta, and was it the best way to resolve issues? Absolutely not. I don't recommend to be emotionally unstable like this, but this is where I grew up. And this is why I said that your parents have to teach your kids. My parents, unfortunately, that's why I was a hothead for a minute, and then I had to learn the right way to resolve issues. And this is why I can understand and sympathize with Karmelo, because we don't know if his parents were hotheads too. I was just lucky because I just didn't like to I wasn't really confrontational. I didn't like to beef with people like that, so I was just like, whatever. But if I had to, model myself after my mama, I would be in trouble all the time. I promise you, if I was like my mama. But a lot of us, maybe our parents didn't have that kind of guidance, right? So it's like, it's easy for us to say, oh, he should have done this. He should have done that. He should have done this. But at the end of the day, when you become a parent, you have to learn how to teach your kids these things. And unfortunately, some of our parents did not know. And unfortunately, he learned the lesson the hard way. And this is the harshest way to learn a lesson, is by doing something like this. And then somebody can never return to their family. Racist or not, he still killed them. So nobody deserves to die because they called you the N-word. As much as we would like to believe that, like, at the end of the day, they said a word. That doesn't mean that they deserve to die. Even though I personally think racists are the worst scum of the earth. I think that we have to really think into perspective of how to emotionally regulate ourselves, right? So that's all I got to say about that. All right, 2 more comments, y'all, and then I got to go and move on to the next story. Oh, boy. Prince. Oh, what's up, brother? Welcome. Estery, how are you, sis? You said, hi, Romy. I think a lot of racist people will come in here to insult Karmelo and his family. Yup, and they're going to get exposed and blocked. Because we're not going to do that over here. I can admit Karmelo was wrong, but y'all not going to denigrate his family. No, the hell you not. You're not going to be racist towards his family. We can respectfully say that he needed guidance, and we can respectfully say that his parents failed him, but we're not going to be racist over here. Oh, hell no. That's why I blocked that guy. I roasted him first, and then I blocked him. Because to them, they just see a N-word. They just see an N-word a man. They call him a man. But to me, I don't see just an N-word. I see a young, troubled kid. Just like they see that Brock Turner as a young, troubled kid, or like the Dylan Roof as a young, troubled kid, or the Adam Sandler, the one that did the Sam D. Hook thing, as a young, troubled kid, known as mental health everywhere, mental health. Even the one that did the Uvalde, they see them as a young little kid. Red flag. But then Karmelo is a man. Get out of here. To me, he's still a kid as well. We could look at all of them as a kid, then Karmelo can be a kid too. Get out of here. Yeah, they better tread lightly. They not ready to rumble with me. I'm not a docile Negro. I will never be a docile Negro. I can be polite. I can be courteous, and that's if you are. But if you're not, you're going to get the real me. And when I say the real me, I mean my mama's genes are still in me. I'm just a little bit more refined. Don't play with me. Get out of here. Nobody going to be racist in my channel. Continuing. I only expect rich people to care when they got go out the way to act like they do. I still don't think they'll do anything, but I will always give them shit for it. They won't. And you know what? I think we have to stop expecting them to save us. And this is where the savior complex comes from. Oh my God. This Sunday too, y'all. I know I'm talking a lot, but this needs to be said before we move on to the next story. Where's the, I don't even have my Bible here. Savior complex. Everybody's always looking for somebody to save them. You need to save yourself. No rich billionaire is going to get you out of poverty, but you know who's going to get you out of poverty? You. You are. Nobody's going to come to save you. The Calvary's not coming to save you. I hate to say it. I've been waiting. You know, in my Bible when I was younger, they said Jesus is going to return. They said that. And can he return? Maybe, yes. But until that time, I know that I'm responsible for myself. He gave me autonomy to do so. I'm not going to sit here and expect the day to come for when he's going to suddenly appear. If that is going to happen, we don't know. Why is paradise for rich people here, but paradise for poor people is in heaven? Your riches are stored in heaven. Why can't I be rich here and in heaven? Never think about that. And when I say rich, I'm not saying that we got to exploit people or whatever. I'm just saying that in the system that we live in, unfortunately, you got to work and you got to, save yourself from whatever cycle you're in. And it doesn't even have to be riches in monetary means. It could be just doing better for yourself. It could be getting yourself, like healing generations of mental health, healing generations of trauma, healing generations of just you being complacent. I mean, it starts from somewhere. Weight loss, being healthy, like just you being happy, you being, you living in a world where you can be proud of yourself. Like there's so many different ways that you can store riches here. You don't have to wait for the Calvary to come and save you. I'm so sorry. I know I probably got some people online mad at me or whatever. I don't care. Happy Sunday. Welcome. Rich people are not going to save us. They never did and they never will. We have to save ourselves. That's it. That's all. So those people who voted for Trump expecting him to care about them, please. Since when did a billionaire care about a damn person? Please. And even when they do donate and they give money, they get the refunds back, right? They get charity donations back. Hell, I remember I donated my car and they gave me money back for it. I got a tax receipt. You spend money on charity, you gonna get that money right back. Your church, they spend money on tithing, they don't even pay taxes, and they get money on the back end. But nobody talks about that. Is it really benevolent? They never give to really give. There's always something in expectation. There's always that's why they are able to throw so much millions of dollars. They get it right back, and they don't pay as many taxes as we do. You are the ones funding their lifestyle. You're the ones that are coming up with they come up with the ideas and how most of the time steal the ideas. We got to be honest. They're just managing everything, but you're the ones doing the work at the bottom. You're doing most of the brain and operations. They just know how to manage it and colonize it. Red flag. And you want to sit here thinking they care about your ass. They can't even give you more than minimum wage. And when I say minimum wage, I'm talking about the lower end workers because it affects everybody at the top, right? How much the bottom makes affects us, but we never think about that. They haven't even increased our wages in how many years? We still have to pay. When you go to the grocery store, they care about you so much that they didn't even decrease the prices during inflation. They increased it. Red flag. They're doing all these little micro things, and then you think that on a macro scale, I'm not talking about y'all, I'm just saying in general, the people who believe in billionaires, you think that they're going to come and save you. They're going to come and build your neighborhoods. When your neighborhoods are the reason why they are rich. You being in poverty is actually helping them get richer. They're not going to help you. Nobody's coming to save us. Sorry to give that lesson on a Sunday. Welcome to the real world. Hello, I hope you woke up. Hold on, where my screen at? Wake up. Okay, CFT, you said some immigrants think they are the exception to the rule when they come to North America. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Exactly, sis. 100%. 1,000,000%. I've seen it with my own eyes. Don't be just like them. Don't be like them. Don't be, they're doing this, that. How come they can't get their lives together? And they were talking about Black Americans, y'all. They were. But guess what? At the end of the day, they treated us all the same. And thank God I knew that lesson, because again, I was raised, you know, when my parents first came to the country, I remember they were scared of Black Americans because we used to live in the neighborhood with a lot of Black Americans. And you know what's so funny is, like, all my friends were Black Americans, and that's when they started to ease up. I think what it was that they were listening to other people. And so when we got into the neighborhood, because we were living, first of all, we lived in Lauderdale Lakes. If you're from Fort Lauderdale, you know what I'm talking about. We lived in, Lauderhill. We lived in Lauderhill first. And our neighborhood was all Black American and some immigrant families. So the next door neighbor was Haitian, but everybody else was Black American. And I remember there's one girl we were really good friends with. My sister became friends with her, and then I became friends with her. I forgot her name. I think her name was Abina. And then she used to come to our house every day and ask for us. And then my mom saw us playing with her. And then at first my mom was a little nervous because she was like, oh, just make sure, like, you don't stay out too late, da-da-da. But then she saw us playing. We used to do jump rope. We used to do cheers. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If you grew up in Lauderhill, you used to do, like, little cheers and stuff and, you know, stuff like that. And then once my parents bought a house, like, down the street, so then we moved to Sunrise. And then, again, Black neighborhood. And the person across the street, she was a wonderful woman, Miss Renee. Loved her. She passed away from cancer a few years ago. R.I.P. to Miss Renee. And Mr. Earl passed away too a few years ago. But anyways, they had a daughter, Stan Keela. Love her if she's ever watching this. Keela, shout out to Keela. And we used to play with her too. And then my mom became friends with Miss Renee. And then, you know, everybody just started to seeing people as human beings. And then all of a sudden defending. My mom was like, there's nothing wrong with them. Nothing's wrong with them. You need to da-da-da. So whenever people would talk bad about, you know, or say, oh, like, this person, or stereotype people, like, no, these people are really good, like, da-da-da-da. And then that's how you start to shift people's mindsets. You have to actually live with people and get to know them. And I think the problem, though, is a lot of immigrants, they will come into the country and they automatically go to white neighborhoods because they think white is right. And then they get the worst treatment. Red flag. I had no problems integrating into Black American neighborhoods. I had no issues. Nobody fought me. I had no problems with girls. I had no problems with nobody. And the only time I did have a problem with a girl was me, because I was being a hothead. And, you know, I thought she liked the crush that I had, and we got into a fight. We got into it, but we still cool. Love you, Arnisha. Stacy, I was friends with her, but I think her daddy was from St. Lucia, so she was Caribbean too. But there was other people, Jamaicans, and then we had people, Haitians, and we had everybody, and then we all just became friends. And I think that this is where we have to come in as a community and stop this divisiveness and start really defending each other. So nobody's going to talk bad about Black Americans on this live stream, ever. Nobody's going to talk about Haitians on this live stream, ever. Nobody's going to talk about Jamaicans, ever. Anybody from the African continent, ever. You're never going to talk and say some racist stuff about them on this live stream. It is not a safe space for you, ever. On this damn live and on my channel. Get out of here. Continuing. All right, a few more comments, and then we got to move on to the next story. Esther, you said, yeah, Karmelo was wrong, but 35 years is a lot. They should have charged him with second degree. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, personally speaking, second degree, yeah. Because his intention was, it wasn't premeditated. He didn't even know him. So I don't understand how he even got the first degree, to be quite honest with you. He should have gotten second degree, or at best manslaughter. Not first degree. It was craziness. Like, I think, hold on. Let's check second degree and first degree degrees of murder in Texas. Let's check. Because this is important. All right, let's check it, because every state is different, so that's why I have to be careful, because I know that it's different in every state, just like it's different in every province, right? So, in Texas, let's check. Hold on. All right, so here, capital, so that would be first degree. Capital murder. So Texas statutes define capital murders as murders that occur under very specific circumstances. So capital murder in Texas is equivalent to first degree murder found in most other states. These include the taking of a life of an on-duty law enforcement or rescue personnel. So that's not applicable to him. The taking of a life of a child under the age of 10. That's not applicable to him. Taking a life while committing another felony crime. That's not applicable to him either. Taking of a life for hire. He didn't do that. The taking of a life of a member of a judiciary. He didn't do that. and taking of a life while escaping or in prison. He didn't do none of that. What was he charged with? Hold up. What was he charged with? Let's check the verdict, yo. Oh no, I want it from US. So let's see here. Yeah, you see, why was he look at the blade, y'all. Why was he carrying this with him? That's what I still need answers to that. I don't know why he felt the need to carry that to attract me. That's why I'm saying there's more to this story, and I wish somebody would tell us this. Maybe I need to check the court case, like the documents. So what did they charge him with? Okay, so jurors deliberated for 3 hours on June 9th before convicting Anthony of 19. Okay, but when he committed it, he was like 17 turning 18, if I'm not mistaken. Of Frisco, after a 2-week trial. They rejected a lesser manslaughter charge, and after 2 more hours of deliberation, sentenced him to 35 years. Declining to find the killing resulted from sudden passion. But 35 years would be like, was it first degree? He didn't get manslaughter. Okay, let's check the other one. Sorry, y'all. Hold on, let me go back. So second degree. Let's check the second degree here. Second degree murder, familiar in other states, can be defined as murder under Texas law. Under Texas Penal Code Section 19.02b1, someone may be facing murder charges if any of the following occur. The death of an individual was caused intentionally, unknowingly. This is not the case. Was it? I mean, you got to prove intent here. So I'm going to try to see that it looks like they proved intent, but it'd be very hard. He didn't know him. They didn't even know each other for many seconds. So how can you prove that this was intent? Like his intent was to boom him, especially since he wasn't the one who touched him in the first place. This is another problem here. The death of an individual is caused because a person intended to inflict serious bodily harm. In the process of committing or attempting to commit another felony, a person causes the death of another. So this one is probably what applied. No. Sorry, I lied. This doesn't apply. So it would be these two. Yeah. Any murder or second degree charge is serious and you cannot defend yourself. You will need to work closely with a defense attorney who can investigate the circumstances and determine what type of defense is best in your case. Carter Law will vigorously, okay, they're trying to promote their law firm. So here, yep. It would be second degree. So they charged them with what, though? It doesn't say here. Hold up. We need to find out. What did they charge? Oh, maybe y'all telling me in the comments, but I'm going to check for myself first. Hold on. Let's check Guardian. Guardian's usually pretty good with giving the outline of stuff. I usually read their articles. Okay, so let's get to it. I need to see what degree it was. So attorney selected 12 jurors, 6 alternates for the trial. None of the jurors was black. This is a problem, y'all. Red flag. That's a problem. This is a big problem. Because they intentionally kept black people out of it. Why? Which we already knew. I mean, I already knew this, but they wanted to make sure that this wasn't held up. That's all that is. Because they think like black people can't think this this is the problem I have too. It's like, why do they think that some black people can't think past their emotions? Like, why do they think that black people be too closely connected to this case? That doesn't make any sense. But when a popo unalives a black person, you don't see them saying the same thing about the white jurors. Why didn't they have a jury of all black jurors? Because they wouldn't be emotionally connected to the case. Like, why are the white jurors not emotionally connected, but the black jurors are? Red flag. That doesn't make any damn sense. There are intelligent black people out here, guys, that can think and that can see things for what they are. Not every black person cannot think logically, but of course, you know, that's the way the judicial system is set up. Again, you're living in a system where you're at the bottom. Welcome to America and to North America. To all the whole world, hell. We just gonna put the whole world in there. I need to see what degree was this. Here, Anthony's legal team argued that and I got a problem with the legal team too, but we'll get to that next. Anthony's legal team argued that he acted in self-defense after he was confronted by members of the Memorial High School team. The defense said Austin and his twin brother, who are about 6 feet 1 inches and 213 pounds, confronted Anthony, who is 5'8" and about 130 pounds. I don't think, personally speaking, my opinion, this is irrelevant because there's a lot of big black kids out there that are gentle giants. My brother's 6 feet and he's probably like pretty big. Y'all saw him on that live stream and he wouldn't touch a fly. So I don't like that this was being used for the simple fact that, yes, maybe he was a little bit like, oh, they're too big, but it's making it seem as if they were scary. And I get it, but from the, I don't know, like there's just a lot going on here. I feel like there could have been more done with the defense here. Because now this is going to, you got to think about it from this way. So he's scared of them who are bigger than him, which I get because, yes, they are much more bigger than him. But at the same time, like, was he really scared though? Like, I don't know. Personally speaking, like 6 feet and 213 pounds. Anthony was 5'8" and 130 pounds. It showed that Austin, if I'm not mistaken, the video was that Austin was the one who was in front of him and the brothers. I don't know. I personally think, like, yes, this is plausible, but I'm more interested to hear what was said and the tone that was said more than anything. The defense claimed that Anthony reacted to fear and chaos, while the prosecutor said Austin was poked in a sneak surprise attack. Okay, but, like, I need to know what the sentencing is. Like, he's to be tried as an adult. What degree was this? Okay. They just read the verdict. All right. Guardian, you failed me today. Okay, here, let's go to the evidence. You know what? Let me watch the news. Let's watch something, a video. Okay, here's a video here. But I'm going to watch it on YouTube. They released the evidence. According to investigators, the confrontation began during a Frisco track meet when Anthony, a Centennial High School student, was sitting under Memorial High School team's tent, and Metcalf told them to leave. And that's a problem, y'all. You see, I gotta be honest. Red flag right here. And we have to dissect this. Like, there were two, like I said, their parents failed them, but not only that, but they weren't ready to regulate this situation. This situation was too out of control. First of all, Austin, I'm so sorry, rest in peace. So you did not deserve to die. But at the same time, we also got to be, like, just like I held Karmelo responsible for having that knife on him in a track meet, and why did he need that? I can also hold Austin responsible and say that, who gave you the authority? This is a problem. This happens too often. Why do people think they have the authority to move people? That's not your job. Ego. He's sitting there. That's not your job to move him. That's not your tent. You don't own the tent. And I find that this is a problem when you're dealing with people. They always think they can manage somebody. Who are you? And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like, I'm not surprised at the reaction. I'm upset and I'm disturbed that the reaction was a poking. But I'm not surprised that he got upset that he was told to move. Because I'm not going to lie to you. If I'm sitting somewhere and I was invited to sit somewhere and somebody comes to me and they do not own the property, I don't see the property manager. Like, let's say I'm in my apartment building. And then let's say, or no, that's a different situation. Let's say I'm at somebody's apartment building, like my friend's apartment building or something like that. And then, or my friend's house. I don't know, somewhere. We're outside somewhere. My friend invited me somewhere and I'm sitting down. And then somebody comes to me and say, oh, you need to move. And I know that you are not the owner of this spot. I know that you are just a regular person around here. I'm going to automatically become defensive. Like, why can't people think about that? Why would you tell me to move? Who are you? That would be my first thought. And so I can automatically see that there was already tension from that moment on. And anything that happens after that, like I said, emotional regulation is the problem. Now, continuing, surveillance video showed to jurors captured a brief burst of activity under the Memorial High School tent. Jurors also viewed video highlighting Anthony running away from the scene. Body camera footage from responding officers documented his arrest. During the encounter, Anthony can be heard saying, "I was just protecting myself." You see, that's from his reality. His reality. And that's what's not being discussed in this case. And I don't expect the all-white jury to understand that. But they knew the black people would. His perception of what occurred is different from Austin's perception. And unfortunately, Austin is not here to tell his story. And it's going to be different from Austin's brother's perception and all the people around him. But he's operating in a different way. And why is that not taken into consideration? Just like people could understand Rick Chow's old crazy ass son's perception and perspective, but they can't understand Karmelo's. This is a problem. Later in the footage, Anthony said, "I know how it goes. I'm not alleged. I did it." Yeah, he knows he did it. Of course he did. We saw the footage, so at least we know he could tell the truth. Anthony can also be heard saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me." But that does not mean that you need to poke him. And this is another problem. Red flag. He put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. Hands should have never been put on, but also poking should have never happened. So again, this comes down to an altercation that got really out of control for no reason. They both didn't know how to handle this situation, and this is the bottom line of everything. The evidence presented to jurors included multiple 911 calls made after the poking. In one call, caller told dispatchers, "I need paramedics at Q Kendall Stadium right away." When asked what was happening, the caller responded, "I have an athlete that was poked." Another caller told the dispatcher, "My friend's bleeding everywhere." Court records also included transcripts detailing efforts to save Metcalf's life. Very sad. A caller reported, "We're doing compressions and giving him mouth to mouth." Yeah, he was gone, y'all, because if he hit that was personal. Later, another caller can be heard saying, fight through, Austin. Come on, Austin." Despite these efforts, family members said the 17-year-old, he died in his twin brother's arms. It's very unfortunate. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Collin County jurors ultimately found Anthony guilty of first degree. Disproportionate, y'all. Red flag. This is egregious. Here, we're reading right here. Hold on. Where's the Texas? Hold on. Here. There's a law firm in Texas, y'all. Here we go. First degree. This is according to the penal code. So the taking, we read this. He did not do any of this. How is this even possible? You see, when you bring this up and say that there was inequality, crickets, where they at in the comments? Oh, I blocked his ass. Where they at in the comments? Hold up. We gonna read more. Hold up. I'm gonna read some. Where the naysayers at? Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Hold up. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? This don't make no damn sense. Oh, Prince, you lived in Lauderdale? I didn't know that. I lived in Lauderdale for a year after 5th grade. I don't remember much, but definitely remember being surrounded by people that looks like me for the first time. It was amazing. Yes, Fort Lauderdale was just an experience, y'all. I'm so happy I grew up in that area. Like, it was amazing. We was all together. It was like we was all together, y'all. Everybody was together. Yeah, where the crickets? I don't see no naysayers in the comments. Where y'all at? This is why. So this is why I don't argue with people on the internet like that, because I know that they did not read anything. They're just going off of what's on the news. Oh, he got convicted of first degree. But how is that possible when these are the parameters? He did not take, we gonna go through it again. He didn't take a life of an on-duty law enforcement officer or rescue personnel. He didn't take the life of a child under the age of 10 years old. He did not take a life while committing another felony crime. What felony crime did he commit? Nothing. He did not commit a crime. The felony crime, the crime was him poking Austin, unfortunately. Taking a life for hire. He didn't do that. He wasn't hired to do a hit. Taking the life of a member of a judiciary. He ain't do none of that. taking a life while escaping or while in prison. How is this possible? He should have been second degree or manslaughter. This don't make no damn sense. Hold up. Let's read more, because maybe that was just this one. Let's go through the Texas Penal Code. Hold up. Here we go. Texas Constitution and Statutes. This how y'all gonna get to the thick of it. Hold up. Now we doing lawyer things. Look at me doing all this. Hold on. Where's the... Not this one. I want the whole book. Where's the Texas Penal Code? Here we go here. All right, let's go to self-defense. Fine statute. You see, when you need to learn how to do this stuff, y'all. The youth need to learn how to do this. Oh, I gotta go by article? No, let's just do search. Here we go. Self-defense. He doesn't, to be honest with you, he doesn't qualify for it, but I just want to see that. Criminal code. Let's see. I just want to do criminal code. Code criminal procedure. Compilation of information pertaining. No. Justice and municipal. Maybe this one? Hold on. No. Let's do criminal code. That's what I need to look at. Here we go. All right. There we go. Find law. Okay, can we do this? Yes. Okay, here we go. No, I don't need help. All right. Punishments. Offenses against person. Criminal. Yeah, here we go. Criminal homicide. Okay, types of criminal. There we go. Here's a penal code. This is what you guys got to learn, okay? Learn how to, not y'all. I'm talking about other random people on the internet that try to come in here and come and buck up. Don't buck up with me. Red flag. Don't try it. I'm a very educated Negro. Don't play with me. Texas Penal Code, 1901. Types of criminal homicide. A person commits criminal homicide if he intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence causes the unaliving or death of an individual. Criminal homicide is murder, capital murder, manslaughter, or criminal negligent homicide. Okay, so murder, capital murder, which we learned in the other article, manslaughter, or criminally negligent. Okay, here we go. In this section, adequate cause means cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, or terror in a person of ordinary temper sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. Did he get any type of clinical assessment? He seems very extremely troubled, y'all. The fact that he bought a knife, that big ass knife, into a track meet, this is a problem. And then the response he gave, he said, I did it. I admit I did it. He touched me, so that's irrational. Red flag. Why has he not been tested? He is very irrational, y'all. You guys even mentioned it in the comments. It doesn't make sense. Fist to fist, not fist to knife. Sudden passion. This is what they were going with. I think they needed to go with this one. This one right here. He went into anger because the Austin told him to move. Sudden passion means passion directly caused by and arising out of provocation by the individual killed or another acting with the person killed, which passion arises at the time of offense and is not solely the result of former provocation. Actually, this does count. I lied. This counts. This does count because it arises out of provocation by the individual killed or another acting with the person killed, which passion arises at the time of the offense and is not solely the result of former. So they didn't know each other. So here, this already passes. And then this already passes because he said, I killed him because he touched me. Red flag. These two things should have been considered, y'all. A person commits an offense if the person, we already read that, intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, intends to cause seriously bodily injury, and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual, which this counts, commits or attempts to commit a felony other than manslaughter, and in the course of and in furtherance of the commission of the attempt, or in immediate flight from the commission or attempt. The person commits or attempts to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual, or knowingly manufactures or delivers controlled substance. So this is drugs. All right. He doesn't qualify for this. At the punishment of stage of a trial, the defendant may raise the issue as to whether he caused the death of an immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. If the defendant proves the issue in the affirmative by a preponderance of evidence, the offense is a felony of what? Second degree. How was he charged with first degree? Let's go back for the slow people. I'm not talking about y'all. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, we gonna take our time with this one. This is somebody's life right here. How long we been on here? 3 hours. Okay, I gotta cut this soon though, because I gotta go to another case. Lord, that's why I had to come up. I'm glad I came up here. I popped in early. Here we go. Here's what did they say here? Let's go to the facts again. Let's go back here. So, confrontation began at the track meet. Anthony was sitting under a Memorial High School team's tent, and Metcalf told him to leave. No prior interaction. Let's go back again. Where we at? Not this one. Sorry, I gotta close you out. Here. Let's go back again. So, he asked him to leave. Adequate cause means cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger. If somebody tells you to leave and they do not own the spot, they are not a teacher, they are not a person of authority, you would naturally get angry, wouldn't you? Red flag, everybody would. I've seen white folks, every type of person, especially if you tell them to move and you do not have authority. Who are you? Why are you telling me to move? He doesn't have the authority, does he? Is he a teacher? Is he a coach? This would commonly cause people to be upset, 100%. Why are you telling me to move? Even if you're not upset, you're going to start being confused. Like, well, who are you? Why are you telling me to move? I was able to be here. He told me I could stay here. Why are you telling me to move? Automatically. Who are you? Rage or resentment or terror. I don't know if terror was part of it, but I can say that him bringing that knife already lets me know he was ready for something. Like I said, you only bring a weapon when you know something's about to pop off. I'm not going to bring a weapon to somewhere where I don't know if something's going to pop off or not. That doesn't make sense. I mean, where I know that nothing is going to pop off is what I meant to say. If I go to a pet store, I'm not bringing my pocket knife. But if I go to the woods, I will. Because, you know, we can't have weapons in Canada. It's illegal unless you have, like, a permit. I am. Oh, yeah. I'm ready for them pit bulls. I'm ready. Not pit bull. I don't want to put pit bulls out there. I'm ready for the bears. I'm ready for the cougars. I'm ready for all of them. I'm ready for that action because I don't know what's coming out behind me in the woods. Or a man. I don't know. Some crazy ass person might come out here. Ooh. I'm ready for it all. So, obviously, this might count depending on what his irrational fear was and why he needed to bring a knife there. And also, it will count if he's definitely part of this family, y'all. I done told y'all he needs to get clinic. I wish. You see, this is why I always say we need to start getting into mental health, y'all. Get your peoples tested. Get them diagnosed. Please and thank you. Now, I'm not saying he has this, okay? But I'm just saying that he's extremely irrational. It's not normal to be this irrational. It really isn't. So, when I think about it, and it's not just cluster A, B. I mean, it could be anything. I'm not a mental health specialist. But here, traits of the cluster B. Being dramatic or overly emotional. This counts. They will make something, like I said, something small into something big. Impulsiveness. This was very impulsive. Unpredictable or erratic behavior. Difficulty keeping stable relationship. I don't know him like that. This is not a normal reaction of a healthy teenager. At all. So now, continuing. Surveillance shows, we already read that. Hold on, I want to compare it to this. During the encounter, Anthony can be heard saying, also here, sorry, I gotta say this one. Surveillance video shown to jurors captured a brief burst of activity. So it was very short. Very extremely short. It's not normal. Red flag. Something's wrong with him. I'm not even trying to be playing. I'm not playing, y'all. I'm being honest. I talked about it in the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study. I knew it right away. Remember when his brother, Jay-Z, listen, I got to bring him up. He was 12 years old. 11 or 12. And his brother stole his jewelry and he pew-pewed him. That's not a normal reaction. Red flag. And I said that. That's when I knew. I was like, oh, he's cluster. He's on the cluster. And that's why I kept saying he's cluster B. Y'all think I'm joking when I'm doing these cases. I'm very dead-ass serious. I just make it I just make it into an entertaining way, even though it's technically not supposed to be entertainment, but I do it just so you guys can ingest it. It's not a normal reaction. So now we have this happening. It took a few seconds and he already poked this young man in the heart. This young boy, I should say, because I call both of them boys. They're very much boys, teenagers. Under Memorial High tent, jurors also viewed highlighting Anthony. He ran away. Body camera footage from responding officers documented Anthony's arrest. During the encounter, Anthony can be heard saying, I was just protecting myself. So to him, like I said, from his reality, because I suspect, my opinion, I've seen many cluster B's to know. I'm telling y'all, it permeates in my family. That this makes sense to somebody with this. But not to somebody that doesn't have that. Just like I have ADHD, I'm diagnosed. You already know. If you're new here, welcome. To me, my worldview makes sense. But to somebody else, they're thinking, no, something's off here. This don't make sense. Why are you doing that? That's weird. From my perspective, though, it makes sense. That's how my brain is wired. The other day, I was working on something with one of my friends. She's my homegirl, but we work together. And she said, why is your stuff always backwards? To her, it's weird. And mind you, she's another person. We both were similar. She asked me, she's like, because I do things backwards. But to me, it makes sense. Somebody's looking at it like, wait, hold up. Dom just showed me this damn graph. He was like, oh, this is this. And I was like, what the hell is that? To his brain, it makes perfect sense. That's his reality. How could you not get this? It's very simple. To me, I'm like, I don't understand this. Now let's take it to this situation. His perspective. This makes sense. This is why it sounds preposterous to the rest of us, because it sounds normal. But to him, like to us, it sounds abnormal is what I meant to say. To us, it sounds like, why the hell would you use it? Why would you bring a knife to try? Why would you do? To him, it's perfect sense. Like, he touched me, so I had to do it. Nobody's talking about this. Is mental health that is only reserved for white boys and not for young black boys? Later in the footage, Anthony said, I know how it goes. I'm not alleged I did it. He admitted it. He didn't even try to lie, like Rick Child's son. Anthony can also be heard saying, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. He put his hands on me. It sounds just like Jay-Z. Red flag. When Jay-Z pew-pewed his brother for wearing his jewelry or stealing his jewelry, it made perfect sense to him. He stole mine, so I did that. And then to the rest of us, like, why would you do that to your brother? But to his mind, it was perfect retribution. You touch me, so I have to do that. And y'all can't see that there's something wrong here. White America. Oh, because he doesn't fit the profile of a mental health patient. He doesn't fit. Y'all, let me tell y'all a story in Canada that's extremely disturbing, and it shakes me to my core every time I think about it. There was this man, y'all. right here. This man, he went on a Greyhound bus. There was this happened while I was in Montreal, by the way. This happened in Winnipeg, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Here, I'm going to show y'all what this is right here. This man, there was a young man. He was around my age at the time. He was like 20. We were the same age. So he was like, this was in 2008. They were catching a Greyhound bus together. All of a sudden, this one right here, this man right here, Vincent Lee, he jumped over and then he started to, head everything and did all of that. Did all of that. We obviously know something's wrong here. Obviously, something is off here. Imagine, here, this is the article. I don't even want to say it. It's very trigger warning, so I'm not going to read everything. So here, when a court deems an offender not criminally responsible, so he wasn't even found criminally responsible. It accepts that a crime was committed under these sorts of conditions. There is no actual man in a mask, of course. Oh, sorry. We're just talking about the example. But yeah, on March 5th of 2009, a Manitoba court found Vince Lee not criminally responsible for the horrific death of Tim McLean on a Greyhound bus 7 months later. Lee, who has since changed his name to Will Baker, said he heard the voice of God telling him to decapitate and do all that stuff. Y'all, it was crazy. A fellow passenger who Lee believed was an alien. And his schizophrenia was undiagnosed at the time of the killing. So usually what happens is in Canada, they're going to test you. Did they test Anthony? Or Karmelo? After he was deemed NCR, he was sent to Selkirk Mental Health Mental Health Center for treatment. And last week, after years of earning back small freedoms, such as supervised day visit and unescorted outings, Lee was granted an absolute discharge. There we go. So I know this case was in Canada, but I'm just saying that. And again, I have to be very honest, y'all. Mental health is very extremely real. Yes, it's not an excuse, but at the same time, you have to remember that somebody is thinking from the parameters of another brain pattern. I don't know why this is very hard to understand for some folks. And when we see situations like these where things are unprovoked, and of course, I'm not saying every crime, everybody is criminally insane or everybody has a mental health issue. There's some psychopaths out there, 100%. But based on what was said in this case, he needs to go see somebody, y'all. I could clock it from the beginning. Let's check here. You see, that's why I don't know if I could call him Karmelo, because there's another Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player, and I'm pretty sure they named him after him. Was he tested, y'all? That's the first thing they should have done. The Karmelo Anthony case raises question about adolescent development. Here we go. Conflict and the conversations we need to have before tragedy. Thank you. Oh my God, who wrote this article? And this was in Forbes magazine. This was June 10th of 2026. Yes, 100%. So here, the conviction and sentencing of Karmelo Anthony have generated intense national debate. Anthony, a black teenager from Texas. Okay, we'll skip through this. I want to see the mental health part. The legal questions before the jury were ultimately narrow and centered on if the evidence support a murder conviction and did Anthony's actions meet legal standard for self-defense. Yet outside the courtroom, the case became something much larger. The verdict sparked passionate public debate about race, fairness, accountability, and trust in the justice system. Some observers argue that factors such as jury, racial, and ethnic composition, venue, and the public perception may have influenced how the case was understood. That's 100% factual. And usually what happens is, in the case of Zimmerman's old demonic racist ass, they didn't even have the case in Sanford, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't they take it to another city or another county? They didn't want to do that for this one. Beyond the legal arguments and social media debates, this case illuminates broader conversations about adolescent development, conflict escalation, bullying, racialized experiences, and the systems that are supposed to help young people navigate difficult situations before they become irreversible. All of this. Who wrote this? Shout out to the author. Who are you? Maya Nigel Hoskin. Whoever you are. You know what? Let's highlight who you are. Here we go, a sister. Two sisters talking about this. This is embarrassing, y'all, to the judicial system. This is extremely embarrassing. The purpose of examining these issues is not to explain away a tragedy, thank you, or excuse harmful behavior, exactly. Rather, it is to ask what lessons we can learn when two teenagers become involved in a conflict that leaves one young person dead and another facing decades in prison. Adolescence is a unique developmental period. One of the challenges in discussing cases involving teenagers is that public conversation often treat adolescents as if they process conflict the same as adults. Where's that idiot that said that, oh, she said his frontal lobe's not developed? Get the fuck out of here, you bum. You don't know anything. That's exactly why your life is the way that it is. You're uneducated. You parasite. Where his ass at? What was his name again? I already dragged him in the beginning of the stream. Anybody who studied child development knows that. But then, of course, we have some idiots that are parents. And they don't know that. And I'm not talking about Karmelo's parents. I'm talking about that idiot that commented that in the comments. Any intelligent person that studied child development knows that. Continuing. Developmental science suggests otherwise. According to a 2025 study just last year, published by the American Psychological Association, the adolescent brain is still developing, particularly in areas related to impulse control, emotional regulation, decision-making, and risk assessment. He should have been tested, y'all. 1, he's an adolescent, but 2, I also think it's deeper than that. I think you need to get tested clinically. Moreover, research by psychologist Lauren Steinberg, one of the leading scholars of adolescent development, has demonstrated that adolescence is characterized by significant differences in emotional processing, impulse control, and decision-making, which we already know. All right, during this stage of life, emotional and reward systems tend to develop more rapidly than the brain regions responsible for self-regulation and long-term judgment. That's what I said in the beginning. Consequently, research suggests that adolescents may be particularly vulnerable to emotionally charged decision-making during high conflict situations, especially when peer dynamics are involved. And then on top of that, we don't even know if he has a mental issue on top of that. Nor does it excuse, so this does not mean adolescents are incapable of making thoughtful decisions. Nor does it excuse harmful behavior, but it does indicate that young people often experience conflict, embarrassment, rejection, humiliation, and perceived threats differently than adults. That's exactly what we're trying to say. So what we're trying to say is, yes, should he be punished? Yes. But at the same time, why weren't these factored in the sentencing? That's the problem. But yet they can see it for their sons, but they can't see it for yours. Or ours, I should say. I don't have a son, but yeah. How is that possible? Continuing. As communities grapple with the aftermath of cases like this one, experts argue that developmental factors deserve consideration. Hello. This is why juvenile court exists. This is why there's a whole juvenile system. This is why. Continuing, not because they determine legal responsibility, but because they help us understand why prevention and early intervention matter. Why conversations about bullying continue to surface. Although bullying was not established as a cause in the trial, conversations about bullying quickly became part of the broader public discussion surrounding the case. That reaction is not surprising. Many educators, parents, counselors, and mental health professionals have become increasingly concerned about the long-term effects of chronic peer conflict, harassment, exclusion, and humiliation among adolescents. Like I said, Austin was not the person that he was thinking of, in my opinion. Austin represented other people. He didn't even know him. You know, when you have that last straw that broke the camel's back, this is what this reminds me of. This is what this gives me. So why wasn't that part of the conversation? Did anybody ask him about that? Has he had any issues at his school prior? I need to find that out. Maybe y'all wrote that in the comments. I'll check after. Research suggests these concerns are warranted. According to Dorothy Espelage, an expert and researcher on adolescent bullying behavior, bullying is not simply a disciplinary issue. It is a public health issue with significant implications for mental health, school climate, and long-term well-being. Too often, bullying is framed as a temporary inconvenience rather than a serious mental health concern. That is very true. There are parents out there, there's so many kids who have unalived themselves because of bullying, and yet the cycle still continues. Educators do not care. This is craziness. For many young people, I'm not saying all, some. For many young people, repeated harassment can have profound psychological consequences. Lord, it's as if I didn't even read this article ahead of time. Why are we saying the same things? Oh, because we know. We're smart enough to understand that. Whatever that dumbass guy that came in the comments was talking nonsense. And the rest of you racist idiots. The difference between me and you is that I actually read. I actually learn. I actually have worked with children. I've actually explored and lived in other places. I don't sit in my basement on the internet playing video games all damn day. And no shade to people who do that. But yes, that is an issue if you do that all damn day. Red flag. Get a job. And learn some things. Read a damn book. How about start with this one? The New Jim Crow. How about that? Tired of y'all. Continuing. For many young people, repeated harassment, yes, I read that already. Research has linked chronic bullying to increased rates of anxiety, depression, social withdrawal, academic difficulty, self-harm, and ideation. Y'all know, unaliving ideation. I can't say the word out loud. I'm not trying to get blocked. Victims frequently report feeling helplessness, isolation, shame, and hypervigilance. Didn't we talk about why? Didn't I say that? He seemed paranoid for somebody to bring a knife into the track meet. It's irrational. But it's rational. Oh, dang. Oh, sorry, y'all. What did I do? Is this the whole thing? My bad. Okay, here we go. It's irrational to a normal teenager, but it's rational to somebody who's being hypervigilant. There's something wrong here. In fact, a 2023 BMC Psychiatry meta-analysis of 31 studies found that bullying involvement was significantly associated with depression among children and adolescents, with youth who experience both bullying and victimization showing the greatest psychological risk. Similarly, a large systemic review published in the World Journal of Psychiatry found that bullying victimization was associated with increased rates of anxiety, depression. Okay, I read that one already. Although these findings do not tell us what happened in this specific case, they do, however, remind us that experiences involving peer conflict, social exclusion, harassment, and humiliation can have meaningful consequences for adolescent well-being. We often think of bullying as a normal part of growing up, says Steinberg. Yet adolescence represents a unique period of brain development in which emotional and reward systems mature faster than the systems responsible for self-regulation and impulse control. On top of that, they have social media these days. We did not. Just remember that. So whenever you, again, you are watching people all day long. We don't know what he was consuming. We don't know any of that stuff. And I wish this was taken into consideration. But of course, you're dealing with racist people. They don't give a damn. Continuing. In emotionally charged situations, that developmental imbalance can increase vulnerability to conflict escalation and risky decision making. Unfortunately, many students report that bullying will not change anything. So they report that reporting bullying will not change anything. Others fear retaliation. Some simply stop asking adults for help. And this happens in the adult world too. I'm a shop steward of a union. I see this every day, all the time. We have so many things that we see all the time. People fear retaliation, even at your job. I don't want to go to HR because they're not going to be for me. They're not going to fight for me. How many times have you heard that? Red flag. As an adult, you can understand that, but not for a kid. Oh, no, but they don't care because you're black. Continuing. When tragedies involving young people occur, it is understandable that communities begin asking broader questions about how schools respond to conflict, whether students feel safe reporting concerns. Because, hell, you don't even feel safe going to your damn boss and telling, well, not me, because I love my boss is really cool. But I'm saying some people, I have worked in workplaces where I did not feel safe reporting something. I remember one time, I think I talked about it on the live stream. There was a coworker who was being unfairly targeted. He reported it to his manager. And you want to know what the manager did? The manager was like, "Oh yeah, like I'll look into it, whatever." That manager told so the person who was harassing him, their manager, how can I say this? They had a manager, and then he told the manager of the person, I don't know how to explain it, but it was like the person's manager and their upline, so their supervisor. The supervisor of the manager of the person who was harassing him. I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm saying. But either way, what ended up happening was that they targeted him even more because now they knew that he snitched. They didn't care. And so the only way that things were resolved was that somebody had to speak out, and it was my ass. Lord, I put a target on my back. After that, I'm not putting a target on my back no more. I should have become a union sharp steward at that job, but they didn't have any unions. Yeah, I spoke out about it. I sure did. I said, I know what y'all doing. Oh, they shut that down real quick. Don't play with me. So this is what happens in the workplace, even today. Adults are still scared to tell people about what's going on and how they're being harassed and what they're going through at their jobs. And you think kids are able to handle that, and adults can't even do it. Red flag. How many professionals? Just the other day, I read a story about a doctor who unalived herself because she couldn't deal with the stress. This was in Quebec. It was too stressful for her. Burnout. All that stuff. She couldn't even ask for help. She didn't feel like she could. You have people doing that every single day at their job. And y'all can't understand that when it comes for kids. No, you can't understand it because it's a black kid. Red flag. Get out of here. Race perception in the public conversation. Lord, there's more. Race also became central part of the public discussion surrounding the case. Anthony is black and Metcalf was white. As a result, many observers viewed the case through a broader historical and cultural lens. Oh my God, I feel like I could have written this article because you wrote it so eloquently, sis. Everything I was trying to say, you've said it in such an amazing way. Some question whether race influenced public perceptions of the incident. It sure did on both sides. Others raised concerns about fairness, representation, and trust in the judicial process, which we already see. Anthony's family publicly expressed concerns about racial discrimination and unequal treatment throughout the legal proceedings and shared that they had to move to protect their safety due to racial attacks during the trial. None of these concerns were questions the jury was tasked with answering. However, the public reaction highlights a reality that mental health professionals and educators have long recognized and highlights how race can shape how individuals experience institutions, interpret events, and understand fairness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because something as trivial as "don't touch me, bro" is detrimental to somebody else, as we can see in this case. We see life very differently, especially as people who know and are aware that they are different. But yet somehow, that said, research has consistently shown that experiences of racial discrimination and racialized stress can have significant implications for adolescent mental health, contributing to elevated levels of anxiety, depression, chronic stress, and emotional distress. For Black adolescents in particular, experiences involving discrimination, racial harassment, and bias can create additional layers of stress that are often overlooked. Mental health researchers in a 2025 study published in BMC Public Health have documented the psychological impact of racial discrimination on young people, including increased symptoms of anxiety, depression, chronic stress, and emotional exhaustion. Research by clinical psychologist Mitch Prinstein has repeatedly found that peer rejection and social exclusion can have profound psychological effects during adolescence, a developmental stage in which social belonging carries extraordinary emotional significance. Schools cannot effectively support student well-being while ignoring the role that race may play in students' lived experiences. And where did he live? In a majority white city. They was never going to understand that. Ever. Creating safe environments requires addressing all forms of harassment, including those rooted in race, ethnicity, religion, gender, identity, disability status, or other aspects of identity. Students cannot thrive in environments where they feel persistently targeted, marginalized, or unsafe. Adults can't either. Red flag. Children, adults, same. You cannot live in an environment like that. You already know that. Half of y'all, not y'all, but half of the people out there can't even work in corporate. How many stories have we seen on TikTok about that? Acknowledging these realities does not require reaching conclusions about the verdict itself. Rather, it requires recognizing that conversations about race remain deeply intertwined with how many Americans understand justice, belonging, safety, and opportunity. And prevention matters more than retrospection. Following highly publicized tragedies, much of the public conversation focuses on punishment. How many years should someone receive? Was the verdict fair? Was justice served? While those are important legal questions, they are not the only questions. Mental health professionals, educators, parents, and policymakers should also ask what happened before the tragedy occurred and reaches the courtroom. What warning signs were present? I can already tell you that knife. Why was it there? Were concerns reported? We already know they weren't. Did students feel safe seeking help? Why wasn't somebody watching them? That's a problem too. Were adults aware of ongoing conflicts? They had just met, so no. Were intervention systems functioning effectively, and could mediation, counseling, mentorship, restorative practices, or earlier intervention have changed the outcome? And another thing is teachers are very underpaid. And not only that, but there's not enough teachers out there. So they probably didn't even have enough teachers for all the students that was there anyways. There's probably no security guards. They were left to their own. And it was raining on top of that. The reality is that punishment occurs after harm has already happened. Prevention occurs before lives are permanently altered. Bingo. The most effective safety strategies do not begin after violence occurs. They begin years earlier through relationship building, mental health support, anti-bullying initiatives, social emotional learning, conflict resolution, education, and accessible counseling services. These efforts may not generate national headlines, but they often prevent them. I'll add one further, sis. Parental guidance. Red flag. Stop having kids if you can't emotionally lead them. I'm tired of this. Tired. How do I have more energy to help children and to help, and to say what I need to say and to protect children than people who have children? This is ridiculous. How is it that people who do not have kids care more about the kids' well-being than people who do have kids? Can somebody riddle me that? How do I care and give a damn more about not y'all, but their kids than they do their own? Because feeding them is not enough. Giving them treats and toys is not enough. You need to actually interact with your kids and develop them in a way where they'll be able to resolve these conflicts on both sides, both parents. Red flag to both of them. I'm not talking about only Karmelo's parents. Austin's parents too, both of them. And his racist ass daddy. Red flag. Looking beyond the verdict. Public discourse often encourages us to choose sides, to identify a hero and a villain. There's no hero or villain. They're both. It's a sad situation that should have never happened. To declare one family deserving of sympathy and other deserving of condemnation. Both of them deserve condemnation, in my opinion. Parents, not the kids. They didn't to be honest with you, they didn't have proper guidance, y'all. I keep saying that. But reality is often more complicated. A young man is dead and another young man will spend much of his early adulthood incarcerated. Two families are grieving and two futures have been permanently altered. The legal process has produced a verdict and the criminal justice system has rendered its decision. Yet the broader question remains, how do we better identify students who are struggling and how do we address adolescent violence? How do we intervene before conflicts become crises? How do we take bullying seriously without waiting for tragedy to force our attention? And how do we create school environments where young people feel safe enough to seek help before anger, fear, humiliation, or desperation reach a breaking point? Those questions may not change the outcome of the case, but they may help prevent future tragedies. And thank you, sis, for this article. Maya Nigel Hoskin. Amazing. Amazing piece of work. Let me read some comments and we're going to get to the watermelon feeling and wrap this case right up. I've been talking long enough about it. Only 10 more minutes and then we're going to wrap it up and move on to the other stories. Oh boy. This was a good read though. I had to read it. Must read it because I know some people going to come in here and start talking yik-yak in the comments. I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about with the replay. You know, once they see Karmelo's name, they like to foam at the mouth like the rabid animals that they are. Continuing. Let me get to the comments that I was reading. My bad, y'all. Why is Clifton Powell on here? I need to get rid of him. Okay, hold on, y'all. My bad. Here, let's leave this one up here. Okay, and this is the first and last time I'm talking about this, by the way, y'all. I think I've said enough. Blueberry, you said, I believe that if they let Karmelo explain himself, it would have been different because after the event, he even asked if Austin was going to be okay. Yeah, and that defense attorney, that tells me all I need to know. I don't know why they chose him. They should have chosen a better lawyer, in my opinion. To me, it's like what happened was out of character, but we don't know why. I agree. I just don't understand. And that I haven't heard him say anything. Other than the 911 phone call and him like being apprehended by the police, he hasn't said anything. And this is sad, y'all. It's like I would want to know these things. These are things that are very important to know. But I don't know who advised him not to testify. I think it would have made sense for him to testify. But then I think they were worried that people would perceive him in another way. But at this point, you're fighting for your life. You must testify. You must. And again, the defense attorney, personally speaking, I wouldn't have hired his ass. Taking the stand is a risky move, so unless that area is known to be receptive to defendants speaking on their behalf, I could see why lawyers wouldn't do this. Margaret, I agree with you in certain circumstances. But in this one, it was too high profile. He needed to talk. Either way, they would have still demonized him. But my opinion is that it would have served him to do it. It would have. And the angle should have been to prove, because remember, they were trying to prove the sudden passion, and the adequate cause. In order to do that, we need to hear the story and we need to hear the testimony. We need to hear it. All people had was the video evidence. All they had was what he said to the officers after, and just the "don't touch me, bro," all that stuff. That's not enough. I have more questions, to be honest with you. I'm going to actually research this a little bit more after I stream, because I have more questions and answers. And unfortunately, when you don't take the stand in this type of situation, especially when you're trying to prove sudden passion and adequate cause, it can kind of bite you in the butt like it did with him. Now, I'm not saying that it would have swayed the jury, but it would have swayed the public, at least some individuals. But I believe, again, that, a lot of people in the public, like I've seen so many videos, so many think pieces, and nobody is talking about why he carried it or why he felt the need. Nobody's looking at the mental health aspect of it, except for this with the article. Most of what I'm hearing on social media is like, oh yeah, I told y'all he was wrong. Oh, his parents failed him, which is true, but there's nothing else past that. It's like, oh, that's it. He's just going to serve 35 years and that's done. Or he deserved it. He should have never did it. But nobody's thinking about the elements of what caused it and how that affected him, and how this actually is the way that this was applied. He should not have first degree, y'all. First degree, we read the stipulations of first degree. He should not have been convicted with first degree at all. It should have been second degree at best and manslaughter at worst. Continuing. Mary James, you said the DA was ranked in the top 10. They didn't know that the second DA worked with prosecutors and our friends. It would have been better to hire an attorney outside the area. Bingo, Marie. I agree with you, sis. It's a good old boys club. I'm sure Mike Howard, the DA, advised him not to testify, and that was the wrong move. Prince, you said, as long as it's not wild, I'll let it slide, but no more digital blackface in here. Oh, we gonna get, you know what? Let's talk about digital blackface next. We're gonna move on to that. Oh, wait. I was supposed to show the watermelon felon. Okay, let's do the watermelon felon really quickly. I'm not going to stop the video. We're going to watch it, and then we will continue on. Let me get this demon off my damn screen. This is the person I dragged. We'll leave him there just for now. This is my hall of shame. Watermelon felon. Here we go. So let's watch this. Let's watch what he had to say, y'all. And they said that it was taken out of context. So before I play this, according to the streamer's live stream that he was on, the streamer said that this was taken out of context and it was clipped out to make the father seem racist. Okay. All right. Let's watch this.
Until back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your... I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times while I've had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a coward, and you raised one.
Wait, who said? Who Anthony?
Been disrespected by so many people, so many times while I've had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk.
Who's Kayla? Is that his mama and his daddy? Red flag. Who you talking about here? Hold up. Okay, let me let him finish. Who's Kayla? And I know he talked about his daddy. Is Kayla the mama?
What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody?
Oh,
my God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. He's the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
What did he just say? Ha! Red flag. Oh, so this was clipped out of context. What context were we talking about? He's saying what he really feels here. What did he say? Hold on. Let's okay, we're gonna get to what he said about the parents one by one. Okay, let's let him finish and then we're gonna go through this one by one. Oh, I got time.
That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. He's the only one in your family without a damn record.
What did he say after that?
I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
Red flag. Not something to brag about in our culture. It's something to brag about, period. Not just black people get criminalized, Mr. Sir. That's number one. I mean, our criminals, I should say. We do get criminalized, though. I am proud to report that none of my brothers have a record. Well, okay, wait, I lied. One of them, he did. But they don't have no criminal record. Red flag. And I am proud to report that a lot of my family members don't. Some slip through the cracks, but majority do not. They are honest working men. They may be philandering and they may be cheaters, but they're not criminals. So what we talking about here? Not all black men are criminals, just like not all white men are racist. But then again, look at your. I was about to call him a fat gut. I probably shouldn't have said that though. That's not nice because I got a gut too. But notice, you see, I went to his gut and I didn't even talk about his race. You see, we know how to crack on people. Y'all always go to the jugular. You don't know how to crack on people without dissing who they are as a person. Look at you. Does it make you feel great? You finally got it off your chest, everything that you thought in your head? From the heart, so comes the mouth. I think that's the quote.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever.
Who's you people? Who's you people? You see, that's not, no, he just wasn't, he's just frustrated. No, this is how he talks. You people. Who's you people?
Without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
Oh, cause now you got the battery in your back because Karmelo's away for 35 years. And instead of and I understand he's in grief. I understand he lost a son. I get that part. But all of this doesn't show me nothing of any type of, it just shows me what type of character was raising the boy who is 6 feet under. And this lets me know that it was not just a simple don't touch me, bro. Because the way he walked up in that under that tent and told him to move, let me know all that I need to know about him, especially being raised by a racist piece of shit like you. Red flag. But nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody wants to talk about that. He had no authority to tell that little boy to move. Just like you have no authority to talk about you people right here. And yet here you are. And we're supposed to just sit there and smile, cooning and buffooning. This is why I always take up for people on my channel. We can admit that Karmelo was wrong, but we can also admit that there was a miscarriage of justice. Two things can be true at once. And you're not helping the situation, because at first, I thought his son was like, I was like, dang, it's so unfortunate. But then now, seeing all of this, I can see why the situation escalated the way that it should not have ever escalated. And then it all started with your piece of garbage ass parenting. Red flag. Why don't you talk about your parenting? Why did your son feel like he had the need to be the authority of end all be all, not mind his own damn business? Why did he feel like he could come up on, why he could talk to somebody's son just like he did? Why are we not talking about that? Why are we not talking about how you raised him to be like the way that he was? Unfortunately, I can only go by what you're saying. You seem like a hell of a character. So now I'm starting to realize that this was not cut and dry. There was definitely, even in that brief situation, there was too much going on. He did not nicely and politely ask him to move. He probably tried to assert his authority. The same authority that you're trying to assert to us people that you do not have. Red flag. I'm tired of y'all. Oh, you thought because you enslaved us back in the day that this gives you the all end all be all? Because you had to use weapons? Because you knew you couldn't do it fist by fist. You had to use weapons. Of course. Continuing. Sorry.
Until they disrespect me. Hey, you fucking liar. That's all you do.
Have Karmelo's parents come out and said something about him? Because he said they disrespected him. He called his mama a drunk. Have they come out and disrespected him? I'm gonna go look for the footage, because ain't no way.
Dude, talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. He's the only one in your family without a damn record.
And you're the only one in your family who didn't sleep with your sister. How about that? How about that? Why don't you talk about that? The inbreeding that happens amongst all you guys, all you racist people that live in small towns, it needs to be discussed. You're the only one who didn't touch children either. Red flag. How about that? Oh, but you want to talk about that? You're the only one who didn't grow up in, you didn't pew a school. Thank goodness you didn't do that. Oh my God. I expect a lot of racists to do that. Come on now. What we talking about here?
I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you?
You see, this is the thing. Y'all have been so... You think that this is going to hurt somebody? Watermelon Felon. Do you not know white people eat watermelon too? You see, this is how I know. You need to go get DNA tested. There's some inbreeding going on in your family. That's what happens in small racist towns. I'm not talking about all white people, by the way. If you're an ally, this does not have nothing to do with you. This has to do with racist inbreds like him. This is what happens when you sleep with your sister and your cousin, and then you have a generation that spawns out of that. This is what happens when the water is diluted. I don't know what they have in drinking water down there. But something's off here. He's drinking metal or something. Watermelon. Here we go. Let's see the images of watermelon. Okay, let's put people eating watermelon. Here. Who's these people? Y'all don't eat watermelon in the summertime? Who are these kids? Who are these folks? They don't eat watermelon? Why is this a diss? I don't get it. Everybody likes watermelon. You see, you can't even come up with something. Y'all so used to stealing stuff from black people, you couldn't even do something off the spot, off the cuff. You don't know how to diss people with your flappy ass gut. Red flag. Why don't you worry about that? Yeah, I worry about mine. You worry about yours too. And your hair looking like Uncle Fester. Get out of here with that. You need to worry about that hairline. Go to Turkey. This is how you could diss somebody without being racist. Look at that. Not Turkey. Don't he look like Uncle Fester? looking just like him. Look at that, with that bald-headed ass head of yours. We need to raise a GoFundMe so you could go to Turkey. Instead of being racist, why don't you go embrace other races? Go to Turkey and go fix your hairline. And you need to go and reflect on why your son felt the need to go and be the managerial authority and to move people like that. Because you have to take responsibility for how he reacted, unfortunately. And I feel bad for him because, unfortunately, he didn't have a chance being raised by somebody like you. Just like Karmelo didn't have a chance with his parents. But we'll get to that. We don't on you right now since you want to sit here and talk. Why don't you do that? Instead of being mad at everybody else, Charleston White, whoever has an opinion about the case, I understand, yes, that was your son. But at the same time, you raised him. So why don't you reflect on that and try to be a better parent to the son that you still have right now on earth that can actually change? But nope, doing that kind of behavior. And then you think your son is going to look up to that. Of course he is. Your son is just going to be modeled. The one remaining son is going to model off of you. And the cycle continues.
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate and the anger.
You did not forgive him, because if you did, you wouldn't be talking about his mama and his daddy like that. And you wouldn't wish the most harm on him in his first night in jail. You did not forgive. And this is why I don't take religious people seriously. And this is why I don't care when people say, oh, I forgive. Half of the time they don't. Because their actions don't prove otherwise. You didn't forgive a damn thing. You just want to sound righteous. That's it. You didn't forgive anything. And then you'll go to church, and the next thing you know, you will be funding and praising a president who is currently on a G side in another country. And that does not bother you at all. You sleep very well at night. This is a problem.
So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. Doesn't work that way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion and intellect do not make. Wait.
Hold on. Listen to what he said at the end, y'all. Hold on.
Ate up like cancer and kills you.
This is where you can see that he thinks that his son has no type of I know we don't want to blame the victim, but at the same time, we can look at the case and be like, hey, unfortunately, there was a move made here that resulted in actions happening. We can say that. Your son was a victim, but he was not absolved of any blame. Let's just make that very clear.
Inside.
And what's his name? Karmelo's response was egregious, but at the same time, your son started it. He was the aggressor. Why are we not talking about that? Lack of accountability right here.
It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you.
Yeah, so, but you being racist is better. You see, notice how he said, oh, if I didn't forgive him, I would have done something to him that same night. But then you being racist is not you drinking poison right now. Got it.
Doesn't work that way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you.
Yeah, let that racism go. But he said you gotta let that hurt go. He didn't say let that racism go. Okay.
Up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself.
You didn't.
That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional.
You can't make a good decision if you're emotional. But your son made a good decision. You think that your son was emotionally inept to walk up under that tent, even though Karmelo was invited to sit there by somebody else. Your son had a lot of emotional intelligence to go and tell him to move from a place that he has no authority to tell him to move. Red flag. Your son also lacked emotional intelligence, and so do you. Just you doing that whole racist rant or watermelon felon already told me that you are emotionally unhinged too. You need to go get checked, sir. And I will give you only a little bit of grace because you lost your son. But other than that, you're no better than Karmelo's parents. Let's just check that. Y'all all failed your kids. Next.
Emotion and intellect.
You have neither. Case closed. We're done with this. I'm tired of hearing his Uncle Fester looking ass. Continuing. I'm tired. Oh boy, this case, no wonder I didn't cover it. This is too much. All right, we're done, y'all. We're done. I'm going to move on. I'm tired. I'm tapped out now. I'm tired. Devonda, you said Grifter, Charleston White. I don't get good vibes from him. Me neither. I don't listen to him. I remember, what did he say? He said something that I was like, oh yeah, hell no. I never listened to him. I know some people say, oh, sometimes he's good. No. He said too many things for me to be like, oh no. I forgot who he was talking about. He said something and I was like, nope. Charleston White is nothing but bad vibes. I agree, y'all. Miyame, so where is the context? Exactly. There's no context. Even if there was context, in my opinion, there's no context to say all of that. He called the mama drunk. He said something about the daddy. Then he said something about Charleston White. He said, oh, you gonna see me something. He didn't say nothing about him, though, because he probably scared. And then he said something about the one guy who doesn't have a criminal record, and he should be proud of that. I don't see what context that this would be acceptable in any circumstance. I don't care what they were talking about. What did they say? Well, hypothetically, if you were racist, what would you say? Red flag. Why would you even say something like that? Come on now. Forgave him halfway through bottle number 3, Lord. He didn't forgive him, y'all. He's still in pain. And that's understandable. But just be real about it. Just be honest. I think that's the problem I have with a lot of folks out there. Especially people, and that's one thing I have noticed. I'm saying, I gotta be honest. I have noticed that people don't keep it 100. Just say, I hate the kid. I don't like black people. And I really I'm not at the place where I can forgive. I would respect that. And then you could go on your racist rant, and I know who I'm dealing with. But don't act like, oh yeah, I forgave them. And if I didn't forgive them, it would have been like this. And if they didn't forgive me, shut up. You ain't forget of a damn thing. You're a fake ass Christian, just like your president. Fake ass, like a fake dollar bill. Because there's no way you can forgive somebody and talk like that. You would feel bad for that young man. You would feel bad for the fact that your son had to die. You would feel bad for all of that. Well, according to Karmelo, he didn't have to die, to be honest with you. But you would have felt bad about both situations. You would have been like, this is unfortunate, but I still want him to get justice. I could respect that. But don't act as if you are the holier than that. Oh, yeah, emotional intelligence and intellect. You see, Karmelo didn't have it. His parents didn't raise him right. And you think your son was raised right? By you? This is the dissonance right here. And this is how I know that he sees himself as righteous. He sees himself as superior. This is where racism starts. This is where lack of accountability starts. And this is where all of that cycle continues. Superiority. That's it. That's all. He thinks he's above Karmelo's parents because Karmelo made an irrational decision to poke Austin. But Austin also made an irrational decision to ask him to move. Both irrational decisions. One just did the extreme degree of that. Red flag. Continuing. I'm tired of this. His best thing would have been to just heal offline. Why did he think this was a good idea? Because he got people pumping him up. The maggots and the racists. That's it. That's all. Esther, you said this was another part where he said black people were bought from Africans and put to work, but they keep complaining. Oh, wait, there's more? Hold up. Thank you, sis. Hold up. Okay, you know what? Okay, this is the context. Hold up. Maybe TMZ has it. Let's see if Harvey's going to give us everything. Because, you know, Harvey sometimes he be on some weird stuff. If they going to play the whole thing, y'all going to play. Hold on. I want to hear y'all asses. Okay, let's play the whole thing, y'all. Thank you for telling me that, sis.
The clip we have, this is the most.
It's real. I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go.
No, this is
There's another clip.
Part. Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, it's focused on the part. Yeah.
Fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You have embarrassed your own culture and race.
He said black fatigue is real. Most of the time I see y'all chasing black people. Red flag. We just be minding our... Even Karmelo was minding his own business. How is this even possible? This is why I was saying you don't win in any situation. You can't win. You live in the suburbs, you lose. You live in a multiracial environment, you lose. You live in a black environment, you lose. Either way, you might lose. You mind your business, you lose. Why can he not see that? Black fatigue is real. As if we're the ones harassing. Yes, there are some black people out there who have committed crimes. We can admit that. But majority of the time, what I see, especially when it's dealing with others like you, is the opposite. Why are you here? What are you doing here? What is your purpose here? Just like your damn son. I'm sorry to say it like that, but I gotta be honest. He had that same behavior, and unfortunately, he was not able to change and grow out of it because of you. Take accountability for your shitty parenting. How about that? Nobody ever wants to take accountability. This generation is the worst generation. The boomers, I'm tired of them. Is he an ex or a boomer? This is a problem. So now black fatigue is real because Karmelo did the extreme thing. But your son was the aggressor. And somehow the fatigue is on black people. How is this possible? I don't understand. I could understand if Karmelo went up to your son and started some mess. Then I could understand you saying black fatigue. Oh my God, they're always messing with us. You are always in our neighborhoods, always in our business, always doing all this stuff. Always nosy as hell, want to know what we're doing. Always monitoring spirits. You demon. And I'm talking about the racist folks. You demon ass people. And then your son was the one who went up to the tent and told him to move. Had no damn authority. And yet the black fatigue is on Karmelo. Red flag.
Don't get me wrong. We got a lot of people that embarrass me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that. And the only people that's going to change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it.
Oh, yeah.
But you're going to blame the white person for everything else. I'm going to tell you right now. Charleston White.
Okay, we saw this part. Let me fast forward. That was it.
Ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral.
Okay, we saw this one.
Enjoy
Your weak ass thing. Okay, let's see if he says anything else. Oh, they just clipped this one. Okay, what about the African one? Okay, let's see if I can find it. What's his? I don't even know his damn name. Oh, Jeff Metcalf. African. Let me put that. Is that the clip? Okay, maybe this one.
Yesterday, had a death threat. This morning, had multiple emails.
And by the way, nobody should be sending death threats to him. Red flag. This is ridiculous. Now, this one, I will say that this is inexcusable here. Why are you sending death threats to this man? I think death threats to anybody is just so immature and it's dumb behavior. He should not be receiving that. So I agree with him on that one. But everything else, hell nah.
Text, threatening me, calling me all sorts of names.
Metcalf says even today he's received death threats and has previously endured doxing of his personal information and multiple swatting calls to his house.
Yeah, this is unacceptable, y'all. Very unacceptable. But then again, this is what happens when everything's on social media. This is the problem. And we could get into the parasocialness of everything. And everybody has this righteous indignation when, like I said, all I could see is just failure on both sides. But then we have a lot of, like, think about it this way. Let's look at the cycle of emotional intelligence on all sides. They're at the track meet. We can already conclude Austin lacks emotional intelligence because he would have known that this is not the right place or time to push this man out of the tent, especially when it's raining. But of course, he had to assert authority. So we have a failure. Failure number one that started this. This is the catapult. Second failure, Karmelo doesn't know how to handle his emotions and his ego. Then he pokes Austin. Third failure, the judicial system. Fourth failure, the public outcry and outrage from the white races and the black people, or the black community, I would say all of us, or people who are defending Karmelo and not saying that they're wrong. Like I said, I could understand where they're coming from. But the death threats and all that stuff, that's inexcusable. Red flag to everything. Then now we have the media involved in all of this. This is all a train of lack of emotional intelligence on all fronts. From the judicial system to the parents to the kids to the community. And I'm not saying all, because some of us can see it for what it is, but a lot of people cannot. To the death threats, to the name calling, to the racism, red flag. You're dealing with a whole bunch of emotionally unintelligent people. Everybody. And then on top of that, it's in social media. It's on social media. It's on the grand scale. And then you can have 2-minute videos on TikToks giving think pieces that fuel the fire. And then we have digital blackface on top of it. Lord, continuing.
They take a look in the mirror. And if you have children, and if it was your child who was murdered, would you like people dragging his name through the mud, making memes, making jokes, and just really...
Yeah, but Jeff, you see, this is where the problem is. So you thought it was a good idea to come out and be racist when you don't even know if those people are doing digital blackface. So you don't even know who you're talking to. How do you know those people are black people that are swatting your house and that are doing all this chaos, or if they're making it seem like it's black people doing it? You don't know that. You should actually think about that. But then, of course, you lack emotional intelligence, even though you think you do and you have it. You don't. Any normal person would know that. You're dealing with people who want to cause chaos. And that's on both sides. Come on now. Now, where's the African part? Damn it. I'm about to wrap this story right up. We got to move on, y'all. If I can't find the African part here, I have to chalk it to the game. Oh, there go his parents right here. Okay, hold up. Where did he say about the African thing? Did he say that here?
I had a little bit of sorrow because I'm human. And that poor boy is fixing to experience a life that I would not wish upon anyone, but he deserves what he gets. Because what it boils down to for me is this. Austin will never walk through that door again and never give me a hug. This morning was the first day I woke up with a feeling of peace, comfort that I haven't experienced in 14 months. And I felt Austin give me a hug. And he told me, Pops, it's going to be okay.
And what do you attribute that good feeling to?
God.
I don't want to believe in the same God. I'm so sorry. I don't think we believe in the same God. And this is why people have a problem. This is exactly why. Hold on. First half. What? Okay, wait, maybe it's here, y'all. I'm trying to look for the slavery part.
I'm from Louisville.
Okay, here we go. This is the full thing. Okay, there we go.
All right, there we go. So, starting from the beginning, April 2nd, I received a phone call from Coach Jackson and said, Jeff, all I know is Austin has been stabbed. I asked him where. He said Kirkendall Stadium. I immediately hung up the phone, and I made it there in about 4.5 minutes. When I arrived, it was pretty chaotic. A lot of police cars, a lot of people. I ran through probably 10 different officers who tried to stop me. When I did reach the track, the scene that I saw was my son, Austin, and they had a C machine on it, which actually it automatically pumps on your chest. But when I saw him, I knew he was gone.
And you know what? My heart goes out to him for that. No parent should ever have to see that. I can only imagine what it must have felt like to see your son in that condition. And my heart does go out to him for that. I will give him that. Because I don't think anybody should have to go through that. To seeing your kid on a stretcher like that. And he knows that his kid is gone. So I like, again, I can sympathize with him and empathize with him. I can also drag him at the same time. You see, you can do two things at once. This is how you hold people accountable, y'all. I could see the humanness in what happened to him, but I could also hold him accountable for his racism. Very simple.
I prayed for a miracle. And as soon as that happened, I asked the ambulance, the EMTs, what hospital they were taking him to. And once they instructed me where they were going, I directed my attention to finding Hunter. And they said he was taken to the locker room in the field house. So I proceeded to go run over there. And I found Hunter, who was uncontrollably out of control, bawling, emotional.
I mean,
wreck.
Yeah, that's his brother.
So I have to try to gather him and maintain myself. And all we do is we pray. And I tell him, let's go. I'm taking you to the hospital. You're riding with me. And we get in the car and we're praying. Because I am praying for a miracle at this point, because I know my son was gone. But we get to the hospital. We get in the room. I have to make the phone call to his mom when we were driving to inform her to meet us at the hospital. By this time, the word's getting out to certain family members. Certain people are showing up at the hospital. Takes probably, I'd say, a good 10 minutes before the doctors come in. I knew what was fixing to be said. I knew by the look on their face that Austin had passed away. And they confirmed that. That very second, Hunter spun out of control. And it took 5 officers to get him under control. We had to admit him and get him sedated. And then at that point, they wouldn't allow us to see our son because now it is
it's an
crime
investigation.
scene. So they have to process the body.
Oh, Lord.
So for over 2 hours, we can't even see Austin. And by this time, a huge crowd of students, parents, friends is overflowing this hospital. It is so touching and so moving, and we're all so distraught over the news of Austin's passing. That moment, I became totally numb and went into what I call survival function mode. I had to find and buy burial plots, funeral homes, arrangements, so many things that had to be done. And I needed to stay focused. That very first night.
I have a question, and no disrespect to what's going on here, but where was his wife? I'm assuming she was distraught, but it sounds like he was the main primary parent. Are they still together? That's what I need to know. And yeah, like I said, Austin didn't deserve to die, and no parent should have to bury their child. I stand by that. No matter if he's a racist piece of whatever I think he is, I still can empathize and sympathize with that. And yeah, that's traumatizing, y'all. It's very traumatizing.
Our church.
You go to church? I already knew that.
Held an impromptu vigil. Our church holds 1,500 people.
So you go to a mega church. All right.
Bullshit. It was overflowing. There was over 1,700 people that showed up that night. Very touching. An outpouring from the community, friends, family, even people who didn't know us showed up in support. And I spoke that night about who Austin was. He was a leader, on and off the field. He touched people's hearts in ways others couldn't. He was loved by so many, and so many loved him. I told the story that night, and I told the story when I was diagnosed with cancer in my cancer group.
He was also diagnosed with cancer. Okay.
They asked us, define success. And it went around the room, and most people, some of the common stuff, I'd like a big house and car and, a lake property or whatever. But when it came my turn, I had a different view. I said, my success will be judged by how many people show up at my funeral. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you go to a funeral, the people that attend are someone, hopefully, you have touched their life in a positive way. Because one thing about people, they don't remember how big your house was, what kind of car you drove, how big your bank account was, where you got your nails done. None of that matters. What matters is people always remember.
My question is, how do we start off like this and you end up racist in the middle of the stream? Because I honestly, I feel sorry for him. This is sad, y'all. This man went through cancer. He lost his son. He had to do all of the burial and everything. He had to fix everything. He couldn't even see his son for the next few hours because they had to do an investigation because it was a murder investigation. Like, I feel for him. So how do we get from this to watermelon felon? This is a problem.
How you make them feel. They'll never forget how you make them feel.
Oh, this 2 hours?
Because there's no U-Haul behind a Hershey.
This is a full...
You ain't taking nothing with you. You come in with nothing.
Yeah, we might have to skip this,
nothing.
y'all. I'm so sorry.
Except for what you leave behind. And what you leave behind is your legacy.
That's true.
Austin's legacy will live forever. I, myself, will make sure of it. Not only myself, but many others. His mother, his brother, family members, communities. We've set up a scholarship in his name at Memorial High School. For every year, there's going to be the Austin Metcalf Scholarship. We want to give back. We want to help people. That's who Austin was. Austin helped people up. He inspired. He promoted. He encouraged.
So now I see, okay, so I can get why he decided that he had the authority to tell Karmelo to move. It seems like he... Sometimes, and I'll say this, if a child doesn't know their position in a way of because you can have a position and be you can be a leader, but you need to know how to balance being a righteous leader and also how to be just and fair and also how to not abuse your authority. I don't think that he had that navigation. And so this is where it all leads back to the parents, because yes, kids can have the natural leadership qualities, but in that situation, he didn't use it in the proper way. This was like a leader gone rogue. So I feel bad. Like I said, he's a teenager. So he made a mistake and his life shouldn't have ended because of a mistake. He just didn't have the proper guidance on how to use that authority. And also, if your father is a racist, as I believe, or maybe he acts like he's holier than thou and you're in a Christian environment, but subconscious racism is a thing. So he probably felt like Karmelo did not belong here. And so I'm going to take the leadership and take it upon myself to go and move him because he doesn't belong here. And from his perspective, I got to be honest. Let's look at it from Austin's perspective. Because his dad is calling him a leader. And the whole time I'm thinking to myself, oh boy, this is not good. Because in his mind, he's like, oh, there's a threat here. I'm going to remove it. I'm going to be the leader because I'm the team leader and I'm the one who goes into the team. I'm the one who's the head captain. And that's his reality. He's seeing a kid that doesn't belong. That's black on top of that. So you got to roll up out of here. You don't belong here. But again, we have a child, like I said, we have two boys here who do not know how to use their authority in a positive way. He could have politely asked him to move or just said, hey, like, you know, can you move here? We need these seats for something else. I mean, I don't know Karmelo's reaction to that either. But at the same time, it shouldn't have escalated into this mess that it is right now. So now I can fully understand the perspective of Austin and Karmelo. Lord, this is ridiculous. Very simple case that should have never happened.
Younger classmen, his teammates. He was always there, always believing in them.
Yeah.
There were so many kids.
I know those kind of leaders. I know them. And when parents, and this is another thing, Lord, here I am giving parenting advice. Yeah, what time is it? I gotta roll up out of here. I mean, off of this case. We got so many cases. I gotta move on. But this is very important. I don't know why I'm talking about parenting. Maybe it's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day, Jeff and Karmelo's father. Do better. Well, now you have a chance and opportunity. You guys got other kids. Do better. Now I understand why he took it upon himself. He's always been called the leader. And that does something to a kid. When somebody calls you, like, you know, I used to be called the brains of my family. I mean, me and my little brother, my younger brother is also smart. He's super smart. But I used to be called the bookworm. I used to be called, so that was my identity. Oh yeah, anytime there's a book, yeah, I'm going to read it. I'm going to do this. That gave me a position in the family. This young man, Austin, he was always given the title of a leader. So that's why he felt like he had the authority. I was trying to figure it out. I was like, why does this boy think he has the authority to tell the other one to move? And it's because he has been programmed to believe he was a leader. But unfortunately, he wasn't taught how to do leadership. Because, you know, there's different types of leadership. He wasn't taught that, though. He's just like, oh, you're a leader. You're just going to take over. When in actuality, he should always know, people know that leadership is deferred, especially when you're at that age. But he wasn't taught that. They treated him like an adult as well. This is a problem, y'all. But then, of course, though, you know, and again, you know, he's giving his testimony, but he's not even realizing this. All he's thinking about is that boy killed my son. That's it. That's all. Full stop. But you're not thinking about all the other elements of what could have, again, the leadership, assuming leadership. All of these things add up. Every single one of them. Because from his reality, he was getting rid of a threat. He was neutralizing a threat. He thought he was an Avenger. And then the other one thought that he was in Gotham City. This is what happens.
Up and spoke that night about how Austin touched people's hearts. And that's what you leave, is your legacy. Your footprints on hearts. That's how people will be remembered.
All right, beautiful testimony. Let's get to the racism, because it's 2 hours, y'all. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I gotta move on. It was
probably the very worst day of my life. When I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer 10, 11 years ago, I thought I was going to die. They told me I had a 50-50
Stage 4,
chance.
wow. That's crazy.
I told God I can't die because I have 2 boys that need their father. I would go through cancer 1,000,000 times again if I could spend 5 minutes with Austin. When you're faced with your own immortality, it reprioritizes your life. All of a sudden, things that were important don't matter. You really start to really find out what's important in life. It's the people who love you, the people you love, and those who support you when you're down. You should never, ever put someone down or look down upon someone unless you're giving your hand to help them up.
How he said, y'all, this is an alternate universe. He said all this beautiful stuff. Where did the racism come to play? Look, I don't want to skip what he's saying because I don't want to seem insensitive. That's why I'm trying to tread lightly and see when they're going to switch off. Because, you know, I'm trying not to be insensitive right here, talking about his son. But then I need to skip over to the racism part. We got to wrap this right up.
And that's who Austin was. Austin was always the helping hand, the big brother, the protector, the leader.
That's gonna get you tied up, y'all. Please teach your kids how to have great leadership. Hold up, where the parents at? Yeah, today's Father's Day. You know what? Different leadership styles. We learned that, y'all. Here we go. This is what you need to teach your kids. There's different leadership styles. Here we go. Wait, that's Shopify. Hold on, I need this. Here, 6 most common. Where's Forbes? They had it in Forbes. Here. Harvard. Okay, here we go. Harvard. What's your leadership style? We're not gonna read all of it. I know y'all tired of me reading. Here, there's autocratic leadership style, right? You need to learn that, the pros and the cons. Bureaucratic leadership style, coaching leadership style, democratic leadership style, laissez-faire leadership style, and pace-setter leadership style. Servant leadership style. There's many different ones. Visionary leadership style. Teach your kids this, damn it. Don't teach them to go authority. Look. Oh, I think he was doing this one right here. The autocratic. An autocratic leadership style focuses strongly on input and decision making from the person in charge. There is usually a clear separation between leader and employees. Yeah, he thought he was the manager. That's why now I get it, Austin. I get it. And the workplace is typically highly structured and rigid. And the reason why I'm talking about Austin like this is I believe that you are still living after you're dead. So you might notice in some case studies, if I talk about people who have passed away, I talk about them and talk to them as if they're still alive, because I do believe that spirit's still alive. Energy does not die. It just transforms. Okay? Just remember that. All right? That's just naturally. It transforms. It does not die. Autocratic leaders display traits like self-confidence, motivation, drive, clarity, consistency, and dependability. And this is great in certain situations. So sometimes you need to be this leader, and sometimes you need to be this type of leader, and sometimes this type of leader, and sometimes this type of leader, and sometimes this type of leader. You didn't teach him that, though. And he didn't know that. I can't expect a 17-year-old to know that, but the adults around him should have taught him that. This is the problem. Everybody's focused on sports. Everybody's focused on winning. He has a leadership. He's a natural born leader. How? What style was he operating in? You can't even tell us. And I know for damn sure he was being an autocratic leader because he was bossing people around. But you didn't teach him that you can't do that to black boys because they might think differently. They might think that you're being a little different. But then, of course, with your racist, covert racism that became overt, I'm not surprised you didn't teach him that. Red flag. This is the problem. And of course, I'm not blaming him for Karmelo's reaction. But I am saying that this could have maybe changed the outcome a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. And then Karmelo's parents, we're going to drag them too. I'm just waiting for Austin's parent to finish talking. And I'm about to watch a Karmelo one. Hold up. Where did I leave off here? Here we go. I'm not watching all of this. I'm just going to get to the racism part next. And then we're going to get to Karmelo's parents and wrap this up.
By example. And he was humble. He didn't even want to join National Honor Society, even though he had a 4.0.
Who made him join?
Even though he was extremely smart.
Did you make him join?
I told him it looks good on your college scholarship.
Oh, there you go. So you were the one bossing him around too, Lord.
Application. All he thought about was football.
Yeah, I can tell.
But when he got up between those white lines, even I wouldn't want to go up against him. He turned into controlled rage.
Oh. You see, hold up. You're providing more evidence as to why this whole scuffle.
But when he got up between those white lines, even I wouldn't want to go up against him. He turned into controlled rage.
What was he doing that day? They were at a track meet. Did he played football and track? Was he he's just a super athlete? So when he was on the white lines, I don't know. This sounds very, very interesting what he just said. When he was on the white lines, he had controlled rage. He was in the sport. Wasn't he at the track meet? So he was in, he's telling us the energy that his son has and the alter ego he has when he plays sports. This is the same as the musical alter ego of people, you know, when they perform or something, they turn into a different person, they assume another character. So you're telling us that he does that when he plays sports. When he met Karmelo, he was in the middle of a track meet. So who was the one that, there's too many, this case is too layered, y'all. I might have to do a part 2 next week because there's just a lot going on here. I just might have to pause this and do a part 2. Austin Metcalf, let's get it. Here, Wikipedia, we gonna have to believe you today. This was very recent, 14 months ago. Very sad. Hold on. Was he was at a track meet, but was he playing track? Okay. It was a track meet. Okay, what were they doing at the bleachers? Let's just put track. Okay, maybe I'll figure it out later, y'all. There's just way too much going on here. Okay, I need to speed this up. All right, I want to get to the racism part. Okay, so your son, he knew how to be angry during sporting events. That's all I'm hearing right here.
In chaos. He was a disruptor on defense.
This is not helping your case, sir. I'm so sorry. So he had controlled rage, he caused chaos, and he was a disruptor on defense while he's playing sports. And you think that energy cannot be transferred outside of sports? He was at a track meet on top of that. So he was actually in the midst of either playing a sport or being amongst the sport. He probably didn't know how to be, again, he didn't know how to control his emotions. I can already see that.
Led that team by example. Friday Night Lights. Long story short, Friday Night Lights was about Midland, Odessa, Permian. I'm from Louisville. We played Permian every year in the playoffs, semifinals. They beat us every time. Yes, I'm still upset. So.
Of course you are. We know that. You can... Case closed, y'all. This man don't know how to regulate his emotions. And also, another thing that tells me is, I forgot to mention, competition. Football is a very competitive sport. Track is competitive too. So he's in a competitive environment, so his energy is very competitive. And so when he approached Anthony, again, competition. He doesn't know the different leadership styles. 1. 2, he saw a young black boy over there. 3, he decided it was up to him to go and remove him. 4, he's a natural born leader, but he knows how to cause chaos and do all that stuff. Come on now. Oh my God. Continuing. Parental failure all around.
It was made about them, but hey, it is what it is. Football was a way for Austin to take out some of his frustrations, and he'd work in the weight room, and he'd go do drills by himself and run heels, and he really perfected his craft. He was an unbelievable player, and I know I sound biased because I'm his father, but his numbers don't lie. Go look him up. One game he had 24 tackles. I know. It's unbelievable. He also had interception, fumble recovery. The kid was amazing. And I know there's only a 1% chance of you ever actually making it to the NFL, but deep in my heart, I really thought that kid had a chance.
He was going to make it to the NFL? And you were calling people watermelon felon? Okay, we're going to park this, y'all. I need to watch this in its entirety. I'm sorry. I cannot skip this. But at the same time, like, I know we have other stories to cover. So I'm going to watch a few more minutes. And we're closing part 1 right now. Part 2 will be on weekend, Saturday, next Saturday. Let me do part 2. I need to research a little bit more. I need to see if Austin was playing, if he was running track. Because they were at a track meet. I need to know more details. I'm going to get into the case, like the actual docket. I'm actually going to really research it for real, y'all. I'm going to really go through everything. because there's more to this. He said that he used to take his anger out on the what he said on the field. What he said? Hold up. He said he took his.
And I know there's only a 1% chance of you ever actually.
No. He said something. He took his anger out.
His numbers don't lie. Go look him up. One game he had 24 tackles. I know. It's unbelievable. He also had interception, fumble recovery. The kid was amazing. And I know there's only a 1% chance of you ever actually making it to the NFL, but deep in my heart, I really thought that kid had a chance
to be amongst other black people. A majority of black people on the team. And then you were sitting out here being racist. Lord, this is... And you forgot you got another son. Isn't he a football player? What if he makes it to the NFL? And then you said watermelon felon. You're really not thinking, Jeff.
I know for sure many colleges were already interested in him, D1, for the linebackers. And we were already talking about NIL money and how we're going to, make sure you're set for life. I had no idea his life was going to be so short.
Yeah. It's very sad.
I'll never understand why. But you're supposed to trust God. And I do. I don't understand his plan. But I have to lean into him for understanding. And to be honest, I will not understand until I sit beside Austin and ask God, why did you have to take him so soon? Because I can't come up with the answer. No parent should ever have to bury their child.
I agree with that.
It's not a natural procession.
100%.
And it's probably the worst pain you'll ever feel.
I agree with that.
I mean, even if you lost your parent, your spouse, because when I went to my grief group, that's pretty much everyone lost their spouse or something. And I'm the only one who lost a child. And it's very, very different. And I'm not minimizing a loss of other people. I'm saying it's a different type of loss that I pray to God no parent ever has to feel or experience. It will crush you. It will break you. And you will never be the same again. But I said the same thing to myself when I had cancer. Hey, man. Yeah, I've got,
I don't know what to say with that. Listen. Wait. He got a problem here. You need to go get tested, my guy.
Crush you.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying he need to get tested because of him being racist, but I'm just saying, like, he's a little off, y'all.
Very, very different. And I'm not minimizing a loss of other people.
So, okay.
I'm saying it's a different type.
I agree with you on that. But
loss.
notice this right here. Something that's a little disturbing here.
I pray to God no parent ever has to feel or experience.
I agreed with you here.
It will crush you.
Absolutely.
It will break you.
I can imagine.
And you will never be the same again. But I said...
Notice, but. But what?
The same thing to myself when I had cancer.
Go get tested. This is supposed to be about your son. You said the same thing to yourself when you had cancer. We get it, but why the smirking? I don't know. I'm not trying to tell people how to grieve, okay? I'm not trying to control how people grieve. But at the same time, you were saying it's the worst pain you ever felt, but I said the same thing to myself when I had cancer. Okay.
Hey, man. Yeah, I've got,
He's centering himself right here. I could see it as clear as day, Lord.
Side effects, but I'm still alive. You learn to live what your new normal is. Well, I'm a piece of clay that God is molding into whatever I'm supposed to be molded into because I have no idea.
We know.
I trust him. I'll follow it. And we'll see where it takes me. But at the end of the day, man, the man upstairs, he already knows where I'm going.
Hold on a second. I see something here. You said who cares? I know. I'm trying to see. Hold up, Roman. We don't care about the racist guy. Y'all, I'm trying to see where he became racist here. Okay, let's fast forward. Okay, if y'all don't care about him, y'all, I'm trying to see where he said about the Africans. That's what I'm trying to get at. But we could wrap this right up. Hold up. You're going to hell. Y'all, listen, I'm trying to give this case a lot of grace. I'm done with y'all. I'm done. Marie, I have no sympathy for racists. No way those twins aren't racist. I 100% knew they were, but still, the NFL is racist itself. He would have fit right in, Lord. Y'all had a lot of I'm glad I didn't highlight y'all comments. Listen, I'm trying to have a lot of sympathy right here because he talking about his son. I'm trying to see where he talk about the Africans, but you know what? Does it really matter at the end of the day?
Than I ever was. Because I will tell you this. I am the only man on the planet that hopes you are going to be better than me. But everybody out in this world, it's a rough world. It's tough.
Yeah, you see, he had a monologue here. Yeah. Oh, no. He need to go get tested. Jeff, go get tested.
The only person that judges me is God. And God sees all.
But how did we get to watermelon felon?
Why do we do things deal?
Oh, is this where the rifles came out?
I've seen it. I will show you.
Y'all didn't even do a good...
Had to step up and give a victim impact statement. I was truly worried. I didn't know if he could make it.
I can't even see the
He
pictures.
did better than me, which is what I always want. He remained calm. He stayed in control of his emotions.
This is the rifles. But hype, I can't see the pictures. Okay, I think I know. Okay, now I see what they did.
Monotone voice didn't get to it.
Now they showing the dead armadillo. This is... Y'all, this is craziness.
High, too low.
Oh, he was hunting.
And was respectful. Him holding that jersey. And every deer in that county was safe at that moment. Because I couldn't see through my scope because of the tears. Can't find one, be one. You never know what a person's going through to help. All three of us grieve differently. All three of us feel the loss. God got me. And my work will pay off.
What he said? Lord.
He's already made me proud. And it's only going to continue. For that, we're going to talk about Frisco ISD in a minute. But
okay, now we get to the part. All right.
He was killed. I had a dream. It didn't last very long. Other than taxes and death. And hell, I know people that cheat death and taxes. So, I don't know. This is the same individual who got pressured.
Okay, here we go. All right, we got to the part. Damn, 1 hour in. Lord Jesus. Okay.
You're going to cut me short? Fine. Deal. I'm good with it. I'm not pissed anymore.
All right, this is important, y'all.
2 months later, I'm watching the national championship game at my brother's house.
Okay.
Halftime.
Wait. What he said?
Yes. Come down here. What? Make as many as you can with your kids. Every one of them. Dad. Memories can never be taken. I'll never steal them from you. And because one day, they're going to grow up. They're going to leave. I pray to God it doesn't wind up in the situation I'm in where they pass before you do. Taxes and death. And hell, I know people that cheat death and taxes. So, I don't know.
Why didn't they tell him to stop talking?
Commitment, or what kind of
This is not a good
job, or how did you contribute to society while you were here? How'd you leave your mark? What were you known for? Ask your friends. Ask your sons. Who am I? About respect. I was an old Indian chief talking to the young buck. He says, inside you lives two different animals. The wolf, the bear. And they both fight. And the boy asks, which one wins? So one is hate, envy, jealousy, rage, love, kindness, humility. Which one wins? The answer was the one you feed the most. So what are you going to feed? You can feed yourself full of hate. You can feed yourself full of love. Oh, or you do think, are you the type of person that doesn't let your spouse look at your phone? Why? You hiding something?
Yo,
Are you honest with yourself?
I'm so sorry. I know listen, I know some of y'all don't have no sympathy. Listen, I'm human, man. I could understand it. But damn, this is craziness. He's unhinged.
Are you honest with your kids? Because guess what? Your kids know when you're lying.
How
They
did we
don't tell
get
you.
to this?
They just watch. And they learn. Oh, it's okay to do that because mom and dad do it.
What about racism? I don't hear you talking about that.
Trust me.
I don't hear you saying
You
nothing
can
about
break the
nothing.
chain. I'm living proof.
Break the cycle of racism,
My father
Jeff. Please.
was probably one of the worst fathers ever in the world.
Oh, okay. This is important, y'all. This is important.
You
This is
can break-
important. This is important.
Was probably one of the worst fathers ever in the world. And that's okay. Because he taught me exactly what not to do as a father. And I swore to myself, I would never, ever be like that if I had kids. But I already had reserved the fact that I wasn't going to have kids. And me and God talked. I told him, okay, you're going to cut me short? Fine, deal. I'm good with it. I'm not pissed anymore. 2 months later.
You gonna cut me short? He got his thing snipped. He gonna cut me short. Oh, did he get his PP snipped? Damn.
I'm watching the national championship game.
Oh,
at
okay,
my brother's house.
this is where this
Halftime.
came out.
Man, just come down here. What? The game. We go into the bathroom. I was like, what are we doing? Like, we can't be doing this right here in my brother's house. And she's like, no, look. And I looked down and I said, is that what I think it is? It was a pregnancy test. It was positive.
Lord. All right, where's the racism part?
She was
Lord?
scared. 8 points I talked about where you're the opportunity to experience something when I became a father. Married. Wow. My mom, she's my rock.
Yo, okay. What happened here?
I will mention one other topic before I get with questions, and that's going to be the Frisco ISD incident.
Oh, Lord. So he talked all this time by himself, and then they asked him questions?
Incidents and treatment.
Okay, here we go, the racist part.
First,
Lord.
I will say this. Mike Waltrip, the superintendent who has recently resigned and retired, is the most spineless, coward, piece of shit I've ever met in my entire life.
Why?
This is the same individual who got pressured from Dominique, irrelevant minister, whatever, Alexander, in the Freeman group.
Here we go.
Saying that we're going to riot if you don't let him graduate. They folded like a cheap tent to the pressure. It went against, I even had a meeting with them. And all he could say was, I followed the law, I followed the law, I followed the law. Like a little parrot. No.
See, this is how I know You had a piece of shit father. You admitted it yourself. And now you say you didn't want to be like your piece of shit father. Understandable. But did you inherit racism from your daddy? Because it sounds like you did. And not only that, but notice how in the beginning, even I was like, damn, how did we get from there to this? This is the real him. This is the angry him. Remember the wolf? Didn't he give us a story? The wolf and the dog, or whatever he said. Now this is the wolf.
Following the law and doing the right thing is not always the same thing. You hid behind the law because you're too coward. You can't be a man to stand up and do the right thing.
Following the law and doing the right thing is not the same thing. Red flag, it is the same damn thing. What you talking about here?
I showed you in your handbook. Mandatory expulsion. Murder. Mandatory attendance policy. He didn't go back to school after April 2nd. I don't give a shit if he had the credits. Didn't make the attendance. Shouldn't have been able to graduate. You still gave a murderer a diploma.
So you see, this is where that leadership style came from. You thought that you could roll up in them people's school and tell them how to do their damn job. This is where it comes from. Red flag. You got it from you. You thought you could roll up in there and tell them people what to do and how to do their damn job. And now you're upset because they didn't follow what you wanted them to do and you threw a tantrum. Behavior patterns. This is what I'm doing. I know. It's long enough, but hell, this is where we are here.
But yet you didn't respond to my ex-wife's email.
You didn't have to. It's not you are irrelevant in this, sir. It's not your job. But then again, unassuming leadership. He thinks he knows best. He wants them to do what he wants them to do. He's not letting them do their job.
The elections, you waited over 30 days to respond with a callous, incompassionate response that just showed how shallow you were. And then when I got to meet you face to face, you little bald-headed piece of shit, you sat there, looked me in the eye and said, I didn't fold. Well, who did? The buck stops with you.
Notice when he talking about the guy, I'm assuming it's another white man. He called him bald-headed. He said everything, and he didn't attack him as a person. He didn't say, oh, you whatever, wherever he comes from. You know, white people come from different places. Who knows, right? But when he talking about the black people, this is where he gets racist. Interesting.
You're the superintendent. Thank God you're no longer here. Everyone thinks you did such great things for Frisco. Really? Then why do we have declining enrollment? Why are we losing funding because of populations and growth displacement? Why are we having people homeschool their kids more? I can tell you, because Frisco ISD is no longer what it used to be.
Oh, make America great again. All right. Frisco, wait. This is a bell whistle call here. Hold on.
Declining enrollment. Why are we the superintendent? Well, who did? The buck stops with you. You're the superintendent. Thank God you're no longer here. Everyone thinks you did such great things for Frisco. Really? Then why do we have declining enrollment? Why are we losing funding because of populations and growth displacement?
What was it? Frisco City? Is that Frisco in Texas? Demographics.
Frisco is a city in the U.S. state of Texas, located in Collin and Denton counties.
Not my phone being nosy. Red flag. I did not do anything to... Oh, my phone is tapped, y'all. I'm done. Okay, I think I gotta stop this story. I'm done. 48% white, 28% Asian, 9.12% black. Okay, Frisco High School. Is that the name of the school? That's the school he went to? What did it used to look like? The good old days. That's what he talking about. He said, I'm tired of these blacks. It's the blacks. That's basically what he trying to say. He said they are letting Asians, because Asians are 28%. Y'all, well, the proximity to whiteness is not going to help y'all in this one. He said non-whites are coming up in the school. It's not what in the glory days of what it used to be because of population. You know what that means. That's coded. Coded word, coded language, coded racism. 100%. Y'all, they no. They spying on me, y'all. I did not even touch my Siri, y'all. Oh, yeah. Oh, but we gotta, I don't know. This is my problem, y'all. I always have to finish stuff.
Why are we having people homeschool their kids more? I can tell you, because Frisco ISD is no longer what it used to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We know.
Just like this town is no longer than what it used to be.
Just like this town is okay. There we go. You see, I'm glad I watched this through, because now I don't want to hear nothing from nobody on the, from the racists. They're coming. Oh, don't worry. They see Karmelo's name. They about to come in like Voltron. But I done cussed one of them out. That's why they peeping. They quiet, very quietly watching. Listen to this. Let's go back to Frisco. Here we go. What are we? There were, in 2024, there were 1.63 times more white non-Hispanic residents in Frisco than any other ethnicity. But what he's scared of, just a few people. A few people. Here, okay, U.S. demographics. Can we see? I don't want to see this one here. I might just have to go to Wikipedia. Okay, here. This was in 2026. Frisco growth demographic changes spark debate over diversity as officials reject takeover claims. This used to be an all-white town. This is the problem. Tensions over Frisco's rapid growth and shifting demographics are playing out at city council meetings, where some have raised concerns about an increase in city's Indian population. Oh, that's why. Oh, he talking about other folks. And then y'all sitting up here, I'm talking about the other people of color, sitting up here trying to denigrate black people when this is what you got bigger fish to fry. They don't want you up in there. Claims local leaders and community members strongly push back on as divisive and not representative of the broader community. Well, I mean, he's talking. One of your members, Jeff Metcalf, is talking mad cash-ish. And I know what he's saying is coded words. I know the language. When you hear population, funding, homeschooling, what does that lead to? Come on now. City data shows that Frisco, I'm not going to read the whole thing, just this. That Frisco's population is majority minority. White people are the largest racial group at 45%, but that's still not enough. It's still not enough. It needs to be 80% for us to feel comfortable. That's what he's saying. Followed by Asians, 33.6%. He talking about them. But then he has black fatigue. How can you have black fatigue when black people only make up 10%? Please let us know, Mr. Jeff. If anything, you should have Asian fatigue. But yeah, I don't hear that coming from your mouth. Followed by Asians, 33.6%, which include Indians as viewed by the Hispanics, 10.4%, black people, 10%, and people of two or more races, 8.7%, and other race, 2%, Native Americans, 0.1%. So this is what he talking about here. It's influx of others. Oh no, we can't have them come take over our town in Texas. No. What is Tyra doing up in my damn screen? Okay. Oh, we got to speed this up. Lord, I might have to 1.5 in here.
Now, I'm not here to talk about H-1 visa fraud or different ethnic groups who have decided to invade Frisco.
Invade? Red flag. I know he's not using colonizer language. Invasion. You know what was invasion? When your ancestors came to the continent. And they invaded and took us over here. That's an invasion. When y'all went and displaced the natives here in North America, that's invasion. And you guys did it illegally, by the way. Red flag. At least these folks are doing it legally. At least I would hope so. So invasion. He's acting like it's a swarm of bees or something, of rats. Lord. Continuing.
Live where you want to live. But this complexity of this city has changed dramatically. And I'm not saying it's for the better. But Frisco ISD, with the video, when they fumbled that whole ordeal, we're not going to let the police have it. We're going to hold on to it because Frisco ISD owns it. But we're going to open it up to let people come in and view it. But you have to sign in. But you can't tape it. And then you screw it up and you let a child pedophile, convicted pedophile, view the video of kids. You let a activist who is blatantly lying and spreading false information about me, my son, and everybody else, you let them look. What? Not only that, I asked him straight up who was responsible for allowing school property to be used 3 weeks after my son was murdered at the same exact stadium. After fumbling, I said, it's either you or someone else. Who is it? He said, it's me.
I don't get it. Wait, what?
You made the decision to let a white supremacist hold a rally on the same grounds my son was murdered 3 weeks prior.
Something's slowing down here. They're not letting me play this. Okay. Jeff, Mr. Metcalf. So you're upset a white supremacist held a rally, and you were just talking about... No, this is the problem here. You don't know where you align and where you stand. So I'm just going to call it out. You were racist. You called Anthony... I keep calling him Anthony. Karmelo, watermelon felon. I know I keep saying that. But not only that, you said there was an invasion, and the town's not what it used to be. But you're not racist. You see, you trying to align you trying to distance yourself from the right. No, you let them do the right. You did that. I didn't do that. And then you're worse than at least the white supremacists. We know where they stand. I'm talking about the ones with the hoods. At least we know where they stand. You are covert. You're just trying to act like you don't want to be one of them, but you are one of them. That's the problem. You think you're just like a diet one of them. Red flag is still the same. Damn it. You said invasion. Population, you said all that stuff. It's still the same talking points as them. Only difference is they're wearing a hood and you're not. Stop trying to act like you're different. And then your son grew up around this type of divisiveness. And then Karmelo went to school in this type of divisiveness. And then y'all want to tell me why and then people want to ask why he carried that pocket knife with him at the track meet, expecting trouble. The article I read was from 2024, by the way. This happened in 2025. It's not a surprise. There's a reason. I know some of y'all in the comments, y'all already know this, but this is for the outsiders.
What?
Oh, boy.
Not only that, I asked him straight up who was responsible for allowing school property to be used. Everyone thought I was going to jump on board with this jackass Jake Lane. Well, guess what? My friend Bruce Carter, the big black boy with the cowboy hat on, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go to my place. The DA says I can't go.
What he called him?
Bruce Carter? The big black boy with the...
Bruce Carter, you an abomination. First of all, ain't nobody and none of my friends gonna call me the black girl or the black boy. First of all, boy, we already know it's language that should not be used by the likes of your kind. Especially when you're referring to a black adult male. That's number one. And number two, like again, he's trying to show he got black friends and trying to distance himself from that.
Cowboy hat on? Yeah, my buddy. I said, Bruce, you have to go to my place. The DA says I can't go.
I got a black friend. Here we go.
So Bruce shows up and says, hey.
Of course he does.
Did you ask Jeff to use his son's image? No, Jeff stands with us. No, he doesn't. Jeff sent me.
First of all, yo, I'm sorry. Okay, this is interesting only for the simple fact that I've never watched this before. And I just don't understand how people can defend this and say that it was taken out of context. There was nothing taken out of context. This is very much in context. You mean to tell me there was a white supremacist rally and they used your son's image that you didn't want them to use? And instead of sending one of your white friends, you sent a black friend in the midst of this? Why would you do that? Red flag. That's not your friend, Bruce Carter, whatever your damn name is. He's your op. What if they did something to him? Why would you send your black friend to go represent you at a white supremacist rally?
Calls me. Tells me where he's at. Tell me what's going on.
he wanted vengeance for Karmelo, y'all. Listen, I'm not laughing because it's funny. This is ridiculous. And he's admitting all this in 4K.
I had no clue I was on speakerphone at that moment.
Wait, go.
So I let Mr. Lang speak, gave him his time. Talked about how I should be upset and lashing out at the black people and all white people should be mad. And here's the good feeling, guys. Like I said before, I'm not racist against whites or blacks. So what I tell Mr. Lang after he spoke, he thought I was going to jump on board and we were going to have this big rally. My exact words were this. Mr. Lang, you, my friend, are part of the fucking problem. I don't condone what you do. I am not associated with you. Take my son's name off your website. Do not use his image ever again. I don't support you. Don't ever mention my name. So all the black people went, oh, well, maybe he's not racist. No shit. Like I said, if you're an asshole, I don't care. I don't like you. Jake Lang is an asshole. He's a white asshole.
Oh, you see, this is why I everything you're saying is disingenuous. You said if he's an asshole, you didn't even say if he's racist, I don't like him because he's racist. You said you don't like him because he's an asshole. So if he was a nice racist, you would like him. Red flag. What we talking about here, Jeff? This is ridiculous. Who can watch this and say it was out of context? This is very much in context to me.
Charleston White.
Here we go.
Black.
Okay, there we
Asshole.
So you just don't like assholes, whether they're white or black, but you didn't say you don't like racists.
Jackie Chan, if you don't like him, he's a Chinese asshole. I don't care. It don't matter. Frisco ISD then proceeded to do this. This was the icing on the cake for me. Me and Megan went to the school board, went to the school officiating building, asked for a meeting. They granted it. And all we asked for was to have Austin's name read and give a posthumous diploma to his brother. That's it. No big hoopla, no special stopping, no big banners and signs, no bands, nothing. Read his name, empty seat, give his brother his diploma. That's it. They said no. We'll give you some other options. We can do a private ceremony where it's just y'all. What? The response from one of the women across the table was, well, we've had more than one student die this year. Before I could open my mouth, Mama Bear let loose.
Where Mama
He
at?
said directly to her, how many of those students were murdered on school property? She couldn't answer. She answered for her. 1.
All right, y'all. You know what? Hold up. My computer's heating up, y'all. Hold up. The lack of empathy. Other students have died. They cannot make an exception for your son, Mr. Metcalf. Lord, we're done, y'all. We done. All right, we out of here, y'all. Where's the African part? Oh, boy. That's what I've been waiting for this whole damn time. This man is a nut. He been a nut. Go get tested, Austin. What's his name? Sorry, not Austin. Jeff. You're a menace. And now I know this case. Oh, I'm breaking this case wide open. Now okay, I'm done, y'all. Oh, boy.
Austin. We left that building. They said Mr. Waltrip's not in the building at the moment. Okay. Because then they tried to pawn it off Dr. Mims. Hi, Dr. Mims. Remember me? Sure you do. Because I slid across the emails that were sent to Walter. I said, this is why you folded. You're going to look me in the eye right now and tell me you're going to give a diploma to a murderer, but you're not going to give one to my son who was murdered at school under your watch. He said, it's comes from above. I said, the only person above is Mr. Walter. I said, I will wait out front until he returns. So I walked out front. I asked the receptionist, please, I need to see Mr. Walter as soon as he's available. I'll sit down with Megan. For 20 minutes, we wait. Then his secretary comes down and says, I'm so sorry, Mr. Waltrip's not in the building today. What did he do? Run out and hide? Bullshit. He didn't want to face me again. I don't blame him, because I'd have ripped his ass up.
You know what? I take back what I said about the height difference and all that stuff. This man is a piece of work. He's a piece of nasty work. And he does not realize that behavior rubbed off on his kids. He doesn't get it. I can already see what type of time Austin was on. Rest in peace, but still. I could see what type of time. Whenever I see parents acting a fool, I already know the apple's not far from the tree. Just like I told you, my mom is reckless. My mouth is reckless too. I get it from my mama. I'm just a diet version of my mama. My mama is the full version. Unhinged till now. I had to work on myself. So, case closed, y'all. That's it. Where's the slave? Do I even care to see the slavery part? Look at my hair. I'm tired of this story. Lord, this was a long one.
Or in part, spit him out in small chunks.
This man is crazy.
I told Dr. Mims what I'm going to do.
What you going to do?
When I walk out of
what
here
you going to
today,
do?
I'm going to contact every news reporter I know, every social media influencer, every person who will listen. And I'm going to scorch you and tell them that you denied my son a diploma. Let's talk about 3 weeks earlier. Oh, that's right. You had an elementary teacher who got arrested for taking pictures of little boys. You think Frisco ISD doesn't have egg on his face already? You tripped over this murder case time after time. You can't wipe your face. It's fucking stained.
Yeah, Elle, I know you've been telling me that. I couldn't see the No, you're right. I take back what I said. This man is crazy as all hell. And he's still go. At what point, Jeff, did you not realize that you should shut the hell up? We're still at y'all. This is 2 hours and a half. I'm only at the 1 hour and 54 minute mark. Did your mind and your brain not tell you to shut the F up at this point? You've said more than enough. You could have just ended it right here. Right here is enough. Now I'm trying to figure out where the watermelon felon was at the end. Hold up, we fast forwarded. Hold up.
I can't explain it. And you know why? I don't give a shit.
Yeah, sometimes, I'm not right all the time. Y'all was right. I was wrong. I didn't know the full scope of this craziness. So y'all was right. He's crazy.
You're nothing to me. But yet, what'd you come up with the word? Metcalfians. I live in your head every day because you talk about me every day. Dude, thank you. I'm so flattered that you think about me. But I'm not your type. Sorry. I figure in a couple months you'll move on to the next hot topic. Or you'll have some legal crusade.
Don't you notice nobody wants to deal with his ass? Jeff, have you not noticed that nobody wants to talk to you? Everybody's running circles to get away from you. You didn't think about why? You're not thinking about why? It's not because you're a grieving father. It's because you're annoying, insufferable, and you're racist on top of that. Red flag. So now I know your son was probably that way too. Yes, he didn't deserve to die, but damn it, he's annoying. I feel bad to even say that. But you can't even see this. So now I can see why things went the way that they did.
You can join maybe, or lead possibly, in your 89 off. And the only thing about you is I like your dog. That's about it.
Okay, fast forward, y'all. I can't do this no
They've
more.
been asking me too. It's one of the biggest ones floating around. Is do you plan on filing a civil suit?
To be honest, I can answer that question honestly. I do not know at this time what I'm going to do in the future. I was so focused on just getting through the trial. That was the biggest hurdle and the most weight on my shoulders and the most anxiety. So I really wasn't planning that far ahead. Is it an option? Yeah, I'll explore it. Is it worth my time? I don't know yet. Because realistically, I want to move on.
You know why he's not doing a civil suit? I'll answer it for y'all. Because he's not noticed. For this part, he's not looking at the camera. It's because in order to do a civil lawsuit, they would have to uncover everything. So this is where it matters. This is where all the testimonies going to come in. This is where all of the evidence going to come in. This is because you're dealing with money right here. And then they're going to find that there's more to the story than what y'all told the court case. That's exactly why. So he doesn't want to relive that. Not because he's trying to like save himself the grief. He doesn't want to relive it because then it would change and alter the events that happened in this story, which we already can peeve. But, you know, some people, they're still blinded. Red flag. That's why.
I don't want to keep dragging things out.
Of course. Yeah. Because you cannot sway the civil system. I hope y'all know that, by the way. The civil system is completely different. They're going to really investigate. They're going to tag that ass. That's why.
And if they spend all the money, there's nothing to get anyway. So I really don't care.
Who would leave money on the table? Red flag, you liar. Nobody's going to leave no dang on money on the table if they know that their son is innocent. That's because you know that there's something else. You don't want the real situation to get uncovered. That's why.
Money's not going to bring my son back. Going after them, even if I bankrupt...
Oh, yeah, notice. This is the only time he's not facing directly. Face your ass to the camera, Jeff. Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. Face your ass to the camera, Dad. Look at us. You were really confident this whole damn... Hold on. I'm not going to show the whole thing. Look at this. He was facing us, facing us, talking to everybody, talking to the people. The first time he's not talking to everybody, showing... He's turning his head. Why don't you face us? Tell us why. Because you know damn well they're going to go through everything. They're not playing when it comes to money. That's one thing about this system. If you sue somebody civilly, they're going to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. And you know that things are going to be brought into the spotlight. You can't sway them like you could with the judicial system. Y'all could pay them out, but not the civil system because money's involved. Hello.
Them or whatever. It's not going to bring my son back.
Face the camera.
And you have to learn forgiveness.
Oh, now first
and God
time we
take care of the rest. Next question.
Yeah. Okay, now he's facing the camera. There we go. Next question.
Okay. Next question. And real quick for people who are requesting, if I don't know you, we're not accepting any requests. So if you want to ask a question, please ask in the purple pill. Or if you're on Rumble, obviously, ask.
Rumble. Now I know. They on that side. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm not on Rumble no more. I saw it. I was like, oh, hell no. This seems very uneasy. I feel like I'm in a sundown town online. Hell no. I felt like this is why I'm going to shut down. I got to shut down the Rumble. I'm just waiting to make my money because I got a little bit of money there. I got to make the quota in order to take that. I'm about to cash out and run up out of there. I felt like I was in a sundown town online. You know, sometimes you enter space, you're like, oh, I'm not supposed to be here. Even if it's online, I'm like, oh, I got to get up out of here. That's why I'm not posting on Rumble no more. I just kept it up because I need to make my money because there's a threshold. I got to make the threshold to cash out, and then I'm closing that junk down.
On Rumble.
Yeah, on Rumble, of course.
Question.
Of course, so they can spew their racism in peace. That's what's going on here. Shame on you, Rumble, your Canadian website. Red flag.
Is, they want you to talk about the swattings.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, swatting's not good, but again, we talked about that where we said that it could be digital blackface. Next.
Basically, I have a park behind me. Court. They brought the cavalry. It's nuts. Third time.
Okay.
And you went it over to.
Okay, fast forward.
You don't even know who your fucking daddy is because.
Wait, what he said? Hold up, he talking racism right here.
And
Hold
I
up.
think all this time, all my neighbors are freaking out because there's the presence of this many cops and lights and SWAT and snipers. It was like a scene from a movie, and it was crazy. So I'm like, what happened? Well, someone called and said there was a shooting inside your house. I was like, well, can we catch them? What's the tech? So we'll try. Okay. That was the day, coincidentally, but I don't believe in coincidences, that I was kicked out of the press conference.
Yo, this man, hold up. Y'all, I did not expect this plot twist. This is a plot twist, yo. You were kicked out of a press conference. Why? Because you were being docile and a submissive father. You were kicked out of a press conference. Why, Jeff? Please tell us why. Why were you kicked out of a press conference?
Coincidence? Maybe. I don't think so. Then it continued. Second time. Same thing. Oh my God. I think they brought the cavalry. It's nuts.
Okay. Oh, we saw this already. I fast
Up
forwarded.
and caged up and this anger. And this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop times. And I think Buffalo Face said I did it to myself. Really? How did you get that fat? You did it to yourself. That's like a scene from a movie.
Okay.
Show them I'm okay. Third, fourth, fifth time. Now we're on first name basis. I tell them, hey man, next time y'all call, I have donuts and coffee ready. Cool. All right? It's becoming comical. The last time, as they were here, the person who swatted called me and I showed them the phone. Look, the number generates from the UK. This is how it works. Okay. It's real simple, folks. VPN, onion modem, onion router, onion server. It doesn't matter. There are so many ways. Even I, myself, Mr. Old, don't know shit about tech, could do it. You can't find me. It bounces everywhere. You can't get the IP address. They trace it back to UK in Britain. So what do? They have to send it over to Britain.
So it's from the UK. Which one of y'all? Not black folks. I know this is coming from one of them because, you know, they're having a far right rally right now as we speak.
Police to handle it.
Like I said, it's not black folks doing this. This sounds like orchestrated. Other players are being involved and other players are getting into business that is not theirs. And they're causing this type of situation to escalate even more. Hold on a second. Y'all got to close my window because Mimi's barking. 1 second. I'm going to play it. I'm going to leave y'all with Jeff a little bit, please. I know, I'm sorry. I'm going to leave y'all with him real quick.
You think, what do they do with it?
Hold on, Mimi. Okay. Hold on.
They can't catch him. 6 times. And I think Buffalo Face said I did it to myself. Really? How did you get that fat? You did it to yourself. That's how you got fat. How I get swatted? Your little piss-at disruptors? Your little army of people? Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh, y'all are so fucking tough. You talk a big fucking game.
Wait.
You ain't shit.
Wait. What he say? He talking about Black Panther friends. Red flag. First of all, you said it came from the UK. Who did it come from? I don't think it came from one of us. I refuse to believe that black people in the UK are that invested in doing all of this. Why is he saying it's us or black people? One thing I will say for sure is yes, can black people be petty? Absolutely. But who in the UK would be that invested? That's not giving us. That's giving the right-wing people over there that's trying to cause chaos because they also have something going on over there. Red flag. But he's automatically talking about Black Panther. What could you do? First of all, shut your ass up. You don't know nothing about no Black Panther. That better never come out your damn mouth.
It's becoming comical. Me in the UK. This is how it works. I'm in rice. UK. 6 times. You get I'd scrape you off the heel of my boot. You ain't shit. You talk a big fuck. Ooh, there's your little army of people. Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh.
First of all, Black Panther's not even in the UK. What is he talking about?
Y'all are so fucking tough. You talk a big fucking game, but really, at the end of the day, you ain't shit. I'd scrape you off the heel of my boot. And normally, I don't normally attack people like this, but I have been cooped up and caged up in this anger, and this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop it and funnel it into a more constructive way. But tonight...
So you don't even know how to do that yourself, and you want us to believe that your son naturally knew how to do that red flag. He learned from your dirty, demonic ass. That's who he learned from. You don't even know how to do that yourself. Look at the evilness in his eyes at that point. Talking about Black Panthers. What does Black Panther have to do with people from the UK calling America to swat you? They traced it to the UK. What does that have to do? They traced it. It's not like they were using VPN. He said they traced it to the UK. What does that have to do with Black Panther Party that's in America, sir? No, this is what he thinks of black people. And sending his big black friend to go get killed or whatever by the rally. And then you want to sit here. So this is why I said cooning and buffooning, because ain't no damn way.
Is the one time I'm going to allow myself?
Oh.
It's okay.
Oh, you're going to allow yourself to be racist one time. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's
Tonight
okay.
I'm allow myself to...
It's okay in the name of your son, Austin. That's what you're doing it. You're doing it on his name. Lord, you see Mimi's going crazy. That means that, oh, Lord. Okay. All right, hold on a second, y'all.
Say what I really want to say. Because most of the time I don't say what I want to say.
Yeah, because you're racist. You're covert one. You see, I don't respect covert racists. I never respect any races, but especially the covert one. Let us know who you are. Take it off. Take the hood off. Let us know who you really are, Jeff. Because you trying to act, you see, you give him enough time to talk. He was talking 2 hours. And look, towards the end, this is when the real him came out.
Because it's not correct. Just because you think something doesn't mean you believe it. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong.
Oh, that's okay.
Doesn't make it a fact either.
Oh.
Because all you believed, Karmelo was innocent. Newsflash. Guilty. Prison. You were wrong. Admit it. But no, what do you do now? Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shits. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury.
Okay. And yeah, so he's basically telling us the play-by-play of what they do and what the racist people do like him. So don't put it on there. Just like him, I'm not racist, but internally I really am. You just can't show people. You see, the difference between us and the racists, I would say, out there, is that we gonna show you who we are every time. We don't need to hide behind nothing. We keep it 100. You just don't know how to be real with yourself. You like to hide. That's why we will never get along. This is the problem. Passive aggressiveness and hiding. So this is the real you. Why didn't you just show us in the beginning? Oh no, you want to hide a different. You see, we don't need to have a mask. We're going to show you who we are every single time. But you never do. And then you want to hide behind everything. Oh, it's taken out of context. What context? We listened to this in almost its whole entirety. There's no context to be had. Red flag. Where my puppy at so she could bark at your dumb ass? Now I don't feel bad at all, to be quite honest with you. Now I see why people don't give a damn anymore. Because whatever empathy I had at the beginning, it's gone now. Because at least you could have kept it 100. But nope. This is I'm just going to allow myself one time to be racist. And then I'm going to go to church. Oh my God, God, please forgive me. Yeah.
You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly.
Who are you talking to? You talking to me? Oh my God. You know what? We don't even need to let him. You know what? I'm not even going to interrupt. I bet you the whole chat right here, including myself, we are way smarter than your dumb ass. Way smarter. And you know what? Now I know, like, yeah, Karmelo, you need to get a retrial. This was a miscarriage of justice. If the father can have that much hate in his heart, I can only imagine the son. That's the environment he grew up in. So you're telling us not to say stuff so you were doing it in hiding. So basically, your son being the leader, all that stuff, and him smiling in the photos and acting like he's just such a great leader. And again, I have to go according to what I see with the parent because his son is not here. So we shouldn't believe that. That's what you're telling us, because at least those jurors, they knew who they were and they said it up front, but your son didn't do that. He hid just like your ass. This is why that young boy had to carry that pocket knife, because I'm still under the this is still my belief that he did it for protection. 100%. There's nobody who would carry that if they didn't feel like they were going to be threatened.
You don't even know who your fucking daddy is, because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore.
I said happy Father's Day to my daddy a few hours ago. And by the way, there are people in your community who don't even know their fathers as well. We see them all the time in the trailer parks and in other areas. They don't even need to be in the trailer park. A lot of them do not know who their father is. This is why the saying, the milkman, you remember when the man used to go out to buy milk and he never returned? But yet you guys want to hide that. And it's not something to be proud of, to be honest with you, in either race. But at the end of the day, this is what he thinks about black people. And if you didn't grow up with your father, don't let somebody like Jeff let you feel like that was a mistake. Because look at who his son grew up with a father, and look at what ended up happening to him. Growing up with a father or without a father doesn't matter if a father's going to turn out like you. I hope you know that. See, I had a good dad. I'm not in jail, and I'm not 6 feet under. Especially not in high school. My brothers aren't either. Our fathers raised us right. We can't say the same for you.
Anymore. You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all.
We got baby mamas. What is this one right here? Don't he got baby mamas too? Who is this? Who is this? How many kids he got, y'all? Yeah, they don't never say nothing about that. Look at this man. How many baby mamas does he have? He has baby mamas too, Mr. Jeff. You ain't talking about him? Yeah, he got baby mamas. Where the other one at? He got baby mamas too. Who is this one? He damn sure got baby mamas and ex-wives. I think he got one baby mama and ex-wives. Who else got baby mamas? Don't he got a secret baby? No, he got a wife, but he got a mistress too. I thought he had a secret baby. I don't know if this one has a secret baby. Yeah, you might want to tread lightly with that. Your people's got baby mamas too. So, and this one too, we about to talk about Jello. What's his name? Jelly. This one Jelly Roll got baby mamas, y'all. He got a baby mama. I think he got 1 or 2. Lord. What are we talking about here? Yeah, this was always in his heart, y'all. And then let me give myself one time to be racist. You should never give yourself one time to be racist. Red flag. But thank you for showing us who you really are. I withdraw all of my empathy. It's gone now.
You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real.
Oh.
Because they ain't only black people. White people do the same shit. I'll call them out just as hard as I'll call you out. Anybody who doesn't work, who wants free government handouts, who wants to live in a socialistic society, move to fucking Russia. This is America. Be respectful of this country. We have many people who have fought and died.
Be respectful of this country, as if you guys, and he talking about Karmelo, a black American, y'all. He has every right to be in this country. More than your ass, by the way. He is foundational. And he's talking about Karmelo's peoples like they are immigrants. Ain't that crazy?
For this country, so you can run your mouth.
And by the way, people have died for this country who look like us as well. And they would go to war and come back home and face racism, still fighting for this damn country. Red flag. I have friends in the military too.
They're the ones who lay their ass on the line for you, who sacrifice for you and this country. I didn't serve.
Yeah, you're a coward. You didn't serve. My friend's serving right now. Beautiful black woman. Queen. My other friend is serving right now. Black man, very honorable. I have many friends who were in the service or have retired from the service. American military, by the way. There are countless black men and women right now who are wearing the uniform as we speak. And then you have the gall to talk like this, as if your people's was the only, because he's you see the way it's coded. He's talking as if white people sacrifice their bodies for us when it's black people who sacrifice their bodies for us. Red flag. If it wasn't for black people marching and doing all that, we wouldn't have any civil liberties to begin with. You didn't want to give it to us. Did you forget about that?
Was not fortunate enough to. I wish, looking back in my life, I wish I would have. But at the time when I was that age, my life was not all together.
Oh, you're like, oh, so you didn't even serve and you talking nonsense. This is the funniest thing. I didn't get to serve because, at the time of where I was in my life, there are people who have been in other times of their life. Hell, racism didn't stop black people from serving, but then somehow you're the exception. And then you have the gall to speak racist language. Red flag.
But those people who sign up voluntarily to defend your rights so you can run your mouth.
Yeah.
You show them respect. You don't kneel for the national anthem.
Oh, you talking about Colin Kaepernick right now. Okay. And mind you, Colin Kaepernick is biracial. This is why when I started the live stream and I said black, I said Asian, Latino, whatever. I went through the list and I said biracial too because they consider you black. Here you go. Colin Kaepernick has a white mother and a black father, but yet he sees Colin Kaepernick as a black man. And notice he said you don't kneel. He has every right to kneel. He has every right to kneel because, again, people have fought for the country who look like him. And so he has every right to take the opportunity as a citizen, and it is his right to kneel if he wants to. Who are you to tell him what to do? But then again, you see, this is where that behavior comes from, and his son has it too. Red flag.
You respect that flag.
And what you gonna do about it if we don't? What you gonna do? What you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it if we don't pledge allegiance? What you gonna do about it? Because you don't even respect the damn flag. You didn't even serve in the military. Shut up! You don't respect any damn thing. Always talking. Always talking. You ain't even about the action. Always running like a damn coward. This is the problem.
You don't like this country? Guess what? You're free to leave. I'll even get you a fucking plane ticket.
And you know what? You don't like this country, you're free to leave. Like I said, they are talking as if foundational black Americans are immigrants. This is wild, y'all. You're free to leave the country if you don't like it. All because somebody kneeled for injustice. That was why he kneeled, y'all. He didn't kneel because he wanted a tax break. He didn't kneel to piss the coach off. He kneeled because of the injustice. You don't like it, you can leave. I'll buy you a plane ticket. You didn't even serve in the military. You're the last one to tell anybody to leave. Not only that, but they built the country that you sitting on right here. That's where this mindset is coming from. And then he had the gall to say he's not racist. I remove my sympathy. Godspeed and good luck.
If you don't love this country and you're not patriotic, you have the free will to go somewhere else. Look, we change presidents every 4 years. If you don't vote, don't bitch.
He's saying this as if people are not being, as if their vote is not being affected, and as if the Voters Registration Act doesn't exist, and that whole situation that happened. This is the problem. This is the reason why America is not going to get progressive, because of dumbasses like him. You're calling other people unintelligent when you're the main one. This is why I said low IQ, and this is why I said people who are racist have low IQ. It's because of him. This is Exhibit A right here. This is Exhibit A right here. You can't have anything negative to say about your country. And if you do, you need to leave. You cannot criticize. So there's lack of accountability right here. So how do you think he raised his children? This is the problem. And then y'all want to tell me that Karmelo had a fair trial?
If you want something changed in your community, get off the couch. Quit watching TV. Be involved. Be present.
Mm-hmm.
The only way change occurs is by you putting in the effort.
Yeah. Tell that to the people that we covered, that ones that can't even afford their house and that look like you. They put in effort too. Tell that to the poor people who look just like you. And I don't want to say poor people like that, but tell it to the people who are less fortunate, that are living in the same city as you, or around your place, that can't even afford groceries right now. They put in a lot of effort and they're not getting the results. They voted for who you voted for. I know you voted for him. Oh, I know you voted for his ass. I know it. I know it very well. You're MAGA. You might as well have the red hat on at this point. So why don't you tell them how much their effort has gotten them? Where has that effort gotten them? Of course. But of course, you know, you guys are not putting enough effort. This is the problem. This is why you are where you are, okay? This is why you are poor. And this is why your neighborhoods are the way they are. You're not putting enough effort. Mm-hmm.
So don't complain when shit doesn't go your way, when you don't do anything about it.
Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Don't bitch because Trump's president because you didn't vote.
He talking reckless, right? And 92% and 78% he got the gotta talk and talk about unintelligent. When that was the most intelligent. Black people are extremely intelligent. They're smart enough to know not to vote for the piece of shit president that you voted for. But yet here you are. You voted for him in all your glory. Dumbass.
Don't vote for somebody based on skin color.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
But you'll jump on the side of a murderer for skin color.
That's not for skin color.
Do you know how stupid that really makes you?
And this is why this live stream has taken... I'm sorry if I stayed on this topic for a long time, but I have a reason. It's because when we talk about situations like this, you need to put it all on the floor. Because I dare a racist to come in my comments after all of the highlights I done put in here. This is how you do a live case study and how you clear their asses. You show the evidence. Let him tie himself up. Nobody could ever come in my comments after this live stream and talk nonsense. Ever.
To look. I'm going to support somebody blindly, even though they did wrong. Mm-hmm. You're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color.
You voted for Trump. You're saying this and you voted for Donald Trump? You're saying this and you voted for Donald Trump? Lord. A convicted felon.
Oh, you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more privileges? More entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us, and we took you over here and put you to work.
Put you to work. Sold you to us, and we put you to work. Did you? So reparations. Thank you very much, because we didn't get that. None of us got that payment. Jack. Not only that, but notice. Oh, this is the slavery part. Thank you, sis. Oh, Lord, it took us a while to get here, but we're here. You put us to work. No, if it was just work, then you didn't just put us to work. You ate us alive. You raped us. You did so many inhumane acts towards us. Had us breed your children. Some of y'all had us muling. Some of us had to jump overboard. Yeah. You had us in chains. We put you to work. Oh, Lord. You know, Jeff, there's a reason why you're still alive, and I think it's for the reckoning that's about to come to you and your peoples that think like you. That's why God kept you alive. Go to pray. You better pray for forgiveness when you go to. You know what? Don't even pray. It's okay. It's okay. Do not be mad at us because the ancestors got us and God got us. I mean, I don't know what God you serve, but our God is probably mightily strong because we still here and kicking it. So all I'm gonna say is this: good luck. Do not be. You see, notice how he mentioned melanin. You jealous? You okay? You okay out there? Oh, he's jealous, y'all. Yeah, it's not our fault. It's magical. Why don't you go take it up with the God you serve?
And we had a civil war to free your ass.
Excuse me, you did not have a civil war to free us. You had a civil war for economic prosperity. We were just in the middle of it. That's it, that's all. And I will say the abolitionists and the allies, yes, they helped to free us. But I promise you, if you really wanted to free us, then this wouldn't exist. This would not exist. If you really wanted to free us, racism would be eradicated. You would have freed us and we would have all been one happy big family, and we would have, the prosperity would have been up there. Everybody would have had equal rights. No, you didn't free us for our benefit, please. But then this is what happens when you're uneducated. These are the talking points of a fool. And he keeps talking. And I don't understand why he didn't shut up at the 1 minute mark. But of course, you know, a racist is always going to racist. Carry on, Jeff.
Shit. Oh, I've been so oppressed. You couldn't even vote. 1960.
Mm-hmm.
Look how far you've come.
Because of our ancestors, not because of y'all. I hope you know that. We had to fight for that. And I'm talking about Black Americans. And in Haiti, my peoples had to fight for that. Not because you were being benevolent and decided, oh, Black people need to vote. Let's go give them a vote. Please. It's all for economic benefit. And also, by the way, when money was circulating within the Black community, they realized that, damn, these Blacks have money. We need to find a way to integrate them with us. That's the only reason. It's always economic. Anytime there's any type of progress, it's always economic. This is the reason why women were in the workforce. Is because during the war, the men were out and they needed somebody to continue producing. So they put women in the workforce. Economics. That's it. That's all. It's not because they suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, let's give the women their rights. They deserve it. And even then, they gave white women the rights first to vote. Get out of here.
All the free shit we give you.
Free shit? Please, somebody let me know where this free stuff is. You know what? I need to hear the Black jobs and the free stuff. I think I'm doing life wrong because something is wrong here. How come I don't get free stuff? Somebody please let me know. Guide me to the freeness. Please let me know where you can get free stuff in the Black jobs they speak of. Please, somebody let me know. Where I don't think I've ever qualified for welfare. I've always never qualified. Can somebody let me know how can I get these benefits that they speak of? Please, and thank you.
You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or a race or gender.
Oh, he hitting y'all up, women. Okay, white women. He talking about y'all now. Who's his wife? What's her name? Betty Croc. What's her name? He said Betty or something. He talking. Look at his smirk right here. He's talking about his wife and anybody who is gay, anybody who is trans, anybody who LGBTQ two spirit. He talking about y'all. He talking about all the people of color, by the way. DEI. So he talking about Asians, Blacks, all of us. But then, you know, y'all think y'all different. So, of course, you think he's only targeting us when he talking this rhetoric right here. Okay. All right.
Whose broad-ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when I grew up, there was no participation trophy.
Of course there wasn't.
There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt. We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Right. Wow, what a concept. If you want society to change, if you want a better place for your kids, then get involved in your kids' life, in your community, in your church, but don't sit on your couch and bitch when it doesn't go your way. Next question.
That was one question. Lord, this is enough. All right, we're done, y'all. I'm tired.
The link, I'll give it to Sarah. And it's a process that we have in place to control our society. They're called laws, and we have to abide by them. I'm no different than anybody else. I have to abide by them too. So whatever decision the court made, I have to abide by, whether I like it or not. Life is kind of like a shit sandwich. No matter how much bread you got, it still tastes like shit when you eat it. Next question.
Yeah, well, that's enough. What
You're the only one without a criminal record.
Okay, we saw this.
Maybe we could talk about that another time. Well, go ahead now.
I have been approached for documentaries, books, podcasts, speaking appearances, and I really don't know what I'm going to do. I haven't decided. Like I said, my whole focus was on this trial.
All right, we're done, y'all. Oh, Lord. I don't even need to read anything else, y'all. Case closed. Case mother effing closed. Karmelo's family, y'all need to go do a retrial. You guys got to figure out what y'all gonna do. You need a better lawyer. Fire the lawyer you have. And y'all need to use that live stream in the next court case. Use this in the appeal. I would say, honestly, wait till the next administration. But yeah. Wait until after the election in November. I would say that. But use this as evidence, because Lord, there was enough nuggets in this one. And then he called us stupid. That's the worst. All right, done. I'm so sorry I subjected you guys to all of this, but if we're going to do a story, we got to do it properly, y'all. I'll read a few comments and then we're going to continue. I'm going to speed through the rest of the stories, y'all. I suspect his black friend was a hotep. Hold up. How can I highlight your comment, Prince? How come this one is showing up? Hold on a second. Give me a second, y'all. Let me do the, I have to redo the browser. Just give me a moment. I want your chat comments to be highlighted. Here we go. You think his black friend was a hotep? Does he even have a black? I don't know who the hell that person was, but Lord. Oh my God, yo, this was wild. I did not expect this to take this long. I'm so sorry for the rest of y'all. If you had to subject yourself to this, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. Unfortunately, when it comes to these kind of stories, it's a very high profile case, and I had to do it justice. So my apologies if it took so long to get this going. I sincerely apologize, but I'm glad that we were able to figure this out, because ain't no damn way. Now I see why. I can see clearly. I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. Why is that not showing up? It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Oh, Lord. Karmelo has a chance, yo. I can see it. I can see he has a chance, guys. He really, I mean, all jokes aside, if I was a lawyer, oh, that appeal would have been filed yesterday. Yeah, as soon as that interview dropped. That's why I said they need to fire their lawyer. Fire him. Why is this not showing up on the screen? Oh, maybe because I didn't highlight anything. Okay, let's try highlighting stuff. Okay, here we go. Now it's showing. You said, I suspect his black friend is a hotep. Probably. Oh, hell no. I'm a descendant of slaves. Nicole, you wrote that, and still live in the deep south. Plantations are everywhere in South Louisiana. There are still hate crimes happening there. Absolutely. Even in Florida, everywhere. Everywhere. There's still sundown towns for a reason. Who, that man showed his entire ass and more. There was a civil war to keep us slaves, actually, but okay, mama. He's so, like, he really believed in what he was saying, y'all. He was so confident. And, like, I'm like, do you realize that Karmelo still has an appeal? Like, But you know what? I'm actually happy. This is how the ancestors work for people, and this is how God works for the people, the righteous. You just keep quiet, and you let people. You see, he thought it was over, and what he doesn't know is it's just the beginning. Cause they gonna appeal that ass. Bring that evidence over there. It's not the end. Not being able to vote is a sign of oppression, though. So eventually being able to vote doesn't erase the existence of oppression. Prince, you thinking logically. He is not. Mary, you said that's what I'm saying. I've been working since 16. Apparently I'm doing life wrong. Girl, we all doing life wrong. I know, right? I'm like, I don't know where they get these handouts from. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. Like, honestly, the handouts don't even, like, I don't see where these handouts come from. I've had to get just as much as everybody else, if not even more. I have to prove myself way more than somebody else who's mediocre. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And yet they keep thinking we have handouts. This is how I know they all live in an echo chamber. He's never been around black people before. He's probably had that big bubbly black friend that he sent to his, he tried to send to the upper room by having him go to a racist ass rally. Red flag. What type of friend are you? He's never been around black people before. I can already tell by how he talking. Pat Spaghetti, hey sis, you said, dang, he really had me in the first half. Me too! Had me all sympathizing for him. I was like, oh my God, that feels so bad that I was dragging. No, not that I was dragging. I'm happy I was dragging his ass. But I felt bad because I could see his perspective as a parent. Like, I'm like, damn, that's messed up. But now I'm like, yeah, sympathy gone. Now I can see why the rest of y'all were like, hell nah. Hell no. I'm tired of people misusing the word entitled like it's a slur. Yup, Nicole, I agree. Karma is very real. This means your son spoke the same crap. Yup. It also might explain why your son is not with you. God does not honor hate. Bingo. And that's why I said I made it very clear. He's not serving the same God I'm serving. I don't know what God he's serving, but that's not the same one. I got to make it extremely clear. I know who he talking about. Romy says, I'm tired of listening to this man. I know, sis. I was too, but I had to keep it going because let me tell y'all why. I already explained why, but the reason why is because I want to put this to rest the right way. I don't want there to be any type of arguments and nothing in my comments because, you know, they going to come. They're coming. They may not act like they watch, but I know they're watching. Oh, they're watching. I know right now somebody's fixing to type something. But guess what? The evidence is all here. There's nothing you can say at this point. There's nothing you can say at this point to convince me that this man is not a racist. He's 100. Nothing was taken out of context. We watched it in literally its entirety. There was nothing taken out of context at all. He's just a racist. Simple. Covert one, but now he became overt. And I think, you know, it's kind of like testing the waters. Like, you know, when somebody is finally free to be who they really want to be and they're trying to test the waters and kind of do, you know, a slow launch. Soft launch. He soft launched his racism. That's basically what he just did. He soft launched it to the white folks. Yes, he needs an appeal. Karmelo, I'm telling you, whoever is, if somebody know, I don't know, maybe people gonna send some stuff to social media. They need to use this video as evidence. Trust and believe me. Let's hear. Who said thrift dinnerware? That's what's up. Anyways, where do y'all find bowls in place that aren't outrageously expensive? I moved into a cheaper apartment end of May. Oh, congratulations, sis. I'm really, really glad that you did. And I don't know where you would go in the U.S. I know somebody mentioned thrifting in IKEA. I would also mention excuse me. Costco. Get you a Costco membership. They were one of the only companies that stood up against DEI. They always pay their workers good wages. I haven't heard anything negative about Costco. Costco has some really good dinnerware. If y'all want to see, we bought a whole bunch of plates and stuff from Costco. Get you a Costco membership. But I don't know if you have one in your area because I know you're in New York. So if you do, though, they deliver. Just putting that out there. All right, let's move on. Karmelo, get your appeal, brother. Get your appeal. And we should all be empathetic to Karmelo and send his family our well wishes. Even though I do believe his parents set him up for failure, but that doesn't mean that he deserved to be sentenced to 35 years. I'll just say that. Especially with that piece of character of a Metcalf. Next. All right, let's speed through the stories, y'all. Oh, Lord, I spent way too much time on this one. All right. Let's get into toxic. Speaking of which, Jelly Roll, y'all. Lord. Okay, so what Jelly Roll did wrong in his marriage. The dark psychology of broken men. All right, so now I know who Shallon Lester is. Shout out to her. We might not watch the whole thing, but come like in a nutshell. If we talking about, let's segue to this one, and then we got to talk about digital blackface. I'm going to skip through this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Jelly Roll is a country singer. He became popular recently. And as you know, when somebody becomes popular, they start to catapult. He's everywhere in the country scene. And he was a bit hefty. He was a thickums. And then all of a sudden, he started to lose weight. And I'm assuming that he started to diet, care about his body, all that stuff. The man got veneers and everything. And so, everybody was all, congratulating him and whatnot. Then come to find out a few months ago, he actually filed for divorce. But the public didn't find out until last week. Now, let's watch this story, y'all, because it is not what it seems. I thought it was a clear-cut case, but there's a lot going on here. So let's watch this. And I might skip to another video if this one gets it, because Shallon is like me. She talks a lot. So we'll see if we can skip through this.
Ladies, today we are going to talk about a couple that you might be like, who? I will tell you. I'm going to guess. I almost said Bunny Roll and Jelly XO. Tomato fucking tomato.
Wait, hold on. I don't know what's going on with this. Let me redo my Windows capture because I have a feeling that it's me. So just give me a second. We're not going to take too long on this one, Lord. Okay. You know what? Let's do it like this. I think that I am the problem. Why is this black thing on the screen like this? Hold on. Okay, I'm going to hide it right now. I'll unseal it right now. Uncover it. I'm tired. I don't like when it lags. My bad, y'all. I really hate when it lags. Oops. Give me a second. Okay, it should be 700. Here we go. Let's put 750. Okay, there we go. All right, let's do it.
Jelly Roll and his soon-to-be ex-wife, Bunny XO. Okay, if you don't know Jelly Roll, he looks like this.
Yo, not only does he look like this, I have a confession to make. Let's just get into it right now. Jelly Roll, he is a Sagittarius. Red flag, but guess what? His wife, Bunny XO, she's an Aquarius. Okay. She's an Aquarius, yo. Listen, she's a January Aquarius, okay? January. Just remember that. January, not February.
He's like a country rap singer, like country, like,
Shannon looks good. She looks good. She changed a little bit. I don't know what you're doing, sis, but you look healthier.
Very much Crystal. Like, he's for Crystal. And Crystal is for him and Bunny. So his wife, Bunny, who looks like this, okay? Just to compare. Him, her. The delta is great. He is shaped like a delta. The delta is large. That means the difference. Which you know because you're smart. Okay, so here's the lore with these two if you've never heard of them. They've been together for 10 years. And she met him when he was, get ready for this, homeless, an ex-con, a drug addict. I don't know if he was still a drug addict after.
Red flag. Oh, hell no. This January, yo. Oh, hell no. No. Listen. Ain't no damn. Hold up. Let's go back. Hold up. I know
delta. The delta is large. That means the difference, which you know because you're smart. Okay, so here's the lore with these two if you've never heard of them. They've been together for 10 years, and she met him when he was, get ready for this, homeless, an ex-con, a drug addict. I don't know if he was still a drug addict at the time, but like, had a baby with one woman, and I believe another baby on the way. So, and looked like this. So, that's not so right. She, on the other hand, was a former Chaos Goblin. She grew up...
We can't... No, I think a Scorpio put a spell on me. Ain't no damn way. Because last week we had the Aquariuses that was with that Asian guy who was bumming it out, and then he went on Instagram, and she was, we could tell that she, the one who proposed to her at the cemetery. This is worse. Oh my, this is the worst. This is the worst one. Homeless addict. He had a baby and a baby on the way with another woman. And he was broke and he was a bigum. Oh man, no, Aquariuses, we gotta take the L. This don't make no damn sense. How did we get this? How did we get here? We were doing so great, and then it's just
a really super chaotic, like terrible sort of abusive family, runaway, drugs, a bunch of abortions. I mean, she talks about this. She talked about this in her book, Stripped Down. I read it. And like dated just the chaos goblin crystal kind of life. And when she met him, she was a prostitute. And she was very open about it. And I have had these two on my list as like a more evergreen topic to do. Because when I read her book and she met him, and she was like, she had her own Vegas penthouse. She was making money. She was like a prostitute, but she was very successful. And honey, I'd give it away like a clown. Good for you, bunny. And he was hefty bag, just chaos person. And the topic that I wanted to do was, I cannot believe he loves her. I cannot believe this man would love that woman. And I had a trap set for all the Crystal fans to come here and try to cancel me, thinking like, okay, don't you come for our bunny? Let me start that again. Don't you? One more time. Hey, get up. Don't you come for our bunny. What y'all do? We love bunny. Fuck you, Shaylin Lister. But here's the gag. The gag was going to be, I couldn't believe he loved her, because since when does a loser man value a successful, beautiful woman?
That's how I know she's Aquarius for real, because she's successful, y'all. We always be the one running bank, y'all. This is a problem. It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic. Lord, Bunny, why you had to do this to us? I think this is the worst one. It was, you see, this is what I get for trying all the other signs. This is retribution. Okay, you know what? I don't know which one of y'all put a hex on Aquariuses, but here we are. Here we are. We coming to the front, y'all. We coming to the front. I can't.
Yeah, you didn't see you going there, Crystals, did you? I was shocked that these two have been a successful couple.
Embarrassing.
Because
of course they are.
In what world, ladies, my 4%ers, in what world does a man actually want to be around a woman who is outgunning him? And he's really famous now. She is no slouch in her own right. So she was a whore. She was a hooker. She calls it out, And then she was really open with him about it. And he was like, hey, you're a hustler. You have to do what you have to do. And was like really supportive. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's, wow. Okay. Wow. That's amazing. And she linked up with him. Like they started getting together while he was on tour. And she's like, well, how about this? I'll come on tour with you and I'll just, she called it, chapter in her book was called The Whore Tour. She's like, I'll just fuck guys and have clients in every city that you go to. And he's like, great. So he'd be like doing sound checks. She's fucking dudes, comes to a show. Like,
this is a mess.
This relationship blew my mind. Blew my mind. If you're in the 4% club, which is what we called the show Entourage, but now we're evolving. I talk all the time about how terrified men are of my career. And I'm not a prostitute. Like, I literally make videos. Okay? And guys are like, whoa, I can't, whoa, when you travel, ugh. And so for me, I'm like, not only is the physicality of them so insanely different. I think she's beautiful. I think she's cute as a button. She seems cool. She's like trashy and messy, but like in that very real way that's like so endearing. She's like not pretentious. Just their physicality aside, the fact that she was so successful. And then she became successful on OnlyFans, and then she quit doing that when her podcast, I think it's called Dumb Blonde, became successful. And she would joke about it. She's like, none of the other Nashville wives have their butthole on the internet. So, kind of want to get away from that.
Sis was listen, if you're in an open relationship, that's on you. I'm not going to judge you. Do you. My problem, though, is not the open relationship per se. I wouldn't do it, but I'm not going to condemn anybody who wants to do it. My problem, though, is the homeless, the bumminess. He was not a fit individual. This man had 2 baby mamas and 1 kid on the way, all that stuff. Red flag. She should have never been with him, and she was successful. Why would you do this, Bunny? Making us look bad. Damn.
She's great. I just couldn't believe that a man loved her. Because men don't love successful women, do they?
No, it's not about her being successful. Why don't you just say that? You see, this is what I'm tired of this. Why do people try not to say the quiet part out loud? It's not because she's successful. It's because she's a successful prostitute. Say the quiet part out loud. I'm tired of this. What are you scared of shouting? Just say it. It's not because she's successful. Yes, that's one part of it. But you want to say it's because she was sleeping with other dudes and with him. What man would want to be with her? Just say what it is. Why we always got to hide behind stuff? That's the question of the day. What incentive did he have to be with her? Because yes, she's beautiful, but she's also a prostitute, and she was still also banging other men. And you know how insecure men are. Especially, imagine, he's hefty. He's already dealing with a lot of insecurities. And I don't even know if it's flat. Listen, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm going to leave it alone. But we don't know, some men are insecure about their size and all that stuff, right? So we have to be honest. She's trying to figure out why he would want to be with her, knowing that she's doing all this with men who probably look better than him. That's it. Okay, keep it real.
Do they? It seems hard to find these days, especially when the man is that. When the man is a beanbag chair-shaped person. What's going on? So I was going to talk about these two as actually a great love story, a great story of hope. You know what, girls? The covenant of the nerd actually might pay off, which, as you know, is our agreement that we make when we're little girls who show any sort of promise in the world, whether we're beautiful or we're good at soccer or we're smart. And guess what? We actually have to be all of those things. We have to be all of those things. And the promise is the whole world's going to love you. Everything's going to be easy, especially dating and marriage. Oh my God, guys are going to love that you're good at everything. No, the fuck they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. And we are the last ones to figure that out. So when I see Jelly and Bunny, I'm like, this is how it should be. A man finding a woman who is so out of his league and holding on to her for dear life. And I was just like, yay, yay for these two. Well, no, yay, poo-poo on this whole situation. What the fuck is going on? He filed for divorce on her. So a lot of stuff is kind of coming out of the woodwork, a lot of theories. Some theories are that she's actually dating Chad Kroeger from Nickelback, which to me is just a perfect fit for her, I gotta say.
Why is Chad Chad is everywhere. Wasn't he the one married to Avril Lavigne? Y'all know he's Canadian, right? He's from Alberta. That's the claim to fame for that town in Alberta. Chad was married to Avril Lavigne. Yes, he sure was. I believe they were married. Yes, there they go right there in their glory. Lord. Were they married or engaged? Yeah, ex-husband, because she was married to him and the other guy. 2 Canadians right here, because she's from Ottawa area, and he's from Alberta. Yeah, y'all gonna know some Canadian tea today. So, yeah, Chad was with her. And then now he's with a Bunny. Yeah, he has a type, y'all, because, yeah, he has a type for sure. I don't think that she was cheating on the Jello guy. I don't know. I don't think she's with Chad Kroeger. I think the Jello guy got a new chick.
We'll all find out. Everything comes out in the wash. But the big theory, it's uncomfortable.
Him and his veneers.
The big theory is that Mr. Roll over here has been shaping up.
Of course he's
been shaping up. He's been losing weight. And that means now suddenly he has a lot more options. Now, I argue that just being famous gives you as many options as if you're unfamous but very hot. You know what I mean? But if he's going to be thinner and fitter, in his mind, suddenly the world is his oyster. Suddenly, the girl he was just thankful to have from a beggar's mentality, it's like, I can do a lot fucking better than you. And you know what? I'll get a girl who's not competing with me. I'll get a girl who doesn't write a best-selling book.
No, it's not about competition. This is the male ego we're talking about here. I mean, that's one part of it. I'm not dismissing what she's saying, but I'm going to add more to it. The male ego and psyche, okay? He wants somebody he could dominate. That's one. So that's the part where she's going with this. But also, he wants a woman who is less out there. I can promise you that. A lot of men that's just how they are, y'all. We got to be honest. I know you'd want a man to accept you how you are and all that stuff. It doesn't work like that, even for a thickums. Even for the beanbag, like she called him. What he wants is somebody he could subdue and control. He wants to be the one doing the fucking out there, not her. But you know, he was big, so he couldn't ask for too much because he knew that, hey, my plate is full and you know, I can't find nobody else, so I'm just gonna settle with you right now because I know you. Like, exactly, she was out of his league, as she is. But at the same time, do not believe for one bit that he wasn't looking for his real preference out there, because he was cheating on her. Red flag. That's what he was doing. He was just waiting for the perfect opportunity when he would get his money up, he would get his stuff up, and then he's gonna bounce. That's it. He's a Sagittarius, man, at the end of the day. Come on now.
Girl who doesn't need the limelight. She's just happy to support me. Okay? Now I have that option. And
she let him get away with too much. That's the problem too.
Wait, evidently, he couldn't get it up at all. Couldn't get it up. Like, he said this in interviews.
I'm not surprised. You know, I gotta be honest. Listen, if you're a big guy, I'm not saying that you can't get it up. I know some big guys, they are able to. But I heard that it's a hormonal thing. And a lot of big dudes, listen, don't come for me, big guys. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying there's impotence and, you know, I heard that. It's a rumor. There is a rumor out there about that.
Dude, that is such a dig at your wife, I think. Even though he's like, no, it's not her. How do you not take that personal?
She wasn't his preference. Yeah, he can't get it up with her. So that means, like, again, like I was saying, she's not his type. Well, let me see. Do they show his baby mama's jelly roll? This is a mess, y'all. I need to see his baby mama. Do they look like his ex? Here, what we know about the moms of Jelly Roll. Okay, that's his daughter. I don't want to show her. Is that his first baby mama? Or is that his wife? No, that's his wife now. Where's the baby? Oh, that's his daughter. Where's the baby mama? Oh, that's the baby mama. Excuse me. Okay, so he does like them blonde. We'll say that. So he does have a type. Why is this not going? Okay, where his baby mama's at? That's one of them. Where's the other one? Is that... No, that's his daughter? He got one baby mama or two? Either way, she's not his type, y'all. He can't even get it up. And now he lost weight so he could get it all the way up. Yeah, he probably using extra stuff. You know, it's the hormones. I gotta be honest. It's estrogen. Don't argue with me if you in the comments. Let me read the comments after. It's estrogen, y'all. I gotta be honest. When you got a lot of estrogen, it messes up your hormones. He had way too much estrogen in his body.
Like, what woman wants to hear this? I have this feeling that they had a sexless marriage. I do. I have a feeling they had a sexless marriage. I think she's got a very, like, warped relationship to sex. Not her own fault. Like, if you read her book and you see her upbringing, you're like, I could not imagine
this is very
having a
sad
sexual, like, relationship. Like, she's just been through so much, you know? And especially, like, doing sex work. Like, that's gonna warp a lot of things. But in the book, when she was talking about, like, falling for him, it was very, like, to me, it read as very platonic. Like, he's so polite. He's so kind. And I don't think she'd experienced men like that. I
have to be honest, and I'm going to say something, and I know some people might be mad, but whatever. I keep it 100. Listen, if you're going to do sex work, if you're going to be a stripper, if you're going to do the underworld type of activities, I'm not saying that you're going to choose to do what you want to do. But do not expect a man to be, and again, not all, but I will say majority. I would say majority of men, especially in this climate, they are not. I personally think that you should just stay single at that point. And if you're gonna be in relationships, it should be casual. That's my opinion. Because there's a lot of expectation on women alone, even non-sex workers. And then on top of that, and I'm not saying that, oh, you have to do this in order to keep a man. I'm not saying none of that. But what I'm saying is that your chances are even higher of finding a degenerate, because that's what they think. They have the Madonna whore complex. A lot of those men do. A lot of those men who are into escorts and prostitutes and all that stuff, they have wives. They have other women that they believe are their Madonnas. And then they have the whore complex because she can't provide what what they believe the whore can provide. And I'm not calling them a whore. I'm just saying it's a term for somebody coming. Don't call them a whore. I'm not. It's the Madonna whore complex. I gotta look that up. It's how men are socialized in our society. It is. It's a real complex. So what it is that they will The Madonna whore complex is a psychological complex often perpetuated by heterosexual cisgender males, which places women into two categories. The Madonna defined as a woman who is pure, virtuous, and nurturing, or a quote-unquote whore, a woman who is deemed as overly sexual, manipulating, and promiscuous. The dichotomy of MWC creates a rigidity that limits women's sexual expression, agency, and freedom by defining their sexuality into one of two categories. And a lot of men have this mindset, y'all. If you could ask any man in your life, and if he says no, he's lying. They will, if you ask them, would you marry a woman who is still sleeping with other men while she's with you? And more often than not, if they say marry depends on the terms, and more often than not, if they do, they're going to see her as a product. I got to be honest. But either way, you'll still be seen as a product anyways, to some men. So what I will say, though, is that like that world, I'm telling you, it has the most degenerates ones out there. There are a lot of men out there they treat, especially when you're in the sex work, they will treat you like an object. And then your husband, look at Jelly Roll, he was doing all that stuff to her. She deserves love, to be quite honest with you. I don't think she's undeserving of love. I'm just saying that men, you know, unfortunately, they're not socialized to love in the first place. A lot of them aren't. And unfortunately, love comes with certain conditions for a lot of them. And unfortunately, when it comes to that line of work, if you're still participating in that while you're in the relationship, I don't think it's going to work out in your favor, because you're going to end up with a jelly roll. He was still doing all that. Mind you, he was hefty as a trash bag. He was doing all of that even when he was hefty, and he shouldn't have even been able to be with her. And then once he lost weight, he decided to leave. There you go. So he was always waiting for the real preference to come through. That's just what it is, y'all. I gotta be honest. Listen, I don't make the rules.
I think she had always gone for like the rock and roll, the crazy, the bad boy, like the drug dealer, and they're gonna leave you in a crashed out truck, fuck you. Like, that's who she went for. And she meets a guy who is like rock star vibes, but so kind to her. I think that was worth the trade-off of sex. I would put that theory out there. Also, it was just like weird when she was writing about him in the book. There was this one point, she's like, we ran up to the roof. Ran?
He just wanted the labor, y'all. Free labor. And he got kids to take care of. He needed somebody to take care of his kids while he went on tour or something. He had a reason. He had an agenda.
He ran? I don't think they had a sexual relationship. Maybe he would like watch her do. I don't know. I just don't think it was. I mean, how on earth could it be? I don't know the mechanics of sex with a man that big, nor do I ever want to know. I don't ever want to know. These are questions I never want the answer to, okay? So please don't put it in the comments. I don't want to know. But now that he's losing weight, he even said, like, oh, it's working again. It's working again. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder if he's like, look, I got this shiny new toy. I want to go and play with it. I want to see what all it can do. Oh, and by the way, they've been trying for kids. IVF, if that's not working, a surrogate. They might have a surrogate. Like, that's like a very murky subplot of this whole thing. And you know, she's
Bunny,
46,
no.
so she's older for sure. He's 41. It's crazy she's the older one. Anyway, maybe there's a reason you couldn't get pregnant, girl. Maybe this is God's protection. Maybe rejection is protection.
I agree with that.
That's all I'm saying.
I think Bunny needs to go get healing and try to figure out why she would want to be with a man like Jelly Roll. That's number one. Why would you think that you deserve that mistreatment? That's what I have to ask her. You don't deserve that, even if you're a sex worker. I want to make that very clear. Even if you're a prostitute, even if you do OnlyFans, you do not deserve to get treated like shit. That's not how it's supposed to work. But unfortunately, like I said, men are socialized in that way. And how do I know? I have 4 brothers, and I know that they're not an indicator of other men, and it's a small sample size. But they have friends, and they have friends, and they have friends. I've been around men my whole entire life. And when I say around men, it's not like I'm the friend. Oh, I got male friends. No, it's just because they're my family. My family is overran by men. There's not many women in my family, to be quite honest with you. It's all men. And they all talk the same. No matter what circles you go in, they all talk the same. They all act the same. They're all men at the end of the day. They have this complex. Thank their mothers for that.
And maybe Mother Nature had a plan, and it was
and not just their mothers, their fathers in society. I got to make that very clear. But especially their moms, because their mom is the Madonna to them, and they want somebody that's like their mom. But then again, this is where the Madonna whore complex comes from. You can't defile your mother. It's weird and it's disgusting. Red flag. but they defile other women, other people's kids and whatever. You know what I mean? They want to do the most dirtiest, disgusting things and do that with people that they pay for. They see them as property. I mean, but either way, I mean, there's so much levels to it because they can still treat you like a property even if you are not what they consider a whore. So it's just many levels to it. Either way, men suck, damn it.
With a morbidly obese man who's an ex-con and a drug dealer and also a cheater. Evidently, he cheated on her already once. I've seen things on Reddit like, oh, they have an open relationship. I don't know. Who knows? It just seems crystal trashy, but at least they seemed really in love. And now I'm like, nothing is real. Also, another like reason I don't think that they have a sexful marriage is when they kiss, they do this, like, I think that this is a very telling thing. You know how I'm always banging on about, like, the arm over the shoulder?
Yeah.
Her arm over
shoulder. She's right. She's right. When he's not doing, like, not trying to touch you, like I said, it was all an agenda for him. I really think it was for the labor because he got kids. And he was trying to build his career up. And, of course, she's a gorgeous, very gorgeous woman. There's nothing wrong with her, to be quite honest with you. But men like him don't deserve her. They're not going to see her value. They're not going to see her beauty. And because to them she's you know what I mean. So yeah, he's not into she's not his girl. Now he went to go look for her because now he finally fits the aesthetic. Let me find out he gonna go get a sister because he got the starter kit of a y'all know what I'm talking about. He got the starter kit right now. He got the fitted backwards. He got the chain. He got the tats already in the black shirt. Red flag. I have a feeling he's gonna go jump ship. I don't know why I got that feeling.
Kiss of death. Like these kisses that are like,
yeah,
just like the
but it could be because she has makeup on, so I gotta say that sometimes it might be the makeup.
Razor's edge of like flesh touching, like
it might be the lip gloss.
Something about it. It's like, do you really want to get close to this person? And I also felt like a lot of her posts were very performative. Like, oh my God, I see a guy I have a crush on. Oh, I'm just like all spun out. I have a crush. It's my hubby. She would always call him hubby. My hubby. I hate it. It's one of those words like nom nom. My hubby. It's my hubby. Like it just.
All right, Shannon, we gotta fast forward you, sis.
And it's called How to Lose the Love of Your Life. It was about like probably the 3 loves of my life in like modern times.
See, I knew she was going to talk
Bunny's
about
audience,
herself.
and you came here to cancel me. I don't know you, but I know our girls. I know our girls who are 4%ers. Okay, and by the way, join my other blog, the 4% Club. It's our best-selling Substack community for girls who are just better than everyone else. You're better than everyone else, and you need to find your people. It's me. It's us. It's here. It's free to join. You can upgrade if you want, but you don't have to. Come on, join. Oh, also, I'm doing a free webinar.
Girl!
Oh, great! A renovation project we can undertake together. No. Because, this is where I was going. If you're a girl like us, if you're a 4%er, you are already a big, bright, shining star. You are already a lot. And I don't mean that in like, she's a lot. Like, you're a lot. Like, you are a lot of amazing things. And that can be difficult for people unless they are also a lot. Unless they are also firing on all cylinders. We know there's a lot of jealousy. There's a lot of inherent competition that we don't want.
Yeah,
whether that's friends, whether that's lovers, and your own
all right,
family.
what that got to do with Jelly Roll?
Like, we treat men who have depression the way like women should be treated when we have depression. We should be treated with love, right, and safety. That is not a good thing for men. Men need a climb. Men love pain. Men love pain, and if they're smart, they'll get that at High Rocks. They'll get that at a Tough Mudder race. They'll get that by climbing the corporate ladder, sailing around the world, whatever. If not, that pain is going to manifest in a very toxic way. And again, you getting down in there in the pain, like, you are taking away his ability to struggle, which is making things worse. And he will resent you and he will view you as inherently part of the problem.
Okay, it's not that they love pain. I think what she's talking about is challenge. And everybody likes a challenge. Now, this is the thing. Yes, I agree with her. People, like, it's just naturally human nature. You will likely cherish something more that you had to work hard for than something that was just handed to you. That's just what it is. It's true. There were studies done on that as well. Y'all can go check it out. It's just more of human nature. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. And I kind of don't like when they say it's just men. It's women too. You are more likely to cherish something when you have to work hard for it. Now, when I say work hard, I'm not saying mule. I'm just saying that, like, in any case scenario, like more often than not, people just value things that they had to pay for, or that they had to, like, when I say work hard, I mean there was a certain challenge to get, right? You appreciate it more is what I should say. What I will also say, though, is that, yes, by being submissive and by being a doormat, that will never get you anywhere. That's why I say be true to who you really are. This is why I do not care what my husband thinks when it comes to, like, well, actually, he never said anything to me. But when I said I didn't care what he thought about me being myself in the beginning, I was always myself from 100. He has never come to me and say, you changed. I've been me since day one. Since day one. This is me all day, every day. There's nothing that has been turned off. And anything, it was, actually, to be honest with you, I got a little bit better after getting married. A little bit better. But I was all the way amped up when he met me. So when I say that, it's always be yourself. Because at the end of the day, if you don't like something, say it. If you don't want something, say it. Do not be afraid or worried that someone's going to leave you because you want to speak your mind. And I think what it is, too, is that naturally men do want somebody who speaks their mind. They're not going to say that. Unfortunately, I'm talking about healthy men. I'm not talking about babies. I'm not talking about the little immature ones that want you to be their punching bag. I'm talking about real healthy men. They want that. They want somebody there that can actually, that can challenge thoughts. You want to have that kind of relationship where you can be honest with each other. The problem with sis is that, and I can see it right now, is that she's not healed. I can already tell. And another thing is that she thinks that by doing whatever he wants her to do, that he will stick around. Not only that, but just her being in the sex industry already lets me know that she's used to being submissive. You have to be submissive in order to be a sex worker. I gotta be honest. A lot of people act like, oh, I could dominate him. I could do all that. She's not a dominatrix. So in her world, she has clients and she sleeps with them and she does whatever they want her to do. That's submissiveness, y'all, in another way. It's in another form. So she has not really, and this is by what Shallon's telling me about Bunny. I don't know her. I've never heard of her. I'm just going by what Shallon's saying. In their relationship dynamic is that she's used to being in the submissive role. That's what it is. So unfortunately, she needs to get healed in order to bring out her inner self and to be happy with who she is. And that way she won't end up with another jelly roll.
Part of the thing to get rid of. When he wants to shed that persona, shed being an addict, shed being the cuck boyfriend dealing with the crazy girl in rehab or whatever, he is going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I cannot tell you how many times I have helped put a man back together, and you know what I got for it? No.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Red flag. You see, you never do that. Don't piece nobody. You're not this is not Humpty Dumpty. You're not putting him back together again. Let him figure that out himself. I do that all the time. I just be watching John struggle all the time. I'm so sorry. I'm not lifting a finger. I remember one time he was struggling to do something. I just watched him struggle. I'm not going to say, do you need help? Nope. Why? That's his struggle to deal with. I would just watch him and be like, okay, he seems like he's fine. I'm not going to do nothing. Now, if he comes to me and asks me, then I'll give all my opinions. Be like, oh, yeah, da-da-da. But if I see him struggle with something, I remember he was building our bed here. My husband, he doesn't have the handyman hands. He just learned when we got married. He learned to do stuff. His daddy used to do all that stuff for him. And then I saw him struggling, grilling, doing. I didn't come and say, do you need me to help you build it? Nope, I watched him from the sideline. I was eating my snacks like, just talking nonsense. Be like, oh, yeah, you need to do this too. Okay, can you hang up? He hung up all this stuff. I was like, can you do this to the wall? Can you do this? I directed him. I instructed him. I ain't going to sit here and help you for what? Red flag, I'm not building you. That's not my job. I'm so sorry. And that shouldn't be nobody's job. Continuing. Bunny, do not build a man. Nobody be a bunny. Damn, Aquarius says, I used to build men too. I know, I understand, sis. But Bunny, you in your 40s, sis. We got to get better with that. You got to wake up. Do not build him. And you built him. Not only that, but he was an addict, homeless. He had all them things. He needed to work on himself.
Not professing true love. It was, thanks so much. This is over. I met a vet tech named Brittany with 11 E's. And we're going to be together. Bye.
Hold on a second, y'all.
I got dumped. I got left. I was part of the wild and woolly days he wanted to forget. Stop thinking you can fix a man, because here's the gag. You can. Oh, sis, you can. Of course you can. He doesn't want you to.
My bad,
Okay?
y'all. I
Nor
had to
does he
hug
want
Mimi.
you to observe him when he is not in a good place. And when he starts to get out of the bad place, you serve as a very icky historian. He doesn't feel like he can reinvent himself within the ecosystem that he came from.
That is very true.
He has to throw all of that away, and you will be part of that.
That's why you don't date men when they're down bad. Red flag. Don't do that. Let them build themselves up first. She should have never dated him in the first place.
And you know what? Let's just say, no, that's not true. Let's just say it's not true.
It is
that
true.
I'm crazy that that's never, ever happened. I'm so fucking tired of fixing people. You have no idea. Because I do it for a living, and I like to do it for a living. I like to do it for a living, because that's the deal. You ask for help, I give you help. It's great. To do this in my private life?
You become another mommy. That's the problem. You become his mama. You're fixing him like his mama used to. The mama love that he's looking for in a woman. Because remember, the men with the Madonna whore complex, they have the mommy's boy syndrome. Or something with the mom, the mother wound. I'm telling y'all, it comes out in different forms. He's looking for somebody to nurture him and to take care of him. That's why he was very satisfied with the arrangement they had prior. Is because she was there through all that stuff and to provide stability for his kid. I don't know how many kids he has, but it looks like he has a daughter. She was there for the stability to provide it to his daughter. That's why. I don't think that he was actually naturally attracted to her in that way. I gotta be honest. It doesn't seem like he was, because any normal man who really loved his wife, he married her. When he lost weight, he would want to give her his all because she did so much and poured so much into him. I mean, naturally, that's what you would want to do for somebody who helped you. Usually, people who pour into you, don't you congratulate them? Don't you revere them? Mama, you did so much for me. Today's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. Jello's another one. Or Jelly Roll, whatever his damn name is. Tootsie Roll, I don't know. Don't you usually want to thank that person? Don't you usually want to have a reverence for that person? They know how to do that with their moms, but they don't know how to do that with their wives. I still can't figure out the male mindset with that. Maybe Prince will let us know. Oh, no, Prince, I know you have a situation with your mama. Maybe not. I need another male perspective, but somebody who has a reverence for their mother. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Whoever's in the chat. They know how to do that through all their mom's BS. They still gonna stand up there just like young Jeezy at her funeral and say that she was the best mom. They know how to do that, but somehow for wives, they don't know how to do that. I don't understand. But either way, he should have been giving her the world. But yet again, he gave her hell. That's just what he does. All right, that's it, Shalyn. Love you, sis. I'm gonna go and read some comments, but I want to show something real quick before I read the Jelly Roll. We gotta speed through this. Now, I might need to watch this one here. I'll watch this in my private time. No more Love Island right now. Save to playlist. Watch later. All right, Jelly Roll, cause he thanked her at the Grammys. Just a few months ago, this was his speech, y'all. Let's hear this. Oh, damn, Grammy's about to copyright strike me. Okay, I'll clip it out. All right, here we go.
I know they're going to try to kick me off here, so just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord.
Oh, he going to get himself a Christian Republican. Oh, yeah, that's what he's headed to. Okay. All right, we got it. As soon as he thanked the Lord, okay, he's getting him Jesus. Oh, yeah, he getting him a Christian girl. Okay, I know where this is going. He done found the Lord, y'all. He about to go to somebody's church and get him a Republican wife. Because remember, he's a country artist. I just remembered that. That's true. He needs, because, most of those men are conservative as well. So he's in conservative circles. You need to have a wife with a good image, my boy. I could set you up with my daughter. Look at that. He gonna end up, I promise he's gonna end up with a Republican, very Puritan type of wife he could present to the public and to elevate his career. Unfortunately, even though his ex-wife is white, she doesn't fit the wholesome aesthetic. She has to look like where the country stars at. Where are you, Jelly Roll? She has to, I don't know why I didn't compute that. Country musician. Country artist. There's a new one in town. female country artist. Let's just put female country artist. Yeah, Ella Langley. She's the new one, y'all. She's the new girl in town. She got to look like this, y'all. This is the type of woman that will pass the country test right here. She got to pass this aesthetic right here. So his new girl, I can almost guarantee you she going to look like this. Actually, his first baby mama could pass the test, to be quite honest with you. So yeah, this is the kind of woman. Where his first baby mama at? Here, I think there was a picture of her. Here, her. Yeah, she could pass. Yeah, she is the girl they looking for right here. This type of chick. She's gorgeous, but she doesn't fit that, the country test. Let's look at all the country artists' wives, actually. I'm curious. Not just a few. Artists' wives. Let's look at this. Chris Stapleton. Okay, he's a good one, y'all. He's a really good man right here. He's a good man, Savannah. Keith Urban. Oh, yeah. Didn't they get a divorce? We can't use them. Okay. Brad Paisley. All right. Here we go. Chris Stapleton. He's a recent one, y'all. Here we go. That's his wife right here. There we go. That's what this is what they looking for. That aesthetic, y'all. This wholesome image. I forgot about that. All right. Let's hear his speech, y'all. And then we're wrapping him right up. I'll read a few comments and moving on.
My beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd have ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus.
Hold on, let's go back. Hold up. What did he do now? He is talking way too fast.
I know they're going to try to kick me off here, so just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord.
Oh, Jesus, God told him to leave his wife. Y'all know that's what happened with Torre and TD Jakes' daughter, Sarah Jakes. He said God told him to leave his ex-wife, y'all. Oh, I need to do a case study. Not a case study. I need to do a live stream on that. Just remind me to do that when I forgot to put that on my radar.
Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd have ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus.
And that's how you thank her, by the voice in her red flag. Stop thinking. Hold on, one more time. Let me stop interrupting. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay, this is the last one. Last interruption.
Just let me try to get this out. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord. Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd have ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Burke and Bow. Country radio, baby. What's up, dog? Oh, Republic, John Manili, we did it, baby. There was a time in my life, y'all, that I was broken. That's why I wrote this album. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8 foot cell. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life and God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not owned by one political party. Jesus is not owned by no music label. Jesus is Jesus, and anybody can have a relationship with him. I love you, Lord.
He said all of that, Lord. Hold on, we gotta run it back one more time. This is sad, y'all. Sad. It's a sad day for us Aquarians right here. This is a very sad day. It's a very sad day. Very sad day.
Let me try to get this out.
I'm not going to play the whole thing, just the part where he talk about his wife.
First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord.
Yeah, he was listening. All right. Oh, yeah, he listened just like that. There's the second Christian we got on the line. Or was Jeff Metcalf was listening to the Lord as well to be racist. And then this one listening to the Lord to leave his wife. Okay.
Listen, Lord. Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you.
I would have never changed my life without you.
Ended up dead or in jail.
I would have ended up dead or in jail.
I'd have killed myself.
I would have unalived myself, and look at her looking foolish. Red flag! Wrap this up, sis. We're tired. Wrap it up. Get some healing and wrap this right up. Well, it's going to be wrapped up. He done filed. This is a sad day for us. You're doing Scorpio activities, Lord. Not just Scorpio. This water sign is supposed to be doing this mess, and sometimes fire signs. Y'all was a little bit. Y'all was tittering somewhere. This is even earth signs. Not a air sign. This is sad, yo. I'm sad. This is very sad.
If it wasn't for you and Jesus, I thank you for that.
If it wasn't for you and Jesus, Lord. This was 4 months ago, y'all. When did he when did he file for divorce? I think people are messy. That's why the 1.2 million. Hold up. I know them comments cooking. Somebody wrote something. Hold on. Let's go to new. I know somebody wrote something. Somebody's messy. Somebody's messy. So he's divorcing the woman who kept him alive. I knew it. They were the new views. Ain't no way. February 1st. Okay, that was the one. Yeah, this Grammy Award show had a lot going on. Because remember, that was where Shabuzi got in hot water. I drug his ass a few months ago. What was I looking for? Yeah, file for divorce. What's his name? Jelly Roll. Divorce. When did he file? Because he filed a few months ago, y'all. Okay, Jelly Roll and XO Bunny or Bunny XO break silence about the divorce. Let's see the update. American country star Jelly Roll and podcaster Bunny XO are breaking their silence following the news earlier this week of their divorce. Okay, I need to see when he filed. So Jelly Roll, whose real name is Jason DeFord, and Bunny XO, real name Alyssa DeFord, have been married since 2016. That's a long time. He's known, blah, blah, blah. Okay. He filed on May 18th, y'all. May 18th. They renewed their vows in 2023. Been married since 2016. And remember, they was doing IVF and all that stuff. I might need to, you know what? They deserve, they might, you know what? We're going to add him to the case study list. We're going to add him. I need to research this because he got way too much going on. The homelessness, the baby mamas. We need to balance this out. We got to balance the scales here. Jelly Roll. We're going to put him on the case study list. And Bunny XO. Oh, yeah, they're on the list, y'all. They're definitely on this list. We're going to do a country artist list. Bunny XO. Lord, oh my God. They're at the bottom. But they're there. May 18th, he filed, and he said this in February, y'all. Men are diabolical at this point. Diabolical. February, you said all that yik yak. February, remember, I'll be gone till November, January, February, March, April, May. I've been crying, but girl, like I said, I'm not laughing because you're getting a divorce, y'all. Let me be clear. I'm not laughing because of that. I'm laughing because he had the gall to do this speech. He said all of that. And then March, April, 3 months later, he filed for divorce. His fake ass. Red flag. This is what happens when you're with a man who shouldn't. He doesn't deserve her, y'all. He does not deserve her. Here. Let's see what they had to say. Hold on. Oh, no. I want the update. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Okay, here. While on stage at the Saratoga Springs, New York stop of his Little Ass Shed tour on Thursday, Jelly Roll took time to address online speculation about their split. I wasn't going to talk about this tonight, but the internet is a liar. Oh, he's already taking the Christian lingo. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. He said the devil's a liar. Oh, he's deep in the trenches, y'all. He's deep. When was he born again? I need to find out. I have a feeling it was when he went through his country career just recently. I feel like he's a new convert. He's given the overzealousness of a new convert. Jelly Roll. Oh yeah, Jelly Roll divorce. No. Conversion. Born again. You know that's what they're going to say. He was born again in 2024. I think this is when he became a Christian. Yup, here we go. Yup, the Christian faith of Jelly Roll. Grace, grift, and a hard-fought hallelujah. Oh, yeah, he's up there, y'all. He's in there. So, I know Brandon Lake. I love his songs. Okay, instead of all eyes on the man still beside him, Jelly Roll, blah, blah, blah. Okay, y'all forgive me. Okay, this is what he said. Y'all forgive me, I'm nervous, but I'm here because people visited the least. The world is hearing about Jesus right now. Like they haven't heard in generations. But put faith on your feet and feet on your faith. Lord, this was too many F's. They've heard of Jesus. Now show them Jesus. Yes. Go feed the poor, love the broken, visit the prisoners. I agree with this message right here. We need to do all of that. We're done talking. It's time to show them. Okay, Jelly Roll, we got it, sir. Now, when did you become born again? That's what I need to know. All right, his father, he grew up in Nashville. His father was a meat salesman and devoted. Okay, so he grew up in the church. Okay, so now he's doing a rebirth. His mother battled addiction and mental health challenges. This is very, very sad. Okay, so this is where his addiction comes from. Patterns, y'all, patterns. So his dad was a preacher and his mom was an addict. How did that happen? We need well, anyways, we'll figure out when we get to his case study. So, yeah, so he grew up in the church. This reminds me of Mama D. Sorry to segue. Lil Scrappy. Y'all know the rapper that was on Love and Hip Hop. His mama was a madam and his daddy was a pastor. I don't know how they got together. I'm still trying to figure out. You know what? Let's add Lil Scrappy to the list. Maybe we'll do Jelly Roll and Lil Scrappy because there might be 2-for-1 case studies whenever I don't have too much time for all this drama. We're going to put Lil Scrappy on the list because maybe this will be on a case study where we figure out where the preachers get with the addicts or the preachers get with the madams. We got to figure this out. While he was in prison, he discovered he become a father. Okay. It was a moment that changed everything. I want someone that she could be proud of. Okay, that's great. I'm glad he was able to get into that. I mean, not into prison, but trying to change his life around. Oh, Lord. After his release, Jelly Roll poured his pain into music. All right. He went into underground rap scene, collaborations with Lil White. This is all ghetto as hell. Oh, boy. Little White and Struggle Jennings? Who are these people? Hold on. Who's Lil White? I'm curious now. I'm too nosy for this. This Lil White. He's a rapper. Okay. Struggle Jennings. Okay. Oh, still okay. All right. All right, let's go through this. I need just to see when did he become born again? In 2024. There we go. Close to his 40th birthday, Jelly Roll was invited to be part of the Vatican's Grace for the World concert in St. Peter's Square. Okay, and then when a man, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, when a man once written off as a lost cause stands in St. Peter's Square and sings about mercy, it's hard not to pay attention. Yeah, 2024. I think this is when he started to have his reckoning here. Yeah, he said, I no longer have a deadly addiction to pain pills or cocaine, but I still smoke a little weed. All right. So, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so I say around 2024. Okay, this makes sense. Now he done got word that he needs to leave his wife. Okay. What was I trying to do now? Oh, yeah, the concert. Here. Okay, this is him on stage, y'all. Let's watch it.
Thank y'all for giving me a safe space. Because I promise this is the only night I'll ever talk. Some of y'all might not know this, but before I was a rapper, I said that backwards. I'm sorry I'm flustered. I didn't think I was going to have to talk about my divorce on stage. The internet is a liar too. It's the only time and the only city I'm going to speak about this, so break your camera phones out now. Me and my wife are best friends. We will always be best friends.
I hate when people say that. By the way, if we get in a divorce, we're not best friends. Why would I be best friends with you? Okay, I'm not saying that you gotta stay mad at each other and stuff like that. Of course, there's, the rainbow after the storm, whatever the hell. But we ain't best friends if you gonna blindside you. I did all of that hard labor. I'm talking about Bunny here, not my ass, because I don't do that much labor at all. But she did all of that. And then you left her high and dry because sis wanted to keep this going. The fact that she stayed with your homeless ass. I don't want to say homeless in a bad way, but his homeless big ass. And I'm not saying that it's bad to be homeless. Don't get me wrong, but he was homeless and an addict. And he needed to work on himself is what I'm saying. He ain't had nothing going on. He was at the worst level ground zero. And now she stayed with you, stuck beside you, helped you to get your music career. She was still bringing in money. Because, it's hard to be a musician. I got to be honest. It's very extremely hard to be a musician. So she was probably funding a lot of his studio time and all that stuff. You need money for that. It takes time and money. He didn't have neither. And he was addicted. And she still stuck by him. He cheated on her. She still stuck by him. He had babies on her. He still stuck by her. She still stuck by him. And this is the thing she gets. And then you want to say you're my best friend. No, I'm your worst enemy. Red flag. We ain't friends no more. But then she's an Aquarius. January one at that. Lord, she's giving
I would love her. She will probably be the only woman I will ever love the way I loved her.
He lying. He got another woman waiting in the wings. Please.
We just got off the phone earlier today. Nobody cheated on nobody. She just did a whole podcast about it. You can go watch it. Every word of it is the truth. That will be my best friend forever. This is the only time I will ever speak about it. Bunny, I love you, baby.
Then why y'all getting divorced if you're best friends? Okay, here we go.
Jay and I have never been really good at having disagreements. So we were the type of couple who never argued, you know, so he would be holding things in, I would be holding things in. And, you know, that's a recipe for disaster. And we always preach, you got to be comfortable having the uncomfortable conversations. And we did that for 8 years in. And then the past, you know, year and a half, we kind of got away from that because just we're in a different life right now. And so on Mother's Day, we had a little bit of an argument, which I don't think the details are...
Red flag. He had an argument with you on Mother's Day. Yo, you know what? I'm not going to believe nothing that come out his damn mouth. He had an argument with you on Mother's Day. Mother's Day? Did it have to do with his baby mamas? What happened here? Why Mother's Day?
Necessary. And in that argument, I was so fed up and so tired that I just looked at him and I said, well, then file the fucking divorce papers. And in our relationship, that is the one cardinal thing that you don't say, even though my husband has said it numerous times because he's the runner. But when I say it, it really holds weight. Jay and I have never been...
And this man is a menace, y'all. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. 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 Oh, Lord, there's more.
Jelly Roll's other woman's already pregnant. He said he can't accept my body not being able to carry a baby. He's a completely different person now that he lost all that weight, but I really tried.
No, this looks like AI, y'all. This is AI. This is definitely AI. Oh, I disliked it. This is AI, y'all. Yeah, this is defamation. This can't be her. I knew this was AI. Ain't no damn way. Okay, but I want to see here. Okay, this is the real
Was
thing.
this divorce mutual? No, it was not mutual.
Bunny XO reveals the reason for her divorce with Jelly Roll. Days after it was revealed that the singer...
Damn. Jelly Roll was really rolling, y'all.
His real name is Jason DeFord had filed for divorce.
I'm glad he lost weight though. That's a lot to carry. This is in all seriousness, addiction and a lot of like pain and trauma. You hold it in your body. Yo, my phone is opping right now. This is something wrong here. Look at this. It's about the series about to say something. They listening to everything we talking about.
On May 18th, his ex details the end of the couple's...
I have different filters, by the way, y'all. Hold up. I have different screens in case people think, oh, you just have your wedding pictures up here. No, I have different screens. I'm not down bad like, what's her name again? What's her name? Bunny. I'm not like Bunny. Where my wallpapers at? I got different ones. Hold on. Oh, I need to get one with Mimi. Okay, I lied. Okay.
Marriage, and the day it all came crashing down. She says on her Dumb Blonde podcast, June 18th.
On Mother's Day, we had a little bit of an argument, which I don't think the details are necessary.
They are necessary. The spill it, sis. I'm tired of this.
I was so fed up and so tired that I just looked at him and I said, well, then file the divorce papers.
Bunny, whose real name is Elisa DeFord, then packed a bag and left the couple's home and didn't talk to her husband for about a week.
And during that, you know, he was so mad and we were so emotional.
But you said he filed several times before, so he couldn't give you that grace. I mean, I'm not condoning this type of behavior, but the fact he's arguing with her on Mother's Day is already enough. This man is a piece of work, y'all. He was hard to deal with. I can already tell. Oh, boy.
He ended up doing exactly what I told him to do and filing the divorce papers. Was I blindsided and was this divorce mutual? No, I was not. It was not mutual. even though I told him to file the divorce.
She said it
papers, I was
in
speaking
anger.
out of anger
Yeah,
and just
she got
frustration.
anger. Yeah.
Bunny also admits that their issues had been brewing over the past year as they both stopped being open with each other.
No,
Still,
he stopped being open with you because he lost all that weight. And he talking to other chicks. Bunny, stand up, sis. Come on, man. You're an Aquarius. You're an air sign. Have some damn dignity.
she's been able to see the silver lining in it all.
Was it necessary for us to have a wake-up call and to actually start having these real conversations? Absolutely. I felt like we deserved a chance to go to therapy and figure shit out. He didn't feel that way. And I respect it. It took me a month and a half now to respect that. And I'm so happy, like so happy. My husband and I are ending this marriage on the best possible terms that you could ever have a divorce.
Bunny, go to therapy, sis. Go to therapy. Go to therapy. You need to air his ass out. I'm so sorry. Either that or he's going to give you a nice settlement. I don't know which one comes first, but it's not worth you sticking by him. You're way too beautiful for that. All right, let's read some comments, y'all. I'm done with this. We're going to reserve everything for the case study. I can't go into detail with this one. Not like I did with the Metcalfs. That took a lot out of me, y'all. I don't think you guys realize how much the Austin Metcalf took out of me. That whole situation took too much out of me right now. We're not going to go into too much detail. We're not going to do that we're not going to do that tonight. All right. Thanks. I want the cute stuff, but don't want to pay the ugly price. So we talking about the plates. Okay, let me go down more. She said she would threaten to file the paper. She sure did. You said he was just big. Yeah, I don't know why they said all that hefty stuff. On Mother's Day, yes, Margaret. Exactly. That's a big red flag. Ain't no damn way. Rap to Country Pipeline. Lord, I don't know, y'all. Jelly Roll looks a bit off to me. Devonda, you said Ain't Jelly Roll was supposed to perform at racism headquarters in Kid Rock. He is a racist bigot. I'm not surprised because he is talking about he was wait, I'm getting them mixed up now. I did two white men in a row. This is way too much. I need a cleanser here. There's no more white men. I'm so sorry, y'all. No more white men. We've had enough. They've done enough damage in the last. We did Jeff Metcalf racist ass, and now we got this Jelly Roll character. No more white men after this. Oh no, I'm done. I'm sorry, y'all. No more white men. As far as no, not tonight. I'm out of it, y'all. No more white men. Moonstrike, hey sis. I'm reading the comments now. Oh, we got one more white man, and then we out. Hold on. Let me read some more. Renewing vow spells impending divorce. You can't. Yo, I know a lot of people who have vow renewals recently, Lord. Moonstrike, you said, hey, Romy, what do you think of men that make their women pregnant right after their first child is born, especially 4 to 5 months after having a child? Moonstrike. Sis, you asked me that question on Hold on. How long I been on this stream? Oh shit, this is gonna be a long ass stream, y'all. I'm almost I gotta finish up in an hour, y'all, because I know YouTube about to cut me off after a minute. I think 9 hours is the maximum, so I gotta make it to 9 hours and shut the lights off. I spent too much time on Austin. Jeff Metcalf. Moonstrike, sis. Oh, sorry. Oh, y'all can't see the question. Hold on, I gotta highlight it again. Oh, you guys can't. Oh, here it is. Moonstrike, sis. My dad should not be on this live stream, so I can answer your question very well. What do I think about men who make their women pregnant right after? My siblings are examples of this. My older sibling, my sister, is 11 months older than my brother. So by my calculations, my parents did it quite readily. So I not only have an opinion about that, but I also am the daughter of a man who did that. And then my mom had kids back to back for 10 years. So all of us are a year apart. So for example, I'm gonna give y'all an example, and then I'll give you the answer, my thoughts. But it's Father's Day, so I gotta tread a little lightly. I don't know if my daddy watching this. I doubt it though. He's probably watching soccer right now, football, whatever y'all wanna call it. Older brother, sister, 11 months apart. Then my brother and I, because I'm the third, we are 2 years apart. Then me and my younger brother are a year apart, so third and fourth. Then we had another brother who passed away. He was a baby when he passed away. So but he was, I think, like a year younger than my other brother, or 2 years younger than my other brother. So I can't count him, right? But then the fifth child that passed away, and the sixth child, because my mom wanted a do-over. So this one she really wanted. The sixth child is the one she really, really wanted, because, you know, my other brother died. So then, you know, some moms, they want to have another baby. So that was the only child that was planned. And he was a year after the one who passed away. That was my brother you saw on the live stream, Ellie. Shout out to him. And then the youngest one was a year apart from the fifth one. The sixth one, she really ain't. No, I don't want to say he wasn't planned. I love my little brother, my youngest brother. He's not little no more. He's in his 30s, but 34. He's 33, 34. But he was born in the struggle, y'all. That was when we were moving to the States, and there was just too much going on. He was very much unplanned. My mama cried when she got pregnant with him. Hell, she told us all this story. It's a lot of trauma, y'all. I was unplanned too. She said she didn't know how I came about to be. She was only supposed to have 2 kids, and then I started the whole. They blamed me. This is the crazy part. I'm the one who started the concession after that, the secession of the kids. Whatever. That's neither here nor there. Not my business. Now, to answer your question, I think it is definitely reproductive. My personal opinion, I love my father, but I always say this, that it is a form of reproductive abuse. I gotta be honest, because there's no reason why you should be having children that many times. Now, I will say in his defense, though, not because he's my father, but to be honest with you, we got to think about the time that this happened. This was in the 80s. And not only that, but he's very Christian, religious, and he's from a Haitian household. So this was expected of him to do, to just have kids all willy-nilly. This is it. And to procreate as much as possible, to be fruitful and multiply. That was his mindset. And unfortunately for my mother, that meant that was more time that she was dependent on my dad. You can't have all of these kids and not be able and send them to daycare or whatever. That's not going to happen. So my mom had to really struggle with us. And thankfully, my dad wasn't a tyrant. And thankfully, my dad was really into, like, you know, my mom having her own autonomy, her own life, her own job. But it was just honestly impossible for her to do because my dad was a breadwinner. So most of the time, like when she started working again when we got a little older, because we were able to watch our siblings. So to answer your question, I do feel like it is a form of reproductive abuse in a way. Did he do it intentionally? No, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it is what it is. I can't even defend that in that. Like, I can say that it is what it is. Like, even though I don't think he did it consciously, but I do feel like a lot of men, especially around that time, they would do it. And it was more of like, I think personally, it's a lot of pressure from the church. So reproductive abuse, it wasn't him inflicting it on my mom, but it was the spiritual guidance from people of the church and family. So it is what it is. So that's what I think about that. I don't think it's healthy to do that, my opinion, unless it's planned. I think that you need to have money to have all these kids. And unfortunately, a lot of people do not think about how it affects kids afterwards. So to answer your question, I don't agree with it. I think a lot of people need to stop having a lot of children. I think having a lot of children and not being able to take care of them, that's negligent to me. I gotta be honest. But I will say and give grace to people who did not know that at that time, and also people who may not know that. I get it. So I'm not going to hold you to the same standard as I would hold somebody that knows this and still does it, if that makes any sense. Continuing. Marie, he filed before the 10-year mark. Yup, sure did. Oh, you wrote that L. Oh my God. Yes, we have the same mindset. Moonstrike, that is reproductive abuse, end of the story. You see, me and you, we be on the same wavelength. I didn't even see that comment. We be on the same wavelength. You said I'll be gone till November. Girl, he left. He left before That's what's in January, February, March, April, May. There we go. He was counting his days, y'all. SMH, I don't have the patience for this tomfoolery. As soon as I'm over you, I'm out the door. I'm not spending 5 years annoyed as AF plotting on when I'm filing for divorce. He was plotting, y'all. But I think he was waiting for his weight loss and to get his money up. You said, thank you for keeping me alive. L, you said that Bunny right after starts looking for a divorce lawyer, right? That's the sad part of it. And I'm not laughing at sis for her pain. It's just diabolical, y'all. This is craziness. Margaret, you said, you right, Jelly. The devil is a liar, but so is the voice telling you to leave your wife. Girl, all them voices. They all, y'all, I got so many stories. Next week, we gonna refocus right back on the other stories. I got too many stories to tell about that. They always turn to religion afterwards. Yup. Okay, you said he was moving weight at 14, but us slurs are the ones that need to clean ourselves up. Not only that, but he was moving weight at 14. His daddy was a pastor. Then he was homeless, and then he was an addict, and then he was selling stuff on the streets. And again, I'm not saying homelessness is bad. I want to make that very clear. I'm just saying in his circumstances, this was a choice he made. I promise y'all. He did not have to make that choice, but he made it. And he still continued to make really bad choices. And, you know, unfortunately, that's a human experience, but at the same time, we get demonized for it. Y'all heard the Metcalf guy talking about, he said all that nonsense. It's giving culture vulture names, Lord. She's gorgeous. Yeah, Rose, I agree with you. She's very pretty. I wish she knew her worth. She did not deserve to be treated like that. L, you said that's not good to never argue. That means you're not communicating. Bingo. That's why I don't mind arguing. We used to argue all the time. Now we found ways to do conflict resolution, but I never shy away from disagreements. I think that they're a very healthy way to understand what's going on, and it helps you know. It's really hard to keep things inside, and usually, like, when somebody keeps things inside and they start to have those feelings, they get checked out. Okay, one more comment. Rosie said, I love how parents blame us like they wasn't laying. Girl, blame all of us. Always. Like, if I didn't have that many kids, and I'm like, who made them, though? It wasn't me. I didn't ask you guys to sleep together. Y'all, I'm reckless at the moment. That's why me and my mom, we used to go at it. Now we're BFFs, but we used to go at it because I think I reminded her we look alike. We literally look twins. But also because, I was the only one who would gather her together, just like she would gather me together. Respectfully, though, of course, she's my mama. But I was still, I just say comments like, I'm not the one who slept with my dad. I used to say stuff like that. She used to get mad at me when I used to say that. Like, by the second, you don't know how babies are made. Facts. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's why I said even though it's my daddy, I still gotta drag him. I always drag him for that. I'm like, why'd you have that many children back to back? That's not fair to my mom. We've had a lot of conversations like that. That's why I can be very open about it and transparent. I don't hide nothing from nobody. Even my own damn dad gets dragged. He gets drugged all the time. Marie, you said, I like the idea of a big family, but I do not have the patience for a lot of kids. Patience, time, it takes way too much commitment. Way too much. Oh, his prison record, Lord, yeah, that Jelly Roll has everything. Goodbye, Jelly. We will revisit you and Scrappy when I do the case study on pastors marrying the women who are not of their, of the church or whatever. What else did I have on the thumbnail? We didn't talk. Okay, we'll talk about that next week. I didn't put that on the thumbnail. I didn't put this on the thumbnail. I'm just going by what's on the thumbnail. This was yesterday. Okay, we'll do that story later. Way too much going on. Clay and Megan, we could do that real quick. This woman. Oh, I did say no white men. Lord, another white guy. Oh, God. Okay, this is very brief, y'all. It's not going to take long. Lipstick Alley is where I found this story. And it was a luxury content creator. She was married to this guy. They were together, according to Lipstick Alley. They were together, they were married, and I believe it because, look, we have it right here. The proof is in the pudding. Sis has a really nice aesthetic. And, here we go. We're going to watch this here. She's from the UK. Her name is, I've never heard of her before, but I love her style. It's Mossonyi. She's gorgeous, y'all. And, they were together, married. And this man, allegedly, according to Lipstick Alley, he left. He did a jelly roll. This is why I added him to the whole to this live stream, just like Jelly Roll. They were together for a minute. I don't know the ins and outs, but this is his new girl, y'all. Lord, he done left her. You see, when they get on, they leave you. Now it's no longer a white girl. When they get on, they leave you for an Asian girl, Lord. All right, so we're just gonna watch a few videos. There's not much to share because there was not much information, but apparently he was in her DMs and he was cheating on her. That's what the streets are saying on Lipstick Alley. And so do I know if that's true? No. So I'm not trying to have any type of smoke or problems with stories that I do not know and of people I do not know, especially these folks, because I don't know her. This is the first time I've ever heard of her. But I wanted to just bring this up to show that, you know, because of Jelly Roll's wife, she's a prostitute or an escort. And this woman is not an escort. She is a very accomplished woman. She has luxury. She looks amazing, phenomenal, beautiful skin, beautiful gowns, beautiful everything. Look at that. Look at that aesthetic. And yet the same outcome. So it doesn't matter. And this is the reason why I wanted to cover that. Because I wanted to make sure to show folks, not y'all, because I know y'all know, but I'm saying other people, in case they get and they want to start judging Jelly Roll's wife, that it won't matter. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you look like, what you do, anybody could get got. So let's just watch this one here, because she still kept the videos of this man up. And yeah, so we're gonna watch this right here.
Hi guys, welcome
Oh wait,
to
hold
our
on, I gotta
YouTube
block this.
channel.
Here
I'm
we go.
Oni and this is
Craig.
like I said last week, we're going to be starting a series of video regarding how to live a positive life, and this is based on our own personal experiences. So this week we're going to be talking about having a plan and actually taking action. So our video challenge would be called PAP, Positive Action Plan. PAP.
Y'all, they look good together. Very good together. Look at that. Okay, we'll fast forward the intro. Gorgeous.
In Primani as well. You can put it on your hair, on your neck as a fashion piece, or on your handbag. And I chose to put on my handbag. Who knows? I'll just play around with it and see how it comes out. And I'm using it to shoot today, wearing my golden Gola trainers as usual. And we're gonna head out now. Craig is looking all dapper for the camera. He's dressed in black. And
yeah, I knew it because my plug. Hold on, so my plug charger went
proud
off.
of it. I see. Yeah.
Is it aircon?
I nearly fell over. You don't even know how much I nearly fell over.
Okay, time to go.
But my electricity didn't turn off. That's weird.
So we are in Australasia. It's empty, by the way. I have Craggle here.
Craggles.
And we've just done a shoot in here. It looks pretty.
Oh, gorgeous. Yeah. Look, that was a style from 9 years ago, y'all, and she still looks really good. This was from 2017. And her outfit is still popping. Nice style, very nice style.
Latte. Craig is having
his usual coffee.
Americano.
Well, want to be Americano?
And this is what it looks like in here, guys.
Can you make that quick? I'm going to be able to see how they cook it. It's like a boudoir.
Yeah.
Devonda, you said who's these people? I don't even know them. I saw them on Lipstick Alley. Mossonyi.
Really nice.
Oh, maybe you wrote that before. My bad. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I thought she was supposed to tell us something. Okay, let's see the popular videos. Maybe we gonna see here. She has a nice aesthetic, y'all. We're flying a drone. Okay, here we go. Hello. Okay, here they go. Oh, she got 4C. Okay, she showed her hair. How to stay positive. Getting a Niger visa. Okay, let's watch this one. I think this one's interesting.
Group shot, guys. Everyone's involved.
So she's Nigerian. Gorgeous family. Very gorgeous.
So guys, we are off to London to go get Karmelo a visa because he's never been to Nigeria before, so we're really excited because we're planning a trip to Nigeria. So we're gonna catch you guys in London.
See you guys later.
But it keeps raining. Right now we're on a mission to find where we're staying because we got a place using Airbnb and it's in Hammersmith, so we're just trying to find where we're staying right now.
Damn, Airbnb was there 10 years ago? Time flies.
We're testing Airbnb out because we might be using it when we go to New York, so we want to try out the experience.
First of all, okay, like I'm not gonna say this is necessarily a red flag, but sis, you got one umbrella. First of all, he should be holding the umbrella for both of y'all. I don't know. I don't hold umbrellas when I'm around this one right here. But then again, y'all see the culture speaking. They hold the umbrella for you, but. In any case, your man is drenched. He needs to hold the umbrella under for both of y'all. I don't understand what's going on here. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. It's just me talking.
Finishing the food?
Absolutely. I think we can do this.
Okay, babe, let's dig in.
You said, is she a twin? Maybe. They do look like twins.
I'll use knife and fork. Since we got to London, it's try out the... We will definitely be using Airbnb again.
It's
done. We're done from Tesco. Oh, that's the advantage of booking a place with Airbnb. For those of you who don't know, Airbnb is a website where you can go and find a place.
Yeah, it probably just came out. Dang, Airbnb's 10 years already. That's wild.
What's the name of your channel? Simi or Smiles. So on you just leave the... To shoot her.
So I don't think that's her twin.
You guys, I will be with
I think that's somebody else.
Hi guys, Simi taking over. I'm with Woody.
Oh, I think she's just a person. I don't think they're sisters, but they do look alike. All right, so I mean, I'm not gonna get too much into it because I don't see no couples content. Oh, here we go. Okay, there goes couples contents right here.
Today's been such a lovely day. We spent time with Simi and we had a really, really nice time. We went for the shoot, we hung out at home and it was really good. So I'm going to move on to Q&A. We just had food, so we're a bit happy. First question, where did I go? What did I study at uni? I studied accountancy as an undergraduate course. Then I went into study for ACCA, which stands for the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants. So yeah, I'm a chartered accountant.
Of cheeky cookie Africans. That's what ACCA stands for.
Of cheeky cookie African.
A cray African.
Oh boy.
You see, he was about to do good. I was just about to say, oh, that's cute. He put his arm around her. Okay, I could see it. Why he said a cuckoo African and a cray African? Red flag. It's not funny, sir. These are not jokes you be saying like that all willy-nilly. Don't be calling me crazy and my ethnicity in the same sentence. You're not allowed to do that. Only people from our, not even me. I'm not even allowed to do that. It has to be people from your own specific group that could do that. You're getting too comfortable here.
But I went into study for ACCA, which stands for the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants. So yeah, I'm a chartered accountant.
Of cheeky cookie Africans.
A cheeky cookie Africans.
That's what ACCA stands for.
Of cheeky cookie African.
A cray African.
A cray African. So she was definitely a breadwinner. Not breadwinner. I don't want to call her breadwinner, but she had more of a status because she was an accountant. He's a photographer, y'all. I found out. I could see it. His Instagram is right here. I have it right up here. He's a photographer. This is Craig Moss. That's him right here. He's a photographer and a videographer. Oh Lord.
Oh boy.
That's what ACCA stands for.
Oh boy. Okay, then the next question is, what was our first impression of each other? When I saw Craig, I was like, oh my goodness, what a show off.
Hey!
Because it was in winter, he used to work out back then, and he just had a t-shirt on, and everybody else had a coat on. I was like, why don't you have a coat on?
I was showing off the guns.
He's like,
guns.
I don't feel cold. I was like, what
Okay, I think they met in school. Okay, that makes sense. She didn't have time to really develop. And they start school very young in the UK, so I get it.
Get over yourself, man. So the first date didn't go so well, but I gave him a second date, and he kept it real the second date.
I wore a jumper.
Yeah, he wore a jumper because it was really cold. What was your first impression of me, babe?
I was like, oh boy. High maintenance.
No.
Too smart.
Oh boy.
There we go. Oh no, this is awful, y'all. Too smart. High maintenance. She was out of his league, y'all. Damn, this is the second. Oh boy. Out of his league, yo.
That one, I agree.
Oh, here we go. I won't tell you the third one.
Go on, babe.
No, it's top secret. I'll tell you on our anniversary.
Cold. What was your first impression of me, babe?
I was like, oh boy, high maintenance.
No.
Too smart.
Oh boy, that one, I agree.
Oh, here we go. I won't tell you the third one.
Too smart. That's not a problem. That's a, you see, that should be positive. But of course, you know, for some men, it's too much. Too smart. No man should ever feel like you're too smart. That's a problem, yo. This is a problem. And I was just about to, yo, good thing I watch stuff like a nosy person. I was literally about to give him a clear and be like, you know, sometimes things don't work out. And then look at this. Every time I'm about to give a pass, this is what happens. I had the same thing with Austin's father, Jeff. Lord, I was like, dang, he looked like he grieving. Okay, you know, actually, I knew the watermelon fin and all that stuff he was saying. I was like, okay, he's just angry. But then all the real racist shit came out. I was like, oh, he had a whole tirade.
Go on, babe.
No, it's top secret. I'll tell you on our anniversary.
Oh, there's a final question.
Oh, she remembers.
I remember what the question was I a size 6 or a size 8? I am a size 6, but sometimes, some stores, I can only fit into a size 8. I think it just depends. But mostly I fit into a size 6. They also asked if I was going to show how I stole my wig. I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. But it's
Girl, sis, you didn't have to answer all them questions and tell us about your size. But I get it. You know, people are curious.
hard to just wear the wig and it stays on. Basically, I don't glue it. It's a glueless wig, just in case you're asking. And by the way, we're using the light from a store.
I want to do a shout out and say hi to our American subscribers and friends as well. Dragon and Justin Cheapwood, yeah, and also their little son as well, Jacob. So, hi guys.
Hi guys, thanks for watching our vlog.
Thanks for watching.
All right. So that was it, y'all. I feel bad. All right. So she really has like really nice aesthetic. Talent show the secret. What's the secret? Damn, they had a lot of vlogs. And remember, this was around the time that couples had vlogs, y'all. Okay, I can't go into this too much because of the time. Okay, let's add them to the case study list, y'all. Mossonyi. This definitely gonna be members only. I'm gonna add them to the members only. Should we revamp it? I don't know. I always say I need a break, but hell, these couples keep popping out the woodwork. I need time to review these things, y'all. I need time. But they have a lot of couples contents. Hold up. I did not know that. They got a lot of content. They have a lot of content. Okay, so she was 5 tips to become a photographer because she taught herself. On the go, declutter. I'm just going to watch a few videos. My 30th birthday. That was 9 years ago. So that means she's my age. Yeah. So she's almost 40, y'all. Almost my age. So she's definitely a millennial. Okay, back to work. Weekly vlog. So they were doing this couples thing together 9 years ago. All right. Yeah, they were together, y'all. That was them. Damn, they got a whole channel. She kept the videos up. She did not delete the videos. That's right, sis. That's right. Wow, she's gorgeous. This is amazing. Like, her aesthetic is really nice. All right. Okay, she cut her hair here. This must have been around the time. Yeah. Wait, he's there. Is that him? No, that's not him. Let's see when he last made an appearance. It was a minute ago because I don't see him in no other videos here. All right, vlog 71. Okay, she's still doing her content. That's what's up, sis. Don't stop the motion and don't stop the bag. That's one thing I love about my Niger sisters. The bag never stops. It never stops. I love it for y'all. Does he make an appearance on your TikTok, sis? Anyways, let's get to his new bae. We gonna get just quickly and then we moving on to the next stories. We got too many. And then we're done with the white men segment of today, Lord. We got to get rid of them. I'm going to finish at 7 o'clock my time. So 10 o'clock your time, I'm going to be done. I'm going to rush through everything else. What is this? This is pretty. Ooh, that gold outfit looked nice. That was nice. Oh my God, she's so pretty. She knows how to style. Sis, I might need to book you for something. I'm going to need to book you. I'm going to check the comments, y'all. Hold up. I might need to book you for something. Wow, just gorgeous. This is stunning work. Okay, I can't go through all these videos, sis. It's a lot. Okay, we'll wait for your case study. I don't see him in none of these, so she must have departed a minute ago. Oh wait, maybe I should do popular. Maybe he's up in No, he's not on her TikTok, y'all. He's definitely not. Okay, let's see her latest video. Oh wait, maybe he's in the oldest. Let me be nosy. No, I'm glad she kept it for herself. All right, good girl. I'm not good girl, but good sis is what I meant to say. Lord, hold on. All right, hold on. Let's play this. Why is this not playing? Okay, I don't know what's going on with TikTok. All right, I don't have time to figure this out. So, oh shoot, I liked it. Oh no, something's wrong with my TikTok. Damn it. Now she gonna see I liked it, Lord. But she doesn't know my YouTube channel, so that's fine. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is just a picture. That's beautiful. Okay, not the music. Okay. Oh, she just posted this an hour ago. Oh shoot, I don't know what I liked. All right, this is really good. That's why I said good girl. I saw London girl. Lord, this is what happens when you read and talk at the same time. Okay, so now I wanted to say something. Oh yeah, the new girl. Okay, let's get to it. Y'all, he's already engaged to be married, y'all. This was on May 10th. Right here. This is the new chick, y'all. He done upgraded. Not upgraded. I would say in his mind he upgraded. In my mind, that I don't know. I don't know her. I can't judge her, but we gonna get into the thick of it. Here we go. This is the new one right here. I'm not going to show her too much because, you know, it's not her fault. So we just going to show the pictures of them together 4 weeks ago, y'all. This him right here. Yep, that's him. They already doing the couple stuff. All right. Okay, there we go. Very sad. So, yeah, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. You could be a luxury content creator. You could have the nice aesthetic. And you could also be OnlyFans and do you know, do some S work, and still at the end of the day, men will be men. That is it. That is all. That is today's TED Talks. So now I'm gonna read a few of y'all comments and then we gotta move on, cause I'm tired of doing the white men today. Y'all are done. Y'all are done for today. I can't do y'all no more. Finish. No more white men in these segments. Okay, I got 2 more stories or 3 more stories and then I'm done. Wait, Marie, you said hold up. You said something important. Let me read what you wrote. You said, wait, so you're extending. Oh yeah, here we go. Wait, so you're extending the members only. I need to go back to members only. Yes, but I will announce it. So don't do it just yet. I need to find a way to change the tiers. So it's no longer going to be $4.99. It's actually going to be less than that. And the reason why is because I don't know. I kind of don't want to have it that high. Like, it's not because of the high price or anything like that. I don't really care about that. But for me, it's more so like I don't want to feel, because whenever I think I explained it before, whenever I do something monetarily, I always feel like I have to like produce a lot. That's just my mindset, y'all. So I want to make it like a lower tier, so then that way I have the flexibility of it not being like, for me personally speaking, I like to give people their money's worth. So if I'm gonna do it lower tier, then at least I'm not going to feel pressured, like I pressure myself to keep producing a lot, is what I'm saying. So you'll still get members only, but I'm just going to change the tier. So either way, you still have to jump back in it and I have to change it. So regardless, everybody going to get kicked out at some point and then you got to go back in at the lower tier. I'm going to work it out though until I get my website. And then after that, it'll just be like on there. So yeah, that's the plan. So yes, I'll announce it. So that way you guys can go just look out for the post. I'll probably say it on a live stream and a post. I will definitely do both. So that way you guys know to go back when it's, when I'm done with the Diana and Korea case study, then I'm going to like fix the videos, all that stuff. And then I have to remove everybody, lower the tier, because YouTube, like once it's canceled, they kick you out, they boot you out, and then you got to renew your, or you got to rejoin or something like that. Here we go. So That girl from yonder, hey sis, you said anytime a man tells you he doesn't deserve you and you're dating him, run so fast. Girl, like a track star. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve this. Like, yeah, and then saying she's too smart. I ain't like that. Her friend Semi is gorgeous, very much so. They're two gorgeous sisters, very gorgeous. Marie, wait, hold on. That girl from yonder, you said she probably removed him from her TikTok if he was ever on there. I believe so too. People be forgetting YouTube though, but we gotta hurry up with that case study or she gonna start deleting. It looks like a high-end magazine. I don't know. Her aesthetic is amazing to me. Pratt Spaghetti, you said exactly, Star. That'd be the last day he saw me. Wait, what did you say, L? Oh, okay. You said smack, watch your mouth, then leave. L, you said nah, them Asian women be knowing they gonna get the white men by any means necessary. You see, I ain't want to say that. I'm gonna save that for the case study. They be on a different type of time. This man was married, y'all. Allegedly, he was in her not allegedly. This is on Lipstick Alley. Hold on, let me see if it's this one. No, that's something different. They was on Lipstick Alley, and they showed the screenshots. I'll show it in the case study. Let's do that when I do their case study. That'll definitely be a members only one because it's private, and she looks like she's very private, so I don't want to put too much business out there that doesn't need to be out there, and this is not like a mega story like the other story, so I'm gonna honor that and keep it on the back end. But what I will say though is that I agree with you, sis. They be plotting because he was still married, according to the ladies on Lipstick Alley, and I believe them. They are very sleuthy in investigation art. They are extremely great investigators. I will say that. They say he was creeping. Make it $1 membership. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that, and then that way it's very low tier, and I don't feel the pressure of having to produce as much as I do now, and that way I could do both at the same time. That's what it is. Yeah, I'll still keep the case studies going though. Miri, you said it was bound to happen. I'm back now. Welcome back. L, you said Diana's a whole ass too. The last vid had me heated. Oh, that's not gonna have you heated. Wait till the end. We got 2 more parts. That part is gonna come out Wednesday, and then the last part next week, and we wrapping her right up out of here. Oh, it gets worse, y'all. I'm telling you, this is just scratching the surface. Wait till her mama comes. And I didn't even go over all the videos yet. I had to skip through some because it was, Lord, it was a lot. What happened to Mary? Hold on, what happened, Mary? I didn't see what you wrote. You said my sister and I just got to fighting. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sis. Write it in the Discord if you're comfortable. Not now, but whenever you feel comfortable. I hope that we can support you in that. That's not right. I know that you've been going through it with your sis and stuff, so it's sad to hear that. Why is it always on a Sunday? That's why I say your family always chooses the wrong time. Why is it always on a Sunday? We gotta figure that out. There's a pattern here. We'll talk about it in the Discord though. CFT, you said, Romy, too many men are so ungrateful when it comes to relationships. Facts. 100%. They are. They're socialized that way, unfortunately. They think, again, because of their mamas. I gotta be honest. And I'm not saying that only mothers cause it. But what I'm trying to say is that a lot of their mothers are very overly involved. And it's a mama's boys thing. I don't know why it for me is screaming like entitlement and also patriarchy, the system they're under. Lack of accountability, and unfortunately all roads lead to the coddling is what I'm trying to say of their mother. Usually mothers coddle a lot, and then the way they treat women too is their fathers, because they see how their fathers treat their mothers. So when you look at, I gotta do a whole case study on that, but when you look at the romantic relationship of parents, usually the father either lacks romanticism with the wife, lacks intimacy, and then also lacks the treating the wife like a woman. They treat them like a property. Most fathers do. And so what ends up happening, and I'm generalizing right now, but most fathers, they don't treat their wives and when I say with respect, I'm not talking about like you love your wife and stuff. I'm talking about the romanticism, the romanticness. A lot of us didn't grow up seeing our parents like touch, caress, stuff like that. Yes, they love for each other and care for each other, but you don't see that intimacy like that. Like you see them as just parents around you, right? But then that's who you're looking up to when you look at relationships, as far as the first relationship. Then when you get outside, they see the misogynistic side of men and the animalistic side of men, because they're introduced to porn at a young age. They're introduced to the sexualization of women at a young age, or young girls, I should say, not even women, girls. So then in the house, there's this infraction going on. And then outside of the house, you have this sexualization going on. And then on top of that, like I said, the coddling of the mothers with their sons. Either that, or sometimes they have a mother wound where the mother is absent and they're looking to replace that love with a woman who gives them the unconditional love that they didn't find in their mother. So then we have all of these patterns growing up, generalizing, of course, but yeah, there's a lot of patterns like this growing up. And then you get into a romantic relationship. So yes, this is why. And then the insecurity on top of that. They are not taught that it's okay for a woman to be smarter than you. It's okay for a woman. It's always competition. Why? Red flag. Usually they have to heal themselves and get out of their mindset, because all men, even this one right here, are taught. All of them, I don't care, across the board. It is very rare to find one who's not, either in the home or outside of the home, that women are supposed to be less than you. I'm sorry, that's a fact. I don't care what nobody says. That is literally how society frames it. This is why we get the gender pay gap. It is automatically ingrained in you subconsciously. Even if your parents did the best job and they taught you about equality and women's rights and all that stuff, when they get outside of the house, society teaches them that she is subservient to you. You are supposed to be better than her. That's why he said you're too smart. There you go. They don't like it. Continuing. But yeah, y'all already know. I gotta continue that in another case study though. Esther, you said I feel like Asian women get low tier white men. You know what? We gonna talk about that another time. We gonna get that another time, yo. We gonna get that another time, yo. Lord, we gonna get that another time. That's another subject for another day. But that's what he wanted. Good luck to you guys, and all the best to Nikki92 and CS Mossy. There we go. Y'all oh wait, hold on. They got a post. I need to see his birthday. Hold up. Was I able to pull this up? Oh, they only got 2 pictures here. Okay, a loving year 4 weeks ago. I love you. Of course she does. I love you too. Okay, here we go, y'all. All right, there we go. He got the girl he really wanted. All right, best of luck to y'all. Next, quickly. Oh, Megan Thee Stallion. Let's go through this real quickly. Megan Thee Stallion, and then I have what other stories we have? Let's go over this. Klay Thompson said Megan Thee Stallion is too loud and ghetto. Now let's segue to Lord, this is ridiculous. What is going on here?
Hello everybody, welcome to the Impressive channel. Before I get into this video, I first want to thank ZocDoc for sponsoring this video.
Love you, Impressive sis, but I gotta jump ahead. Shout out to Impressive.
Once again, thank you, Zoc. Won their first NBA. Now I want to talk a little bit about Jordyn Woods, because I'm loving her redemption story. I love to see that she...
Shout out to Jordyn. All right, fast forward. She left the Kardashians. Love this for her. Let's get to Klay and Megan.
Let me move on. So a few days ago, the Daily Mail wrote up an article about what happened with Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson's breakup. Now, if you remember, Megan was dating the NBA player Klay Thompson for several months, but then they broke up. Megan claimed that he cheated on her. She also said that he had cold feet and he didn't want to be monogamous. And there was also some tea that he allegedly was in the DMs of another woman throughout his entire relationship with Meg.
Of course,
we've heard from a source very close to the situation that throughout Megan Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson's whole relationship, Klay Thompson has been sliding into the DMs regularly of at least one prominent woman.
Yeah, this is alleged, but this is what we heard from a very well-placed source.
Okay. Yeah, it's not really alleged. We know someone who saw it. We know someone who saw the DMs.
So we know that Klay is a cheater, and that's mainly why his relationship with Megan did not work out. But a source close to Klay told his side of the story to the Daily Mail. And they said that he was over her and didn't want to be with her. The insider said, I think he wanted to break up with her for a while, but just didn't know what.
Red flag. So, Meg's an Aquarius. We already went through that, Lord. We just 2 for 0 today. What's going on today? We're just not doing good right now. Now, what I will say though is that why do they act like men do not have the choice and decision to walk away? I hate when I hear this. Oh, he just didn't know what to do. He was so helpless. He was waiting for his parents, his mommy and daddy, to help him break up with her. Red flag. Whenever this should not be coming from an athlete. Y'all want to know why? Do you know how much ambition you have to be an athlete and to get into the NBA? He had enough gumption and enough wherewithal to have that much drive to get into the NBA, but when it comes to breaking up with a woman, somehow he's a little boy and he's cowardly. This is what I'm talking about here, the patterns. It all leads back to the parents. Both of them. Tired of this. All of a sudden he wanted to break up with it. As a man, I gotta be honest, as a man, don't you feel embarrassed to even say this? I think he wanted to break up with her for a while but just didn't know how to do it. Don't you feel embarrassed? This is embarrassing. Not because you wanted to break up, but because you didn't know how to do it. As a grown ass, at your big ass age, you don't know how to say, I want to break up with somebody. I want to end it with somebody. No, you just wanted to keep reaping the benefits and to get away with the cheating for as long as you could. Stop it. Red flag. And then here you go, your friend caping for you. Men will always fail other men. A lot of them do not hold each other accountable. You treat them like little victimized boys, like little boys that are victims, and they're not. He's not a victim. At all. You treat him like he has no type of mindset. Like he's a little kid who cannot do anything. He's just stuck. Oh my God, I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. Can you help me, friend? These are supposed to be the leaders. These are supposed to be the ones that what do you bring to the table? The submissiveness. Where is this? Why is this even allowed? This is embarrassing.
To do. The source also claimed that he was contacting past flings before the breakup. So once again, that's confirmation that he cheated. And also they claimed that Clay was talking bad about Megan behind her back and said that she was like two different people. And this is what the quote said. He was like, she's just so ghetto. I was over the ghetto-ness, the insider alleged. The way she speaks, the way she acts.
She was ghetto. What? She's just so ghetto. I was over the ghetto-ness. The way she speaks and the way she acts. Megan has never, ever, I could understand if he met somebody who was like the sis we just covered, the luxury sis who was refined. She has a different like a different aesthetic. And then all of a sudden she started to dress like Megan Thee Stallion and started to have long nails. Then I could understand the switch up is kind of crazy, right? Not saying that it would be wrong, but I'm just saying I could understand it like, oh, I didn't meet her that way. Like, how come this happened? But Meg's always been hood. Meg has never shied away from her blackness. And it's not saying black people are hood. I'm not saying that. But she's never shied away from her aesthetic is what I should say. She's never shied away from her being who she is. She's always been herself. Then she doing all this even when she was cooking for your ass. Then she had the fingernails and all that. She never shied away from that. I've never heard her accent change. I've never heard her voice change. She was just herself. Maybe a little bit more submissive and subdued self around you and your crusty ass family. This is why you don't cook dinner for his family. This is why. Red flag. Look at all that ungratefulness right here. Look at all that. She did all of that and then he still called her ghetto. She was anything but ghetto around your ass.
This video cracks me up because Megan was having a time and Clay just looked over it. But even though Clay alleged that she was too loud and ghetto, he still was with her for months. And the source said that he actually grew feelings for her. Surprise, surprise. They also said that sometimes he felt lonely because she would travel for work. So at times when he was off, he kind of felt abandoned by her.
He's a mama's boy, y'all. He's been coddled. This is a mama's boy. He felt lonely. What do I do with myself now that my love is gone? I always need a woman by me. He's lonely. So he decided that it would be good. He needs somebody to keep the bed warm. This is the type of man, he's always going to be cheating, y'all. You cannot redeem him. He hates to be alone. There are a lot of men out there like that. They just hate to be alone. So he always needs again, his mother never left him alone. She probably slept in the same bed with him. I gotta be honest. When men have these kind of relationships, I gotta think. I'm like, okay, is this a mama-son, mom-husband relationship? Hell, we dealing with it in a Diana and Korea's case study. You might as well put yourself right next to him in bed, because that's what it sounds like. You guys have a soul tie. Red flag. How you gotta have a soul tie with your mama? This is a problem. You can never be lonely. I need a woman right next to me because my mama used to sleep around. She used to tuck me in at night. This is pathetic. And I'm not just talking about that because he's light-skinned. He's just a pathetic ass man.
Said that he actually grew feelings for her. Surprise, surprise. They also said that sometimes he felt lonely because she would travel for work. So at times when he was off, he kind of felt abandoned by her, and he felt like she never made an effort. Now this is so.
She's working. She got a damn job. Yes, Mimi, that's right. She got a damn job. Don't you? You supposed to be on your job. Then he's supposed to be a basketball player. They don't have camps. How does he have enough time to do this? He ain't got too much. Is he a bench warmer? What's his position on the team? Does he sit on the bench more than he plays? Because I never hear this from all the other players. He doesn't have any business to tend to. This man is pathetic. I'm so glad, Megan, the stars were good for you. Do not date this baby-ass Aquarius man. Red flag.
They also said that sometimes he felt lonely because she would travel for work. So at times when he was off, he kind of felt abandoned by her, and he felt like she never made an effort. Now, this is so bogus to me.
She never made it. Exactly. Look at all this effort right here. Shut up.
Because Megan was out here cooking for this man.
Right?
Catering to him.
With her nails and everything.
Catering to his family.
But it's never enough for a mama's boy. It's never enough, because my mom did all of that, and she washed my sheets, and she folded my laundry, and she did everything, and I expect you to do that and work just because my mama did that, so I expect you to do it too. Why don't you go marry your damn mama then? Go marry her. Go marry her, because you're never going to find a woman, especially not in this damn generation, just like your mama. Go and marry her. Hell, that woman married a damn, men are marrying them blow-up dolls. You might as well marry your mom. I'm sure it's legal in some states in America. Red flag.
She threw him a lavish birthday party and brought Bone Thugs and Harmony out for him. I mean, she
did way too much, in my opinion.
Putting in the effort, at least from what we saw, but I guess she wasn't the typical stay-at-home wag that he wanted. Megan does have her own.
He wanted her to be all up under him like his mama is. That's why I said it's unhealthy. It's not reasonable. It's weird. Don't men believe that this is weird? This is coming out of your mouth, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You thought you was doing your, oh, this sounds so good. Let me go and tell the article so we can go and trash Megan. You look foolish and stupid. You're making your friend look like he has an incestuous relationship with his mama. Because it doesn't make any damn sense. Why the hell would she be all up under you all the time? Why? You want her to stay at home just because, like a puppy. So when you come home, oh, excited. You ever say, Mimi, every time I come home, whenever, because we swap. So like if Dom's here, I go out and go grocery shop and come back, and then she's all excited to see me. You want her to stay home and wait for your ass like a damn puppy. Here, girl, go feed your fetch. And then to stay there and be your psychologist, your psychiatrist, that's why I said it leads back to his mama. Because there's no way. I cannot believe that this has nothing to do with his mom. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe it. And the way that Megan was cooking for him and his daddy, that lets me know that his daddy is used to somebody being subservient to him. He wants the same relationship he saw modeled in the household. His mama staying right up under his daddy. I can almost guarantee that. Red flag. So he wants her to be just like his mama. Labor and mule. And then you stay right here. Stay put right here. While I go creeping and cheating and doing whatever I do. And when I come back, you stay right here waiting for me so you can cater to me. You are my, what do they call it? You are there for me and my pleasure. You're an object. That's it. You're not a human being who needs to survive, or you're not a human being who needs to have other activities. You're not a human being that needs to socialize with other people. No, you are there for my pleasure only. Red flag. He's a loser. Been a loser. And I can't believe I even gave him the benefit of the doubt. This is why you never give them a benefit of the doubt, especially in Aquarius.
Career, so she's not going to be there all the time. Also, the source close to Clay claimed that he hated doing the couple content with Megan. He only did it to make her happy, but he was annoyed with it, okay? And he said that Megan was often surrounded by her entourage or security. And also, they said that she was still paranoid over that incident with Tory Lanez. You know, Tory...
Absolutely, she should be. She got shot. Of course she would be paranoid, and she needs security around her 100%. Well, you weren't gonna be secure. You weren't be security with her. You cry every damn time she left town. Lonely, crying about being lonely, whiny. How can she expect you to be the knight in shining armor and to protect her when you can't even stay at home by yourself for a few minutes? Always need somebody up under you. You weak ass man.
Is currently serving 10 years behind bars after he was found guilty of
so unattractive, y'all. This is very, very
She's still
ill.
paranoid about it to this day. And the source said that she would not shut the F up about Lanez. She always felt like people were out to get her. She needs security everywhere, even in remote places.
So she went through a traumatic experience, and you're telling her that she needs to shut the F up and move on.
Places. I feel like one of these days we're going to have to revisit this, but that's interesting to say the least. Also, the source claimed that Klay Thompson dated Megan to gain acceptance from the black community. I thought this was interesting. Now, Klay is biracial, half black, half white, and they said that he's always trying to be more in touch with his black side. So he got excited about dating Megan because he would have more proximity to the black culture and the black community. So basically, he dated her for her social currency. So that kind of sounds like a complex that he deals with as a mixed race person. But yeah, I don't know. What y'all?
I believe that. I actually believe that because he's in the NBA. He's around a lot of black men, and you know he light skinned, so they probably make fun of his little ass. But I'm not saying he's a weak man because he's light skinned. I'm saying he's a weak man because he's a baby. I would say the same thing for a dark skinned black man if this was the same situation. So I want to make that very clear. He's whiny. And he probably is like that on the team. No, stop it. Don't do that. My mommy's going to come get me. My daddy's coming to get me. You can't make any decision by yourself. You're a baby. Go back on your mama's titty and stop messing with people. Wasting people's damn time.
Y'all think about this. What do y'all think? Now,
that's all I think.
The claims that are being made in this article are all alleged, and I do feel like it was an attempt for Clay to get his lick back because...
No, there's somebody in his camp, y'all. Best believe.
Megan already put him on blast and turned the whole internet against him, and she also dissed him in Boss Mandilo's remix to Motion Party. So she already got her side out, and Clay wanted to get his side out. But see, here's my issue with this. If she was so bad and so ghetto and obnoxious, why was he with her and stringing her along for all these months? Like, why did it take her to have to leave? Like, if he didn't like her like that...
And to be honest with you, I think he's getting a lot of, like, he reminds me of Wizard Liz. He's getting a lot of external, you know, people are probably in his ear. I can almost imagine because y'all seen how they drug Megan after the breakup, the disgusting ass pictures you see online, everything about Tory just because she put Tory in jail. That's it. That's her crime, y'all. She actually had the courage to speak up about a situation, and she put her perpetrator in jail. That was her punishment. Because she put him in jail, everybody went up against her. This was her crime, y'all. That was her crime. So now, she's against all of the black men. I gotta be honest, the Tory supporters. And imagine, I can almost tell you there are people in his camp that are Tory supporters and probably in the locker room and talking mad greasy about her. This is what happens when you're dating a man who cannot make decisions. He couldn't even make a choice to leave her. What makes you think he could make a choice to stay with her? He was always going to have other people's decisions at the forefront. He's a lame. He's weak. Weak sauce. That's not the type of man who could ever lead a woman in any type of marriage or relationship. So she seriously dodged a bullet. And I'm sad for her that she had to go through that in the public, but I'm happy that she got rid of this man. He's not a man you should be with, Megan. You deserve way better.
He should have ended it. He didn't have to cheat on her. He should have told her the truth earlier and let her
He's
know.
not going to. He's weak. All right, we're done. I'm going to read a few comments, y'all, and then I got to use the restroom. I got to do a bio break. We got like 10 minutes. So I gotta rush through this. Oh. Hold on. My bad, y'all. Lord. I'll read a few comments. Organically crafted. Hey sis, you said this is why he just got booed at the WNBA game this week. They claim he left at halftime. He was so embarrassed. He should be. He's a loser. That girl from yonder, you said low vibrational dick. Yo, this was a crazy ass live stream, y'all. Oh Lord. But he videoed, he taped himself in the car picking her up from the airport and apologized for being late, and men dragged him for it. Exactly. And he cares about the perception of other men, especially in the industry that he's in. He's not secure in himself. And this is a problem, y'all. It's a problem for a lot of young men who get a lot of peer pressure. And all of them, they're saying all these things about Megan just because all she did was she reported Tory. That's it. That's all. And so they decided that she's going to be enemy number one forever. I personally think she shouldn't date any man in the limelight. In my opinion, I think that it would just, they care too much about the image. I think she should date somebody who's wealthy in the background, who's not going to give a damn about these crusty ass men. He probably was verbally abusive. He was. She said it. Clay seems low vibrational. Boo, go get therapy for that complex though. I agree. She said it. She said she dealt with his mood swings in her statement. I remember when I covered it in a live stream. And she was too good for him, y'all. She did way too much for him. You say he looks like a taller Drake and sounds like Drake now. I'm sorry. Light-skinned men will not beat the allegations, y'all. Biracial men will not beat the allegations. Y'all can't beat these allegations. Rose, you say he's just unattractive looking like what is that? The Stonehead? What is it? I don't know which one that is. I forgot what that is, but yeah, he's always whiny as hell. You said, I am not Megan's biggest fan. I find a lot of her behavior is questionable, but she does get a lot of unwarranted crap. I mean, that's fair, and that's your opinion, so I respect that. I think that, is she perfect? No. Do I think that she does too much? Sometimes, yes. But at the same time, I don't think that she deserves to be put out like that. And I don't think that she deserved any of that stuff. And not saying that you saying that, sis. I'm just saying for other people. And I do think that, at the end of the day, she should be treated with the same respect that she gave him. She gave him a lot of herself in that relationship. And this man is treating her like she didn't do anything. And I hate when men do that. And he's a whiny man at that. Red flag. I can't stand that. Yeah, it's been 9 hours, y'all. I'm gonna let you YouTube. Yeah, we about to leave now. I spent way too much time on the Austin Metcalf story. You said she didn't report Tory. The state decided to press charges. Wait, seriously? I thought she did. She did it? That definitely puts another perspective to this. I thought she did. So this is not even her fault and they're blaming her for it? All she did was, I know she testified. Oh, they probably expected her not to testify and to let him skate through. Never holding him accountable. Ain't that crazy? You said, I agree she needs to take a break for her mental and emotional health. I agree with that. I think she needs therapy, y'all. And she needs to just, and she said she's going to take a break. So I'm going to hold her to that. She doesn't deserve any of the hate she got. She was a victim, not the shooter. Exactly. There was not, I don't think she did anything wrong. But unfortunately, she gets the blame for it because it was against a black man. And this is another thing we got to focus on in the community as well. 100%. L, you said, I've been a hottie since 2016 and don't support everything she does either, but also don't pay that much attention to her. Yeah, I think when she had fragments removed from her feet, the state opened an investigation. Okay, so she had to, like, she was going to do, perjure herself? This is ridiculous, y'all. I thought she did testify too, but definitely needs a break. I agree, y'all. Okay, so I think that is it for tonight. We got a few minutes, but I was gonna do pop the balloon, but we'll do that next time. Oh, I spent too much time on the Metcalfs, y'all. We're done. We'll do that next time. I'm gonna have to, I hope some of y'all weren't here for the other stories. We gonna have to wrap it up. How long is this one? All right, since it's Father's Day, I did have we were gonna talk about moving. Okay, maybe this will be the palate cleanser real quick. Hopefully I have time. The woman who moved to Nigeria. Let's do this one. This one's not gonna take too long. We'll do the rest of them later. Hold on. Where's the woman who moved to Nigeria? Is this one? No, this is something different. There's something different. There was a woman who moved to Nigeria. I put on the thumbnail. Where's she at? We'll do that one next time. I need time to do this one. Well, I gotta get rid of you, sis. Okay. This one we just did. I gotta hurry up. I wanted to do the Nigeria one. The woman who moved to Nigeria. Did I get rid of it? Oh, shoot. I think I got rid of it. Dang it. Hold on. Yeah, this might be it, y'all. I got rid of it. I don't know where I did. Okay, wait. Maybe I could find it on YouTube. I really wanted to do that as a palate cleanser. Moving to Nigeria. This woman moved to Nigeria, and it looks... I wanted to see her. Yeah, here we go. Was this her? No, that wasn't her. This one right here. Okay.
It's time for me
This
to
is
leave
the
Atlanta.
one. Oh no, it's too long. Okay, hold up. How long is this one? Okay, we're gonna skip through it, y'all.
I know it
We're
was
not
time
gonna
for
watch
me
the
to
whole
leave
thing.
Atlanta, and I do not regret selling my house at all. I really don't see myself returning to the United States. Even when you look at like the statistics of the average lifespan
I wonder if she's Nigerian.
of a Black woman, being there and just the stress, my hormones are more balanced here. I had to get this lotion for Bliss, but it's like $45K, which is about $30. Maybe for what's like Cetaphil comparable and should be about $20. So things just get pricey.
Oh, this is
so
long.
Like even Eucerin eczema lotion is
Okay, we're not gonna watch all of it. I gotta
which is
skip through
about
it.
$20, maybe $21. You might be able to find it on the street. United States, I am Black American. I
Oh, she's
went to
American.
Howard University for undergrad. Found Howard, Washington, D.C. to just be very expensive, and I ended up moving to Atlanta. So I moved to Atlanta with my son. I think my son was around 3 when I moved to Atlanta. We go to Atlanta together.
Marie, you say you don't know how I do it. I think it's because my time zone is different. I'm going to say goodnight to y'all. Hold on. This was White Man Sunday. I know. That's why I'm trying to balance it, y'all. I'm trying to balance it, y'all. That's why. I'm trying to balance it. All right. We're going to end it right now, y'all. I'm trying to balance it.
And that's when
I'm on the West Coast. That's why I could do it.
I became a public
I'm
school
gonna be done.
teacher in DeKalb County for a very long time and actually bought my first home in Atlanta in DeKalb. Off Candler, I bought my first home. It was $100,000. That's all that I could qualify for as a teacher by myself as a single woman.
All right, we're gonna skip through when she met her husband because they live in Nigeria. I wonder if he's Nigerian. I'm nosy.
Home, bathing him and starting all over again. So here, I wake up and I just feel blessed every day. I feel blessed
is this
for my
part?
daughter
My bad. Hold
even
on.
because
It's here.
more than the house that I was mortgaging in Atlanta.
Oh wait.
So people will be like
Meeting my husband. Hold on.
bathing him and starting all over again. So here, and like everywhere I go, I know that my children are being home, bathing him,
Okay,
and
this is the
starting
one.
all over again. So here, things about being our wife, our son, like it's true. I'm blessed because I met my husband and the house was paid off. So I don't
okay,
really
that's
have
why.
like a rent situation. Here on the continent, as y'all have seen in the videos, there's no mortgage. None of that. So my husband owns a house in Delta State. He owns a house here in Abuja. So I met him in that state. I'm now saving up to be able to purchase my own home in my own name here in Nigeria. But it's not easy. Like people think Abuja is very cheap, but it's quite price comparable. It's really funny because this house that my husband bought here in Abuja costs more than the house that I was mortgaging in Atlanta. So people will be like, oh, like, girl, hook me up. Let me buy some land in Abuja. And I'm like, sweetie, if you can't afford to buy land in Atlanta, you really can't afford to buy land in Abuja. Like, it's not that cheap. You know, people like really overestimate real estate here, there are a lot of things that are cheap.
Okay, that's what's up. All right, so her husband's Nigerian. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I have a question, and we're gonna do this next time because I'm trying to figure out, for people who move to the continent, I always notice that they do have some type of like tie or connection there. I have noticed that. I want to know the experience of somebody who doesn't have a connection there. I'm very curious to hear this.
They're very fair. The continent of Africa, settling here in Abuja, Nigeria, my quality of life has increased. My ways of knowing have expanded. I've met so many beautiful women, beautiful people who are yoked with me, aligned. I met my husband on this continent. I have my child on this continent. I don't know. I can't even imagine if I had not left. Like, when I look back, I almost feel bad for what I would have been going through. And I know it would have just gotten worse, right? Because even when I'm talking to my friends, they're like, Brittany, my mortgage went up again because of taxes, but my paycheck didn't go up. Brittany, salmon is this much. Brittany, I can't afford this. You know, Brittany, I'm tired. Brittany, I still don't have a man. Like, just all these things. Like, I don't know. So I look at what life could have been, and I don't want it.
All right. You know what? We're going to leave it right there. Congratulations, sis, on being able to move to Nigeria. I actually am happy for her, but I have a lot to say about this, so I'm going to have to park it. I want to do another one, though, because this is a channel. Hold on. I'm going to show y'all. There's a reason I'm doing this, by the way. There was going to be another one that I wanted to show you guys about Korea, but we'll do that next week. But this is a whole channel, y'all. Web Nation. I think they are catered to people trying to move to the continent. I see that, yeah. Or move abroad. So I am very, very interested to seeing more experiences. And we'll touch up on that next week. I'll read a few comments, y'all, and then we do have to head out because I see that it is 7 o'clock. It is 9 o'clock. They're about to shut your girl down. So I'll read a few comments and then we out of here. Hold on. Where we at? Where's my thing here? Yeah, White Man Sunday. I know. I listen. I tried my best. I gave it to y'all. I gave y'all a nice story at the end that's black. Nigeria and Atlanta, a country and state I want to visit. Yeah, I do too. I'm still here, but good night in advance. Yeah, we about to leave now, y'all. There's likely issues in Nigeria too. Yep. So we're going to talk about that next week. It's not all green. That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. Well, on that note, y'all, we're going to end it tonight. I know y'all was with me for a minute. Have a good night, y'all. I think it is propaganda. We're going to get into it. I wanted to do it today. I spent too much time on the Metcalf, but hell, it's Father's Day. There's a reason I had to, y'all. I don't know the reason, but there's a reason. Anyways, have a good night, y'all. I will see y'all this week. Look out for the case studies. And on that note, please stay safe, and I will see you next Saturday and Sunday. I promise it will not be this long. All right. Have a good one and enjoy.